Dragon City stood in the San Solio mountain range. From a distance, the entire city appeared to be made from pure white jade, and it emitted a solemn and holy aura under the sunlight. As one came to its foot, the view of the peak would bring even more shock. Outside the city, the meadow stretched far and wide. Farmers were working hard and harvesting crops in the fields. They sweated like rain, but their faces were full of happy smiles as they busily shouted. Even the children were happily laughing, painting a peaceful scene. Louis and the Elf Queen thus came to the outside of the city. The two walked side by side without any attendants or maids. Only they were watching the scene of busy farming citizens. The Elf Queen was dressed in a gown like a celestial maiden. With her gentle steps, the frills and ribbons on her dress floated in midair. Her snow-white feet would touch the rich fertile soil, yet no dirt could stain her body. She seemed to walk on clouds. Louis withdrew his gaze from the queen's legs and pointed at the land. The river there, which I call the Dragon River, flows down from San Solio mountain range and serves as an abundant water source for the city. Its waters are sweet and clear. It runs down towards the southern coast and into the sea. Louis and the queen stopped by the rover. It was 100 meters wide and extremely deep. Although the edges of the river were clear enough for one to make out the stones underneath, the center was so deep that this was impossible. There were countless moats on two sides of the river, splitting it into several streams. These channels flowed straight into the farmlands, and dumpers would scoop up the water and irrigate the farmland. "What's that?" The queen noticed these strange devices and asked. "Those are dumpers used to irrigate the farmland. When I first invented it, I only planned to use it to irrigate my garden, but I then thought that it may be better to use it on the farmlands. It seems that my people were thoroughly convinced of my words and have already used these dumpers in their fields." Louis smiled and explained to the queen. In the European Middle Ages, agricultural irrigation technology was introduced from Arabia in the late Middle Ages. The overall civilization of San Solio, on the other hand, was closer to the early Middle Ages. With no agricultural irrigation, Louis decided to invent something for it since the technical knowledge of making something for farm irrigation was not high. "So, you can also do this without spells. Your wisdom is truly amazing." The queen's eyes flashed. She gazed at the irrigated farmland and the tool that could save countless hours of manpower. As a queen who understood the livelihood of the people, she was easily able to calculate the benefits. Compared to the convenience brought by magic, these things are not much. You degrade yourself too much to the point that you aren't dragon-like. For these ordinary farmers, these dumpers are more attractive than any spell. The Elf Queen complimented Louis as they both approached the farmland. The busy farmers saw the two people, but when facing two people who seemed like nobles and wore flashy clothes, they did not dare come over. They even felt fear and pressure under the two's gaze, causing them to stop joking around and work silently. Only a few citizens of Dragon City had seen Louis in his humanoid form. If he had appeared in dragon form, he would have been easily recognized by the people. "Our arrival has frightened them." The queen calmly pointed out reality. "Both of our clothes make us look like nobles of the city. It's only natural that they would be afraid. There is always a gap in classes that could never be eliminated, nor do I have any intention of eliminating it. If people were all equal, then would there still be a difference between gods and mortals?" Louis smiled. Although they were afraid, their smiles were filled with happiness. "I can feel that these farmers are inwardly happy." The queen closed her eyes to feel the farmers' joy. "This was also an expected thing, because I bestowed the land to them." "You bestowed the land to them?" Louis's words shocked the Elf Queen. This was completely different from any of the class systems in the world. The king assigned lords to territories, and the lords had knights under them with their estate and land. The knights would tell the farmers who were their subordinates to cultivate the land. However, these farmers had no rights and did not own anything. They would grow crops in surplus, but only a small part belonged to them. The vast majority of them would have to offer what they grew to the knights. Ango Epsilon. After these knights take their share, they would have to turn the crops to their lords. The lords would then do the same and offer them to the royal family. The food is grown by farmers, but they get the least, while the lords and kings get the most. The land near Dragon City is reasonably fertile. If all of this land was used, it would be enough to supply all the city's residents. But why was it that when I became the lord of the city, I found out that the city's residents could only eat black bread and couldn't even eat their fill? That's the problem with the current system. In the past, this land belonged to the theocracy. Any food grown in these lands would belong to them, so the farmers were unwilling to work hard. Moreover, no matter how many crops they grew or how great the quality was, they would only receive a set amount which could barely feed them and their families. Louis pointed at the fertile lands and then pointed at the hardworking farmers. Even under the wind and sun, they seemed to be bursting with life and a passion to do their work. Then he continued, but now, things are different. I have given them the land while taxing them a small amount. Then I allowed them to decide how they wanted to use the rest of the harvest. These farmers could sell their excess harvest for coins. They could even turn the coarse wheat into refined wheat and feed the byproduct to raise their livestock. They could even sell their livestock once they have grown. With money, they would be able to buy new clothes. This would motivate tailors into making new clothes to sell. When tailors want to find new materials to make clothes with, merchants would be motivated to find these things for them. When there is material need, more business opportunities would open up and give everyone the greatest enthusiasm to create more wealth. Domestic demand is one of the most important things for the territory, for a country. Only with domestic demand will money circulate and thereby create more wealth. What use is there in having so much gold and silver? They are nothing but general equivalents. They do not create wealth by themselves. The real way to create wealth, you see, is actually in the hands of the people. Louis paused for a moment. This was because he noticed that a new branch of his divine authority had been lit up. He now possessed the divine authority of earth. This made Louis imagine the power of Neltharion, the earth warder. As it turned out, the so-called earth did not specifically refer to the thick ground below his feet. Farming, cultivation, cultural development, and many others were actually a part of earth. They could even be called the most important parts. The most important believers of the so-called God of earth are actually the farmers. They will pray to the wind and rain, and pray to the God of the earth to send down miracles, for their harvest to be abundant and fruitful. Louis reached an understanding. This was the same as how gods went through the process of obtaining their divine authorities. It was different from him borrowing the power of faith and divine power to light up divine authorities. This was a true reliance on his own comprehension. Now, except for time and life, Louis possessed 3 divine authorities: dream, magic, and earth. Lord Louis, sometimes you seem more like a wise philosopher than a dragon. The elf queen listened to Louis's words and smiled coquettishly. Her pleasant bell-like voice spread in the air. Even the farmers who were not too far away were attracted to her divine voice and unconsciously looked over. Philosopher? Louis guffawed and shook his head without saying anything else. Because it was a world where the gods exist, the backward civilization hindered everyone from thinking about economics, or about how material wealth was created. Perhaps for the many people of this world, those gold and gems were the so-called wealth, but they did not know that these were only equivalents and not real wealth and money. Moreover, they still remained the same now that the gods had disappeared. It's just that. Since you are collecting only a small amount of food as tax, this will be unfavorable to your rule. Are you planning to use the food found in another realm to support the city? As the queen of a country, the elf queen understood the importance of the state's revenue and food reserves. As a result, she pointed out the flaws in Louis's approach. This was the reason why the lords and knights of other countries collect so much food as tax from the farmers. Other than acting as currency, there wasn't a large production of crops in the world. If a farmer's harvest were not collected in a large area, the foundation of one's rule would be shaken. The world of San Soliel was not a modern civilization. It had no machinery for large-scale sowing or planting. Even those poor countries in modern civilization did not have enough to eat, let alone this backward world that was in the medieval age. This is certainly not possible. Self-sufficiency is the key to sustaining a regime. I will one day become a god, or I might die on the way there. This city may also be handed over to my descendants. As a god, how can I just help mortals solve the problems of food every time? What mortals need is to rely on their own efforts. The food that Louis had gathered from Earth had just been a temporary measure, as he understood the concept of nobody can accomplish anything without the necessary means. Louis had prepared a development path for Dragon City, but there was a lack of capital, so he went to Earth to get those supplies that would serve as the initial capital. As Louis said, he would one day leave the main continent and sit atop his divine kingdom. At that time, the only problems that he would worry about would be his believers and his church. He wouldn't involve himself with mortal affairs. There had to be a divide between mortals and gods. If mortals sought the gods every time they had a problem, then they would sooner or later become lazy, and the gods would become their slaves. This was not something a god should do. Louis stretched out his hand while holding a handful of rice grains. Do you recognize what this is? This is. The elf queen was reminded by Louis and blurted out, "Isn't this the rice I ate in your palace yesterday?" "This is indeed the very thing you ate yesterday. I call it rice. I have already planted this new crop in another place. With my policy, we will soon completely reclaim the lands nearby. In 2 to 3 years, Dragon City will be able to achieve self-sufficiency. There might even be a surplus." Louis smiled mysteriously and sprinkled the rice on the ground. "Does the crop called rice have such a big yield?" The elf queen let out an astonished cry. "Normally rice does not have such a large yield, but the rice that I brought should." There was no rice in the world of San Soliel. There was only wheat that Louis had investigated long ago. The special rice that Louis spoke of was hybrid rice that produced great yields. It was hybrid rice that could feed more than 1 billion people, let alone the population under Louis's rule. If intelligent beings from outer planes and inner planes weren't taken into consideration, the intelligent beings in the main continent only added up to a few 100 million. As long as there is enough land, this rice alone could feed 1 million people. If there is any need, I could even find the divine object known as a potato to feed a larger population. Louis began to think that he was becoming more and more like a god of the earth as he worried about the food of mortals. "Your Majesty, what do you think about the taste of rice?" The grains could fill up one's hunger. It's sweet and delicious. While white bread made from refined wheat had a more wonderful taste, it far surpasses black bread. RB. The queen recalled the meal that she ate the day before and described it in her own way. She thought that the rice she ate was just like the cakes, a very rare luxury, but now, she had learned that it was actually just a common crop. The elves in the main continent have a population of around 1 million, but elves are not good at agriculture. I know that you spend a lot of effort every year to use elven specialties in exchange for food from other countries to meet the daily needs of the elves. However, you are only capable of exchanging black bread while the other important food sources still belong to other countries. This isn't good for your regime. I believe that in a few years, when the agricultural production of the city reaches its targets, I can provide the elves with a large amount of rice that you ate yesterday. The problem with the food for 1 million people could be solved by our joint effort." Louis slowly spoke. This sentence hit the elf queen's heart in its soft spot, causing her to tremble. If not for the mist covering her face, Louis would be able to see her face lose color. Louis believed that the elf queen could not refuse this offer. The most important thing she cared about was the lives of the elves. If the elves truly could not get enough food and starve to death, even the gods would not be able to save them. When the gods lose all their believers, they too would also be dragged down from the stars. The queen's heart thumped faster after Louis's words. This was something she had been worrying about for more than 1,000 years as the queen of the elves. The elves had low fertility rates, and coupled with their unproductive habits, their race had a hard time growing strong. If what Louis said was true, then this solution would be the key in unraveling the queen's biggest worry. But the elf queen also knew that Louis would not give out preferential treatments for free. She understood that the elves would also have to pay a great price. Louis looked at the elf queen, who was in melancholic contemplation. He interrupted her thinking and said, "This is still a matter a few years into the future. You don't have to worry about it now." The gods were about to return. Even if Louis was standing on the same starting line, it still brought great pressure. Moreover, most of those gods knew each other well and would be able to create alliances. On the other hand, Louis knew none of them, so he wouldn't be able to find allies. Therefore, the Silver Moon Goddess wasn't a bad ally at all. As the elven goddess, she would definitely be against most of the human gods. Louis's current believers were humans and beast men, but in the future, he would become the dragon god. When that happens, the two of them could definitely become good allies. Especially when Louis could tell how big the Silver Moon Goddess plot was. 1 million elven believers were not much before the era of disaster, but in this era, it was already very overwhelming. This made her a good ally. As for how everyone's interest could be exchanged, it will be discussed during that time. Your Majesty, let us continue. I will let you witness the changes in Dragon City and let you believe in my capabilities," Louis said in an arrogant manner. Louis had already decided that the best way he could obtain more benefits from his cooperation with the Elf Queen was to have her see the potential of Dragon City. Since he and the elves were already in a tight relationship, their destinies were already set in stone in a way. Given the locations of their respective territories, they would either become lifelong enemies or perfect allies. Louis continued giving the Elf Queen a tour of his city to increase their intimacy. Aside from being situated in a geographically advantageous location, Dragon City also has fertile lands within its vicinity. In the west, we have grasslands suitable for grazing. I have had the beastmen put it to good use. To prevent chaos, their livestock can only feed on their allotted grasslands. They offer some as a tribute to me, as well as some of the state's official currency. Over there is a cow pasture. Why don't we take a look? Louis and the Elf Queen approached the edge of the pasture, where the cow breeders were diligently milking the cows. There aren't many cows at the moment. Fresh milk is a luxury that has always been enjoyed by the nobility and royalty, as well as those with money and labor to raise cows in their estate. It has never appeared on a scale large enough for public enjoyment. However, I think that as dairy herds expand and Dragon City becomes richer, even the most ordinary citizens could enjoy fresh and delicious milk. Milk is currently hard to sell, as only rich merchants from other countries can afford it. I let them sell it at the market price, unlike countries who only turn these people into their workforce. These cows belong to me, and they are considered as something that I loan to the herders. The cows that are born later would belong to these people. They just need to return these cows that I loan to them. It might take several years, but for dragons, waiting for a few years is no big deal. Once the people of the territory become richer, my territory will become stronger. It will become a land where those seeking prosperity will flock to. The Elf Queen seemed to have understood and nodded her head as if she didn't. She pondered for a moment and said, "You truly have an acute foresight and business acumen. If I didn't know you had intentions of becoming the dragon god, you could perhaps become the god of wealth. Printing money sounds good, but there is a downside to doing so. If too many of those notes are printed, it's easy to cause the price of goods to collapse." Louis let out a smile after hearing this. "You are talking about inflation, right? This is something I've been careful about. The notes I print are priced equivalent to the Subala Empire's currency. Any merchants that want to trade in my territory would have to exchange Subilon currency with my notes. In any case, the Subilon currency is still the most trustworthy. On the other hand, my goal is to one day make every country and power in the main continent accept Dragon City's notes as a currency that could substitute Subilon currency. As for the overissuance of paper money, as long as it is within a certain range, there is no problem. What do you think is the most important thing for a country? That is the government's credibility. As long as the citizens of Dragon City believe in me, believe that I will always rule this territory, then there will be no problem. If a crisis were to occur, then I would like to thank the racial diversity of San Soliel. We could simply start a war to transfer the crisis to other countries and races." Louis smiled cruelly. Domestic problems being transferred into the war was a common tactic. For example, World War II had been caused by economic depression. On the other hand, Louis as a dragon did not need any excuses to start a war. As long as his troops were strong enough to attack other races and countries, they could plunder and seize wealth to deflect possible problems within the territory. On the other hand, elves were a peace-loving race, but that was only comparatively speaking. True pacifists would never survive in the world of San Soliel. Even the paladins of the goddess of mourning would not speak about benevolence in the face of evil. This is indeed a good method. 4,000 years ago, the Forest of the Moon encountered a huge natural disaster. Many elves almost lost their lives. At that time, I started a war with the humans to shift the crisis, allowing the elves to survive. The Elf Queen approved of Louis's words. A dragon and an elf talked with each other with rather cold and ruthless political words. For them, kindness might be a necessity, but when the crucial moment came, citizens would just become mere numbers. As long as there were enough benefits, Louis and the Elf Queen would not mind sacrificing the citizens. They actually only needed one thing, and that was faith. These radishes also provide a lot of nutrients. If they are pickled, they would taste a lot better and can be eaten by the common people. Louis pointed to the radish field, which was filled with ripe produce that was ready for harvest. Pickled? That requires salt to do, but salt is expensive and the average citizen can't afford it. The elf's demand for salt was much lower than the humans or beast men, but they would still need to import a lot every year. The elves would trade their handicrafts and specialties to countries outside the Forest of the Moon. Rao Epsilon. Fortunately, the Forest of the Moon was vast and abundant. The elves' fertility rate was low enough that the population would not skyrocket, otherwise, they would have long been extinct. Salt is actually not expensive. Other than technical limitations, a few countries can produce a lot of salt, but they control its production to give it an illusion of being a valuable resource. San Soliel used boiling salt instead of basalt. This method wasn't that great. If Dragon City was in a territory close to the sea, Louis would probably have been able to make his own salt. In an instant, it would become worthless. Luckily, Your Majesty has come out to watch an interesting drama with me. Those merchants think that they can't produce salt in Dragon City, so they want to sell it at a high price. Come watch with me how those people go bankrupt. Louis sneered. The queen gladly agreed. She raised her hand to call forth her carriage. Although Louis was a dragon, he entered the carriage first and extended his hand to the queen like a gentleman. Seeing that Louis looked like a male elf with the same moonlight silver color as her, the queen did not stay reserved. She extended her delicate hands and let Louis support her. With a gentle pull, the queen was lifted up, and her bare feet touched the edge of the carriage. A unicorn pulled the carriage quickly through the wilderness. As they approached a wide river, Louis spoke, "My scouts have reported that there are many monsters and foreign races downstream. There is also a group of pirates hiding there. When Dragon City is sufficiently developed, I will create a river port that will go straight to the southern shores. If I could open a path from Dragon City to the southern sea, it would have a huge effect on the economic development of the territory. I have even thought of a good name to give the harbor." The queen asked, "What is it?" Let's call it Dragon Harbor." Hearing Louis's answer, the elf queen almost laughed out loud, but she hurriedly calmed herself. In a calm voice, she said, "Your naming is really simple. If there's a city, you would name it Dragon City. If there's a river, you would call it Dragon River. And if there's a harbor, you would name it Dragon Harbor. This can't be helped. I am not that good at naming, but I think this name isn't bad. At the very least, people would associate it with me when they hear it." Louis looked a little embarrassed, but he still spoke cheekily. The two people continued talking until the carriage reached the city. Because their identity would be exposed, Louis and the elf queen did not continue in the carriage, but on foot. With the use of magic, they changed their appearances. In the eyes of mortals, the two of them would look ordinary and no one would recognize them as demigods. Is there a festival in the city today? Why are so many commoners out on the streets? The queen looked at the mass of people that moved towards the center of the city and asked. You will find out. Under the queen's interest, they opened a path with their divine might and easily arrived at the square and occupied a seat. At the center of the square were officials of Dragon City busying themselves. There were many simple-dressed civilians gathered together. Just like the queen, their eyes were filled with curiosity, and did not know what kind of proclamation the city lord was going to declare. Louis had issued many decrees in the past. In the beginning, the people were half-hearted and suspicious. In the end, they found that those who followed his decrees obtained great benefits. As a result of this, their trust in their lord grew. As long as the lord's orders were followed, they would get benefits. This allowed Louis to issue his orders easily. And all of the city lord's decrees had the same scene. They would be announced by the officials in the central square so that the people could spread it in all corners of the city. The gradually trained soldiers acted as the final guarantee that the decree would be implemented. Among the crowd of onlookers, there were not only residents of Dragon City, but also merchants and adventurers from other countries. My people. A young man wearing the uniform of the officials in Dragon City walked up the stage and opened up a magic scroll. It had the effect of amplifying his voice. Our great Lord Galacrond has issued a new decree. Please maintain silence. With this announcement, the chaotic square fell into a deep silence. Everyone was full of expectations at the decree. Those free-spirited adventurers were in disarray at the beginning, but as the surroundings became quieter and quieter, the human herd mentality came into play. In this bizarre atmosphere, they could only shut up, afraid that they might become a target of scorn. When there was almost no noise left, the government staff nodded in satisfaction and shouted, "The Lord is concerned with the livelihood of the people. Our city lacks salt and doesn't produce it. Therefore, those greedy merchants from other countries began to sell poor quality salt at exorbitant prices. Salt is a necessity in all living beings. Humans, elves, and beastmen alike need it. Many foods also need salt to prolong their shelf life. Yet, those greedy merchants ignored the plight of the people and played with their lives for their own benefit. As a result, we would have to spend every penny we earn on salt, which is absolutely not allowed by the Lord. To solve the livelihood problems of the citizens, and to punish those rampant salt merchants, from today onwards, the government will begin selling salt. The residents of Dragon City can use their identity cards and salt tickets to buy salt at low prices to meet your necessities. As for non-residents of Dragon City, we are very sorry, but you would need to buy it at a market price. In order to make the people believe his words, the government official waved his hand. In an instant, 10 soldiers came forward, each carrying sacks that had been part of the piled stacks behind the official. They cut the sacks open one by one. The countless people who were gazing at the scene were dumbfounded. As the sacks opened, pure shite salt poured out from the sacks. In an instant, the crowd was stirred up. If no soldiers were guarding, some people might have been bold enough to go and grab some. Praise the dragon. Is that all salt? What a pure white color. It's completely different from the yellowish-black trash that we eat. I heard that the salt that nobles and royalty eat are white, but this salt is too white. Praise the dragon. Can this really be bought at a low price? When has the Lord ever cheated us? Look at the white bread. How dare you not believe in the Lord's decree? Do you want to die? Believe it or not, I will report you are a Nigerianero Thailand body. Oh, mighty dragon. This salt has been wasted and spilled all over the square. Isn't it just a little dirty? I would still lick it if it's just a little dirty. When people came to their senses, the official once again raised his hand, causing everyone to quiet down. He coughed once and once again shouted, "You must believe in the Lord. The mighty dragon will guide you to live a more prosperous life. You have to remember to be thankful. For the progress of Dragon City, for the prosperity of the Lord, contribute yourself by working hard. Before meals, and after meals, do not forget to pray. Once the new church is built, go regularly to pray. You have to go with a devout heart and give thanks to the life you have now. Look at the world outside of Dragon City and think about your past lives. Those outsiders are still eating black bread and worry about their next meal in hunger. They are still being exploited by the greedy salt merchants. Those people couldn't even be called humans, but beasts. You must defend the life you have now with your faith and with your strength. Be proud that you are inhabitants of Dragon City. Give your life to the Lord and offer your faith. The more the official spoke, the more impassioned he became. He thought about what Lord Clooney had taught him and shouted with an intoned voice. Long live the Lord! Long live Lord Galacrond! Long live Dragon City! The crowd cheered fiercely. Their voices were like a tsunami that swept the entire Dragon City. Their deafening chants even reached the Adventurers Guild branch. When the crowd had finished venting their excitement, the official solemnly posed and uttered these final words. May the dragon god be with you all. The crowd cheered with great enthusiasm. By contrast, the expressions of the well-zero-dressed individuals who stood next to Louis and the Queen were ashen. Uncle, what do we do? If we can't sell off our stock, we'll eat a huge loss. A young man of about 20 anxiously asked the bearded 40-year-old man beside him. They were from a family of merchants with a large sum of wealth. After hearing that Dragon City had not collapsed under its new lord's leadership and that it was in fact flourishing, they invested the larger part of their funds in bringing in carts of salt from salt-producing countries. They had intended to make a fortune by scalping the populace. Now, however, the city lord's decree had effectively ruined them. Not only was the quality of his salt leaps and bounds above what they brought, but its price put theirs to shame many times over. The man who was called uncle by the young man had cold sweat on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and said in a fierce voice, "Let us wait a bit more. Dragon City does not produce its own salt. I do not believe that the Lord can continue selling salt for such a low price for a long time. Dragon City has more than 100,000 people. It won't take long for problems to arise when they sell at such prices." Although he said that, the man knew that his words were whimsical by just looking at the citizens of the city. The residents of the city could eat white bread every day as if it was a cheap good. Even a merchant family like them couldn't afford this back at home. In all likelihood, the city lord would sustain this practice for the foreseeable future. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man began to despair. They had incurred huge expenses in hiring mercenaries to protect them as they transported their cargo to Dragon City. If they had to leave with it, the costs of protection on the way back and the losses due to dangers on the way would only make things worse. Although Louis knew that the merchants were risking a lot to ship these salt, the benefits that they gained were too high. Louis would not let the merchants exploit his people. Salt was a basic necessity that every human being needed. If the people spent too much of their income on salt, then they would not have enough money to spend on anything else. This would prevent the development of the city. In order to facilitate healthy economic development, Louis had to shut them down. In fact, I might just become a resident here. Look at the lives of the people. They are a lot happier than us merchants. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. At this time, some adventurers had the same thoughts. The amount of money needed by citizens of Dragon City for basic food and drinks was too little. And they, the non-residents, would have to spend 5 to 10 times more to enjoy the same thing. How could this not make them jealous? If I might ask, how can I become a resident of Dragon City? I hear there are identity cards of some sort. Some bold adventurers shouted. They were immediately supported by many adventurers and merchants. At the same time, those residents of Dragon City were beaming with pride. In contrast to their previous selves and these outsiders, the citizens of Dragon City find themselves as if they were living inside God's divine kingdom. Their lives were paradisiacal. Hee. That is a good question. The government official was obviously prepared for this question. He shouted under the eager expectations of the people, "First of all, you must also put your faith in the mighty Lord. This is the most basic requirement. Secondly, the Lord does not like idle people. Even for those who are already residents of Dragon City, once you become too lazy, the Lord will take back your status as a citizen. Only hard work can make the Lord satisfied and oh." The words of the official inspired the people and caused them to whisper. These people had already tasted good food and were living fulfilling lives. They could live in comfort as long as they worked hard, and so they were absolutely unwilling to go back to the former status quo. "What is this identity card, Lord Louis?" The queen, who had been silently watching the people openly, asked this question. "That is a card that proves someone is a resident of Dragon City. Humans are greedy creatures. If the amount of salt and wheat they could buy wasn't limited, then there would be speculators who would buy food from the city at a low price and sell it to other countries. This is absolutely forbidden. In this world where civilization was not developed, food was an important resource. Louis allowed the people to trade freely, but food and other necessities needed to be strictly monitored. Even with his means, Louis had to be careful with them. I can see that Dragon City is still expanding. The number of residents here is indeed a bit low. You plan to use better living conditions to attract more people to become residents of Dragon City and gain believers as well." Louis nodded his head. "According to my design, I would need at least 300,000 to 500,000 people to fill up the city. But believers obtained that way will not necessarily be true believers." The queen's tone was a bit hesitant because the way Louis attracted believers was in truth an unconventional gambit that even she could not predict the effect of. That was because no one could imitate Louis in how he gathered believers with material satisfaction. Gods should be able to distinguish between followers, can't they? If faith becomes the basis of the test, then only those who have true faith can live a privileged life and become rich. If that's the case, then all human beings would become true believers of God in order to live better lives. Humans dream of becoming gods. For these ordinary people, their dreams have always been to have enough food to eat and to wear warm clothes. To obtain these, each of them was willing to dedicate themselves to their faith. As long as the parents are my believers, their children would also become my believers. After a few generations, these beliefs will become fixed. My way is definitely the fastest way to garner faith." Louis paused for a moment before nervously asking, "Your Majesty, I do not know much about the world of gods. There are some things that I may need your answer to solve. I would like to ask, how strong does a god need to be to maintain their godhood? How many believers would they need?" "I can answer that question. A god with powerful divine power would require at least 500,000 true believers to satisfy the needs of their godhood," the queen said in a sultry tone. She didn't seem to be surprised that Louis had ambitions to become a powerful god. "I see. 500,000 true believers. It seems that I have a long way to go. Louis pondered for a moment. Even if Dragon City gained 500,000 residents, he did not dare guarantee that these residents would be true believers. Louis estimated that only about 300,000 of them would be. In other words, Dragon City would not be able to meet his requirements. In the future, Louis needed to expand his faith. He would need to expand his territory and the races under him. There was a huge gap between true believers and pseudo-believers. The latter could be said to have faith in God, but would not follow their teachings. For example, Christianity claimed to have billions of believers, but in fact, more than 95% were probably just pseudo-believers. They only prayed occasionally and considered themselves believers of Christ, but in reality, their choices and lifestyle were far from what their faith required. And so, Your Majesty, there is nothing more to see here. I will bring you to the last place. After that, I will sleep for half a month before traveling with you to the Shadow Realm. Louis and the Elf Queen left without a word, but the decree on salt had spread in Dragon City. This seemingly simple decree would bring great changes to Dragon City's future. The place Louis brought the Elf Queen to the noble district of Dragon City. It was quiet throughout the place, and in the middle of a beautiful garden, a high tower stood. With Louis and the Elf Queen's arrival, the Beastmen warriors guarding the entrance saluted. A dragon and an elf thus joined hands and entered the door. Once inside, the Queen felt several magic fluctuations coming from the tower. At the same time, she could hear the orderly recitation from children. What is this place? The Queen was a little surprised. Although her eyes were hidden behind a mysterious mist, skilled individuals could still discern her expressions. Louis did not answer. He only smiled and continued to lead her to the basement of the tower. In the basement of the tower were jars, pots, and pans strewn all over the place. Marches was on the side making potions, and beside him were 24 magical apprentices in plain robes who were respectfully helping him. When Louis arrived, Marches immediately sensed it. He stopped his activity and trotted over with a smile on his face. Master, when did you find time to come visit the magic tower? Those few apprentices who were originally dumbfounded and stood aside without knowing what to do immediately reacted when they heard March's words. They ran over in a panic and knelt down in front of Louis saying, "Welcome, my lord." These mage apprentices were just ordinary civilians in the past. Because of Louis, they were able to eat well, and this earned him their admiration. In the spirit of repaying him, they became mages and trained hard to serve him. Although they were only apprentices, there was a high possibility of them becoming middle-ranked mages in the future. A middle-rank mage in the current San Soliel could be considered famous if they were in an adventurer's party. Get up. I'm only here to show Her Majesty around. Louis waved his hand to indicate for everyone to get up. After hearing Louis's words, Marches became more humble, so it's Her Majesty the Queen of Silver Moon Kingdom. He did not dare look at the Queen because she emitted an indescribable fatal charm. Even Louis would be lured in from time to time. Moreover, the Queen was one of the most famous demigods in the main continent. As an archmage, Marches was just a worm that she could crush at the drop of a hat. So these are the most talented among the apprentices? Louis looked at the young mage apprentices. They were a group of mixed male and female students, with the oldest no older than 17 and the youngest no younger than 10. In poor family homes, children matured very early. They respectfully bowed their heads with some excitement, but also with faith and respect towards Louis. They stood there without saying anything, but Louis could see the thread of faith that was connected to him with satisfaction. Yes, master. These are the ones with the highest degree of affinity to magic power. They are among the fittest after drinking magic potions. They only took a short amount of time to feel the presence of magic power and were able to control it with their own will. Marches hurriedly replied. Very good. Nurture them well and try to make a few more archmages appear in Dragon City. As their teacher, you would also be able to gain abundant benefits. Continue with your work. The Queen and I still have something to talk about. Yes, master. Marches led the mage apprentices back to continue brewing potions. Louis walked to the side, picked up a wasabi plant, and asked the Elf Queen, "This is a new kind of plant that I unintentionally found. It can be used to create the foundational magic potion that will allow Dragon City to train mages in large quantities. Although I cannot guarantee their quality, I would definitely have them in quantity Omicron es. The ones residing at the higher levels of the tower are children with a great talent in learning. In the future, they will all become members of Dragon City's mage corps. The queen's voice was filled with surprise. You are actually mass-producing mages? Although elves were born with a high affinity for magic and did not need to drink magic potions like humans, the difficulty of becoming a mage was still high. And today, she found out that Louis was creating low-rank mages with large amounts of magic potions. That is indeed so. Mages' spells have many magical effects. Even if the mages do not go to combat or research, as long as they can bring convenience to Dragon City, that would be enough. Louis affirmed the queen's speculation with a hint of unquestionable pride. The elf queen pondered for a long time before saying, Lord Louis, I am very sure that the goddess of magic hasn't fallen. If we wait until she awakens and returns, there is a great possibility that the goddess of magic will create a new magic network again. Louis knew about the magic network. It was recorded in many canonical books. This was something that mages dreamt of even until today. As long as they entered a spell in advance, they could release it whenever they wanted. It could be said that this was the best tool for them to cast spells. I see, creating a new magic network, that will indeed cause explosive growth in the number of mages, but it will reduce their overall quality. Do you really think that a magic network could be built overnight? I could probably have produced several legendary rank mages by then. The queen shook her head slowly. Even if the goddess of magic can regain her strong divine power, creating a magic network from scratch would be a huge project. Once the goddess of magic wakes up, she would have to recover her divine power and then create a magic network. That would take who knows how many years. Moreover, I also possess the divine authority of magic. If she finishes creating her magic network, then any creature that wants to use magic would require her consent. Unless of course, one bypasses the magic network, but that would be no different from present-day mages. Your Majesty, I think you also don't want to see the magic used by the elves become subject to the goddess of magic's control. Even if the goddess is said to be an absolutely neutral god, she still has her preferences and will make partial decisions. But if the elves can help me seize control of a portion of the goddess magic network, the benefits would be big. Louis finally said one of his goals, to seize the divine authority of magic from the goddess of magic. Even if the other party had not yet awakened, even if the other party had to take an unknown number of years to recover, Louis still needed allies to fight with him. The elves were aware that they could not face the gods, but the Silver Moon goddess could. You have a part of the divine authority of magic? The queen was speechless. Although the gods' divine authorities fragmented after the era of disaster, every god would try to complete them once they return. Louis grabbing a part of the divine authority of magic was very incredible in the queen's opinion. However, the faint magical domain emanating from Louis made the queen believe it. Once the goddess wakes up, she would probably become depressed after finding that her most important priesthood had been fragmented. Louis smiled without saying a word. What he was doing now was showing off his power to make himself the best collaborator and find the right allies to face off against the gods. After the brief tour, Louis returned to his nest in preparation for the expedition into the goddess of night's kingdom. He believed that given the clear potential of his city and growth, Carandia and the Silver Moon goddess would not act foolishly against him. As Dragon City was close to the Elven Kingdom, the price of falling out would likely be too great for both sides. In the future, they would collaborate even more, and he could support them with material resources from Earth and in other ways subject to negotiation. Louis's ultimate goal was to become a god, and after 100 years, he would likely become the highest-standing god. The power of Dragon City would certainly be passed on to the next generation, and concessions were not popular in the world. Louis would definitely pass on the position of power to his own bloodline. Giving birth to an excellent heir was something that he pondered about. At the same time, he thought about how his heir would continue maintaining a good relationship with the elves. This was also another difficult political question. Truly wise people didn't only think about the current events. They always had a strategic approach to matters. They would think tens and hundreds of years ahead. They might change the details of the plan, but never the overall means. Louis had to prepare for all situations. The elves had the Silver Moon goddess behind them. In the era when the gods woke up, the Silver Moon goddess would definitely regain her strength with the faith of 1,000,000 elves in a brief period of time. However, because the goddess might feel a threat from Dragon City, she might order the elves to invade it. If a god was well prepared, their strength could definitely not be underestimated. It was something the current Louis could not fight against. If things truly became that way, Louis would give up on Dragon City. He would sacrifice it and have the people fight against the elves, while he would go into hiding and return to Earth to find the energy sources. Once he reached the perfect state, he could absorb the faith from Earth and turn them into divine power in the foreign godhood. As long as he was patient and waited until the foreign godhood obtained strong divine power, Louis would no longer have to fear anything. He wouldn't be shackled by faith. He could break the rules of the world and massacre their believers. Once a god lost all its believers, they would lose their power and fall from the stars. Of course, this would be the worst-case scenario. Louis did not want to experience hell mode difficulty and have every god become his enemy. It was honestly better to play with normal difficulty. If it was before the era of disaster when the gods were divided into camps, the Silver Moon goddess might refuse as chaos and order, and good and evil were in opposition. This made covenants between gods become extremely difficult to make. But now that the world had changed and the rules were all jumbled up, the goddess would definitely choose the right approach. Thinking of this, Louis temporarily eased up and fell into a short sleep. He began to convert his accumulated faith into divine power. After half a month, he opened his eyes. His inverted pupils let out a flash of light. Because he wasn't a true god, he ordinarily shouldn't have been able to use the power of the godhood, but with the support from the power of faith, he was able to tap into some of its abilities. In a lot of aspects, he had improved greatly and deviated further from mortality. The divine authorities of earth, magic, and dreams filled his body. Although he could not fully display their might unless he became a demigod, he used their basic abilities, which make up his trump cards. These abilities were not something that normal mortals nor magic could defend against. Everything's ready. It's time to go. It was better to explore the goddess of night's divine kingdom sooner than later. The more it was delayed, the higher the chances that the gods would wake up. If that happened, the result of the expedition would truly be up in the air. He spoke to one of his maids, "Go invite the queen over." "Yes, my lord." The elven population of Dragon City was extremely happy that the queen had visited Dragon City. Being able to see the lord and the queen were good friends was a pleasant sight for them. If Louis and the Silver Moon Kingdom had a wedge between them, then they would have been put in a difficult position. Soon, the elven queen arrived. Looking at her once more, he felt that barely any time had passed since they last spoke. It was likely the same for her. The queen did not remain polite. She raised her head to look at the dragon atop the golden mountain and asked, "Have you finished preparing?" "It's already done. We can go anytime." "Don't you need to give your orders to your subordinates?" "Dragon City has its own management and operations. I, the Lord, only decide on the strategy that we will go with. I do not involve myself with specifics and be epsilon." With a new government, Dragon City flourished. The government structure was also extremely simple and clear. Everything unnecessary from the old regime had all been tossed aside. Dragon City was still far from Louis' standards, but it wasn't going to decay if he was temporarily absent. "Your Majesty, how is the resettlement of the elves going?" "I spent half a month settling them." "You don't need to worry." This was the result of the Queen's discussion with Louis before he went to sleep. The Silver Moon Kingdom had once again transferred 30,000 civilians to live in the civilian district of Dragon City. This brought the number of elves in the city to 40,000, while the total population of Dragon City was 160,000. The 40,000 elves were chosen by the Queen and had lived difficult lives. All of them were pseudo-believers, as true believers were rare in the absence of the gods. The 40,000 elves became residents of Dragon City, which meant that the Queen acquiesced that Louis could reform their thoughts. They would then become Louis's believers. 40,000 elves left the Silver Moon Kingdom to live in Dragon City, but this also meant a relief on the Silver Moon Kingdom's financial burdens. 40,000 pseudo-believers was not a loss to the faith of the Silver Moon goddess. It was a happy deal for everyone involved. Louis needed a population and a source of faith. The Silver Moon Kingdom needed to eliminate the poor population and reduce its financial burdens. Both sides were very satisfied with the results. Louis always had the illusion that he was buying and selling people. But as the number of elves in Dragon City increased greatly, the future of the city might be one with many mixed races. Although the life expectancy of the elves far exceeded that of humans and beast-men, and some elves looked down on them because of it, the power of love was almighty. It was likely that some people would break racial boundaries in the name of love. In the future, the number of people with halved races would gradually increase. I feel that my territory is developing to be more and more like America. The racial diversification was almost the same. And the means of economic development was also close to American history. Louis sighed and decided to study the history of the United States of America once he returned to Earth. Then, Your Majesty, let us take our leave. The Shadow Realm was forever shrouded in a hazy light. It was a mirror image of the main continent, and as a result, the dimensional walls between the two realms were very thin. In the past, merchants and mages who moved through the main continent would use other realms like the Shadow Realm as a transit point. But nowadays, the different realms had drifted further apart, and only powerful individuals could cross between realms. Moreover, there was nothing to see in other realms. Without the presence of the gods, the Shadow Realm had turned silent and cold. The main continent was the most important realm in the world of Sansolial. It could even be called the center of the world. Whether it was the inner elemental plane or the planes in the outer layer, all of them were centered on the main continent. The reason why the gods placed importance on it and the reason why they attached so much importance to it was because of the large amounts of faith that it could produce. As for the believers from other realms, the amount that they could gain was quite small. It was about the same amount as what Louis got from Earth after the faith passed through many filters. Therefore, the gods could actually abandon all their believers from other planes, but they couldn't ignore those on the main continent. When Louis and the Elf Queen arrived in the Shadow Realm, the sky was still the same dull round sun. As demigods, the two of them didn't need to take any shortcuts when going through the Shadow Realm. Huh? What's that? Every location in the Shadow Realm corresponded with an actual place on the main continent. As Louis and the Queen had teleported from Dragon City, they appeared at its Shadow Realm coordinates. Quickly, however, the Queen recognized some people in the distance. They were none other than soldiers dispatched from Dragon City to supervise the fetchlings. At the moment, they were doing just that. A few months ago, the soldiers found a natural portal to the Shadow Realm near Dragon City. The fetchlings are slaves captured by my forces, and I have ordered the soldiers to capture as many of them as possible to serve as a source of labor. As for the creatures watching the leaves, they were Noella's subordinates. I had them shadow creatures cooperate with the soldiers of Dragon City. As long as they do not stray too far from this area, they will never encounter danger. Louis noticed the Queen's curiosity and so gave a succinct explanation. Why does Dragon City need the fetchlings as slaves for? Although the fetchlings retain their human habits from when they were human, they have already adapted to life in the Shadow Realm. It's impossible for you to bring them to the main continent. I have studied the Shadow Realm before. The land here is very fertile. The lighting might be poor, but it's barely enough. With an unoccupied land this big, it would be a waste if the food was not grown here. Louis pointed at the endless plain in the valley in front of him. Growing food in the Shadow Realm? Your idea was proposed a long time ago, but no one succeeded. The main reason was that there are no water sources in the Shadow Realm. The water here is extremely brackish and can't be used for crops. Only some native plants from the realm could be grown with this water. The fertile land you see in front of you is also rare in the Shadow Realm. Most of the land here is barren. The Elf Queen was afraid that Louis was taking the wrong path and kindly advised. I know your Majesty has good intentions, but I also want you to believe in me. I have a solution to these problems. With land so vast and no enemies, it would be a waste not to turn it into a field. And as long as the land in the Shadow Realm could be utilized, then we would not need to worry about food anymore. Louis laughed with confidence. For a while, the Queen felt puzzled at where this confidence came from. The Shadow Realm was either barren or devoid of fresh water. As a result, there were only a few native plants that grew. Therefore, creatures living in the deep water and fiery pits were more frightening. The natives of Sansolial were also unable to solve these problems. Although the gods could change the fertility of the land and change the water, they had no reason to expend their divine powers in such an endeavor. Yes. However, seeing Louis's confidence and certainty, the Queen did not speak further. That was because the dragon in front of her had already brought forth many miracles. Louis had discovered the unique features of the Shadow Realm earlier on and searched for a solution on Earth. On his last trip, he brought seeds of saline alkali-tolerant rice. Even if the water source of the Shadow Realm was close to seawater, there was no problem at all. The problem of the land being infertile was easier to solve, and he only needed fertilizer. The people of Sansolial didn't know how to fertilize their crops, and C equals so they could stand to gain much in terms of improving their yields. Although this kind of rice had a relatively low yield, the amount of land that could be utilized in the Shadow Realm was plenty. As long as they didn't move towards the territory of certain monsters, then the place was a lot safer than the main continent. With Noella's rule for thousands of years, she had gathered many subordinates. These had all become Louis's spoils, which were more than enough to protect the crops. Even if the yield was low, as long as the land was sufficient, there wouldn't be any problems. The problem of manpower was also solved by capturing fetchlings as slaves. The taste of the food was no concern for the people of San Soliel as long as they could eat their fill. As soon as the food problems were solved, many other problems would also be solved and a different social structure would form. But Louis did not try to explain all these to the Elf Queen and would simply let her witness the terrifying changes later on. Naturally, the two demigods did not walk like mortals. They both used teleportation to jump unknown distances. Soon they reached their destination. "We are here, Lord Louis." The queen raised her jade-like arms and pointed at the front. She had an unusually serious tone, and Louis could make out a hint of tension in her voice. Louis took a deep breath to adjust his mental state, and then looked at the direction the queen's finger was pointing to. From the coordinates given by Noella, they had indeed reached the location of the goddess of night's divine kingdom. At the moment, Louis and the Elf Queen stood outside the San Soliel mountain range. The dull light of the Shadow Realm enveloped the plains beneath their feet, and endless darkness seemed to stretch beyond the horizon. This bleak darkness, difficult to tell from any other patch of earth in the Shadow Realm, was the divine kingdom of a god. Louis was positively stunned by this. By his reckoning, there should at least have been physical ruins of buildings and stones, but the plains seemed devoid of any trace of the divine. It would be impossible for all traces to erode naturally in such a short time span. However, Louis did not say anything and prevented himself from showing fear. He noticed that the expression of the Elf Queen was quite solemn and heavy. This meant that there was something in the barren plains that Louis could not understand. As expected, the Elf Queen's eyes landed on a small pile of rubble and slowly said, "The path to the divine kingdom has been destroyed. 30,000 years is too long." This was when Louis saw a pile of rubble. At first, he thought that it was just a useless pile of stones, but when the queen told him that, he noticed that they had traces of artificial tampering. 30,000 years of time had completely erased everything. The traces of the gods, as well as the divine power on the land, had all disappeared. In the eyes of those who were not aware, the pile of debris felt natural. Although the divine kingdoms of the gods are situated in different realms, they were not part of the occupied realm. They were more like miniature realms, but the difference compared to actual miniature realms was that normal miniature realms were formed naturally, while divine kingdoms were created by the gods. This was also the reason why the miniature realm inside the divine king's crown was an important item left behind by a powerful god. Since the nature of a divine kingdom was the same as a miniature realm, then choosing a miniature realm to turn into a divine kingdom was simple. Louis understood that he was still in the dark about the world of the gods. This was why he talked less and listened more. In order to not let the Elf Queen notice this and expose his ignorance, he gently nodded and pretended to agree with her words. "I came to observe this place for half a month and determined that no one had come here in the last few hundred years. However, I have confirmed that there are traces of activity here from at least 1,000 years ago. Rashly entering a divine kingdom even if it was in ruins was a suicidal act." The Elf Queen had been able to understand how much danger there was after observing for half a month. The person who came here 1,000 years ago should be Noella. It's also quite possible for it to be the demigod Lich that told Noella about the coordinates of the goddess divine kingdom. Do you have any idea who the Lich could be? Louis thought about the Lich who took Noella's body and told her the location of the divine kingdom and immediately asked the Elf Queen. The Lich was truly mysterious. It was unknown if there was a god affiliated with her, or if she was delusional and was trying to steal the throne of a god as a demigod. There might also be a connection between the Lich and the goddess of night, but Louis did not know. The old demigod had lived for who knows how long, so he asked another old demigod. The Elf Queen pondered for a long time before shaking her head and said, "In the years after the era of disaster, many powerful Liches were born, but they have already passed away. Without seeing the Lich for myself, I dare not jump to conclusions. Although the Liches are considered as twisted undead creatures, they have low desires, but at the same time, they also have extremely long lives. It is possible that one hid in the shadows for 30,000 years and accumulated its power in preparation for the coming era. Louis raised his eyebrows for a moment. What you said is correct. It is not necessarily true that the Lich has any ambitions. If Liches and other undead creatures wanted to become gods, they would have to lean towards the few divine authorities related to the undead creatures and death. It was impossible for them to become a god of justice or the god of the sun. This restricted range as well as the dangers of following such a heretical path meant that few would seek to become Liches. Louis and the Elf Queen walked down the hill in silence and reached the pile of rubble. When Louis got closer, he was finally able to see some stone pieces and broken pillars with inscribed patterns. The patterns and designs presented should be related to the goddess of night, but because she did not have the power to protect the place, it had been corroded by the years of exposure to the Shadow Realm's elements. The Elf Queen squatted down and started picking up some stones. Her tender legs were quite eye-catching as they peeked out from her dress in this barren plain. After assembling the stones into a formation, the queen exhaled and said with relief, "Fortunately, these stones inscribed with the emblem and doctrine of the goddess of night are not completely destroyed. We can still open the door to the divine kingdom." Louis saw that the queen's expression became even more serious. This elf's understanding of the gods was too incredible from his point of view. 30,000 years of time had passed. The secrets of the gods had long been lost, but this elf still knew how to open the door to the divine kingdom. This was somewhat incredible. "Lord Louis, please stand with me. I will open the door to the divine kingdom. I'm not sure what it's like inside, but please be prepared to fight at any time." Louis nodded his head to indicate that he understood. He stood by her side in preparation as she mouthed off some spells in the language of the gods. Divine power melded with her commands and flowed out of her body. Soon, a doorway appeared in the air before them. It seemed to have no concept of size. His eyes told him that the door was only about 4 to 5 meters tall, but his divine senses seemed to hint that its presence extended far beyond that. BS. A burst of dark fog blew out from the door as it slowly opened. A mysterious purple light shone from within. Louis and the Elf Queen looked at each other and took a step into the doorway together. Stepping into the doorway, Louis felt his divinity tremble slightly. He could tell that from that very moment, the laws governing the world around him had changed. It was a subtle, almost imperceptible difference, but it was there nonetheless. Likely, only demigods could detect it. The momentary unease subsided and soon he felt the solid earth under his feet. Eyes flashing with divine power, his gaze swept around the surroundings. After a few moments, though, he relaxed. In her heyday, this would have been a suicide mission. Aside from facing another god on their home turf, the goddess of night had an especially strong hatred of intruders. The world was silent and blanketed with a thick carpet of dark fog. The ground was layered in all directions, with broken walls and tiles. And when the wind blew, it whistled with a dreary tone. Louis picked up an obsidian fragment by his feet. It was a remnant of one of the proud residences that stood here 30,000 years prior. Peering into the distance, he could see a shattered mountain peak pulsing with chaotic energy. The Elf Queen walked next to him and spoke, her tone a mixture of several complex emotions. "The laws here seem to be converging with the laws of the Shadow Realm. Normally, a divine kingdom has its own rules which increase the power of its master, but this kingdom has almost assimilated with the Shadow Realm. It is to the point that the rules of this realm have already been replaced by the rules of the Shadow Realm. This divine kingdom has already become useless." The Elf Queen closed her eyes slightly to sense the surroundings, and said, "The size of the divine kingdom is no longer the same. In the past, the goddess of night's divine kingdom reached millions of square kilometers, but now, it is so large that I cannot sense the boundaries." She sighed in pity. Louis replied, "You seem quite familiar with the goddess of night." At this, Carandia smiled and continued, "Even without her support, the goddess of night's divine throne hasn't completely fallen. Even if the entire divine kingdom has fallen into desolation, the divine throne still stands at the core of the divine kingdom. That is our target." The Elf Queen once again pointed at a direction in the distance. Louis looked and sensed powerful fluctuations of divine energy spilling from a tower. Once that building likely housed the Queen of Night's divine throne. It was a symbol of her immense might and could strike fear into the hearts of any other god. Now, however, it was in ruins. "Let's go," he said. He let the Elf Queen take the lead in this situation since she seemed more familiar with the gods. The queen nodded her head and went forward first. At the same time, she said, normal divine kingdoms have various rules that prohibit things like teleportation or even flying. Even if the kingdom is in ruins, it is still better to follow the rules to prevent touching some prohibitions that may still exist. We are better off walking, Lord Louis. The two walked quickly side by side. Suddenly, Lord Louis, be careful. From both sides, the darkness began to churn. A long-robed monster, reminiscent of the Grim Ream, emerged from the cloudy fog. While distinctly humanoid, its body was extremely distorted. Its face was the texture of a willow tree's bark, and its limbs appeared desiccated and thin. Seeing Louis and the elf queen, the monster rushed in their direction. Its behavior was more akin to the ecstasy of finding prey than anger at its territory being intruded on. With a cutie. A divine creature? Louis could sense the faint divinity from this misshapen creature. Its divinity resembled the shard of the goddess of night that he had obtained from Noella. No, it's a divine creature that has been freed from the control of the gods. The elf queen denied Louis's answer and explained further. Then she took a step forward and brandished a magic staff. Louis waited for her to act. To his astonishment, the staff began to shine with moonlight. Its head detached from the rest of it and rose in the air, growing till it became a gigantic, spiky ball. The lower part of the staff solidified into a bar of iron. A chain of light appeared to connect the two together. This staff had actually turned into a morning star. This was a weapon that few people could wield properly. Most of those who did had burly figures and powerful muscles. By contrast, the elf before him was thin and almost frail-looking. Louis felt his scalp tingle. See, could this be the legendary way to allocate points for a mage class? Adding 1 point to magic arts and the rest to strength? For a moment, Louis fell under the elf queen's spell. Wielding her imposing weapon, she danced through the air with exquisite grace and elegance, and she lacked any of the violent and fierce aura that the beast man had. As she moved, her body emitted the potent divine power of the silver moon. In this divine kingdom shrouded by darkness, the crescent moon seemed to rise in the empty sky. Seeing this, the monster seemed to enter an even greater frenzy, and it lunged towards the queen with greater desperation. In response, the queen smashed the head of the morning star into its body. As the spiky ball sank into the willowy figure, it began to transform once more. Light coalesced around it and the sphere turned into 4 curved blades. The 4 of them spouted out from the monster's body, fixing it in place. The queen did not panic and followed up with a spell, shouting, "Prismatic spray." The rainbow light and the light of the silver moon overlapped, turning the world into a brilliant color like fireworks. The colorful light sprayed out as the monster let out miserable screams. Its entire body was completely obliterated by the spell. The flail suddenly turned back into a staff. In the end, the queen was no warrior, just an incredibly unique mage. Louis was stunned. The way the queen used the 7-ring spell, prismatic spray, was completely different from other mages. She released the magic with divine power. Although the spell looked the same, it released 2 different types of energy that gave it a qualitative boost. As a divine creature, it was supposed to have a high resistance to magic, but with the assistance of divine power, the monster's resistance was invalidated and was wiped out by this 7-ring spell. However, Louis knew the reason why she was able to destroy the monster so quickly wasn't because of the spell, but because of the divine power and the weapon in her hands. It was a divine weapon. It wasn't a lesser divine weapon that could be mass-produced, but a genuine divine weapon that required effort and dedication on part of any god. It was one of the strongest weapons in the world of San Soliel, and its silver appearance and energy fluctuations made it clear that it was the weapon of the silver moon goddess. The goddess weapon was enhanced with the divine power of the silver moon. Although the power emitted by the elf queen had a qualitative gap compared with true gods, she could still become the strongest among the demigods. I might not be able to beat that. Louis sucked in the cold air. A bunch of thoughts flashed through his head. After making various comparisons, he came to the conclusion that he could not beat the queen, but as long as he wasn't trapped, the queen would not be able to do anything to him. But then Louis thought about it again. The queen had already lived for tens of thousands of years, while he had only lived for 30 years, including his past life. So there wasn't any reason for him to feel depressed. While Louis's thoughts were flying everywhere, the dead divine creature turned to ashes, leaving behind the divinity of darkness. Divinity is the symbol of the immortality of the gods. As long as no external force influences it, it will never decay. Even after 30,000 years, the divinity here hasn't changed at all. The Elf Queen explained to Louis. Stretching her hand, she beckoned the clump of divinity to approach her. There was some resistance, but it eventually settled in her palm, docile. This divine creature should be Shay's warrior. In the past, only the most loyal believers and strongest warriors have been bestowed with divinity. Although Shay had not yet fallen 30,000 years ago, the divinity of the kingdom was hardly different. The immortal properties of divinity still remained, but because of the disappearance of the gods, the warriors have lost their minds and turned into monsters. A god's divinity was not endless. The stronger gods had more, while the weaker ones had less. To make more divinity, gods would have to spend at least 100 years of time. So they would not simply give away their divinities unless they had abundant quantities of it. Moreover, only a select few were qualified to receive it. The more ancient a god was, the more divinity they had. Normally, powerful warriors were the ones bestowed with divinity. This would cause their abilities and power to improve greatly. Moreover, if the one who received divinity was a legendary rank powerhouse, then there was a greater chance of them becoming a demigod if they had enough talent. Louis stared at the divinity in the queen's hand. Divinity was something that he lacked the most at the moment. Right now, he was only a partial divine creature and became closer to one due to his godhood. Once he collected enough divinity, he could then ignite the divine fire. Ao. There was absolutely no such thing as too much divinity. A lot of divinity was required to become a true god. There were two main ways to do it, by cultivation or by stealing. Demigods were also able to cultivate divinity, but this method would only create weak divine power. It would take at least 1,000 years to obtain a substantial amount. Louis could not wait for 1,000 years, so stealing was the best method for him. Unfortunately, this divinity was not earned by me. Louis felt a bit regretful. If he knew that it would drop divinity, he would have taken down the monster. Louis did not try to become cheeky, because for the Elf Queen, having more divinity was also better. As if sensing Louis's passionate gaze, the queen seemed to be amused and tossed the divinity in front of Louis without a second thought. What's the meaning of this? Louis frowned. He did not gladly take the divinity floating in front of him but asked with doubt. I can see that you want it eagerly. This is different from the confidence and indifference that you've shown before. This divinity has Shay's will, but it's very weak. You only need to destroy the will and the divinity will belong to you. If you don't know how to do it, I can also help you destroy Shay's will. The queen's voice was calm and elegant. She wasn't arrogant because of her power and still spoke with enough respect in the face of Louis. This divinity should also be important to you, right? Is it really good to just give it to me? Louis was hesitant and even thought that there might be a catch. For me, this divinity is not that useful, but for you, it is very important. Not useful? How could it not be useful? Even a weak divinity should be important to demigods. How could one actually say that it was not useful? Does the queen have too much divinity, or is it because she had no intentions to become a god so she did not need to collect any? The first one sounds impossible. Where did she get so much divinity? Has she killed a god? The second one also sounds impossible. Even a devout believer would choose to become one. She could even be subordinate to the Silver Moon goddess. Wait a minute, did she just directly use the goddess of night's name? This is the real name of the goddess of night, right? Hey, anyone with basic knowledge about the gods should know to never call a god's name. That is simply extremely dangerous behavior. At this moment, Louis felt as if he had guessed the true identity of the elf, but he was not fully certain of it. Though he had his speculations, he did not have any evidence to substantiate them. And since the other party said nothing, he pretended not to know. Regardless of her identity, there were substantial benefits to be had from going along with her. For example, the divinity in front of him. Then I won't reject your majesty's help. Louis smiled gently as he gazed at the goddess of night's divinity. He felt that he was robbing the warehouse of the goddess and taking from her whatever he needed. The will of the goddess was thin inside. Perhaps this was still an unbridgeable distance for mortals, but Louis, who had strong divine power and godhood, was able to easily destroy the will with his own will. As the divinity was absorbed, Louis's divinity grew by a bit. He licked his mouth with a sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, he looked eagerly at the divine kingdom. Now that the divine kingdom's size had gotten smaller after being taken over mostly by the Shadow Realm, Louis could tour the entire kingdom and see everything. Divinity was something that could only be cultivated by the gods, making it extremely difficult to find in the world of San Soliel. Now that every creature in the Goddess of Night's fallen divine kingdom seemed to be a divine creature, it would be a waste for Louis to give up on killing them. When the gods returned, it would almost be impossible for Louis to have another chance like this. Lord Louis, are you intending to? Noticing Louis's expression, the queen also guessed his thought. She smiled and asked. There are so many divine creatures in the goddess divine kingdom. If your majesty isn't in a hurry, I wonder if you can wait for me first so that I can sweep this place clean of them. Louis also did not hide anything and bluntly stated his goal. He needed to kill as many divine creatures as possible and gain enough divinity. If he guessed the identity of the queen correctly, she would most likely agree to his request. Although killing these divine creatures would take away the divinity of the goddess of night, she wouldn't suffer any losses, but she would definitely feel uncomfortable. As long as the goddess of night could feel uncomfortable, the silver moon would definitely do it. As expected, the queen did not hesitate at all and nodded her head. Since you need divinity, this is indeed a good place to gain some. However, you shouldn't hope for too much. 30,000 years have passed. How many divine creatures are left in this fallen divine kingdom is anyone's guess. I think there won't be too many, since most of them should have died when the divine kingdom fell. However, if you really need a lot of divinity, I can introduce you to a better place. I will tell you the coordinates after this exploration is over. The queen said sincerely. She did not hide anything and spoke in a somewhat straightforward manner. Split the danger of this divine kingdom with her and provide sufficient compensation afterward, Louis thought. Since the queen had the courage to come to the goddess divine kingdom, it meant that the danger was not as great as he imagined. Otherwise, the queen would not come here with the way she acted for the past thousands of years. Okay. That's a fair deal. Louis nodded his head in agreement. It seemed that the queen would pay a certain amount of divinity to make Louis explore the divine kingdom with her. From this point of view, Louis was the one who had gained, but because divinity was useless to the queen, she exchanged something useless for Louis's help, making it fair in terms of trade. In the following days, Louis, with the company of the Elf Queen, circled the entire divine kingdom. In this ruined divine kingdom, there were no other life forms other than a few divine creatures. It was so barren that almost no living creature, not even plants, could be found. The divine creatures might be unbeatable in the eyes of mortals, but in front of two demigods, they were easily eliminated and had their divinity taken away. Since the foundations for the Dragon God Church has been established in Dragon City, Louis's divine power was able to slowly recover. Now, the more divine creatures he hunted, the stronger his divinity was, which allowed him to accelerate the process of converting faith into divine power. Louis's divine power did not drop anymore and even had a slight increase after coming to the divine kingdom. On the other hand, the Elf Queen's divine power seemed to be endless. No matter how much she used, it never seemed to change anything for her. Although her strongest attacks were only at the demigod level, her divine power's recovery speed was almost similar to the gods. In the goddess of night's divine kingdom, there was no such thing as daylight. So even Louis did now know how long they have been exploring the divine kingdom. They only stopped exploring when they were no longer able to find any divine creatures. In this hunt, Louis had gained around 20 fragments of divinity. Although the qualities were not enough for him to become a god, Louis could now ignite the divine fire at any time and become a real demigod. This way, he would not need the godhood to pretend to be a demigod anymore. As long as he became a real demigod, Louis could become immune to a vast majority of spells. Only spells that contain divine power would be able to hurt Louis. Unfortunately, this place isn't suitable for igniting the divine fire, and I cannot let the queen notice that I am just igniting it. Otherwise, she might doubt where my divine power came from. After making up his mind, he decided to ignite the divine fire after returning to Dragon City. Louis calmly said to the Elf Queen, "Your Majesty, there are no more divine creatures to be found and I have also obtained enough divinity. Let me fulfill my agreement with you to explore the core of the divine kingdom." Louis looked at the black tower in the distance, which was visible from anywhere in the divine kingdom. It was as if it was in front of his eyes. The queen smiled sweetly and spoke with a warm spring-like voice, "Please prepare yourself for what is to come. Even I can't predict what will happen in Shay's throne room. Saying so, the two of them looked at each other and took a few steps forward. In an instant, they directly crossed space and reached the tall tower. After traveling around the divine kingdom, Louis and the queen figured out more about it. The most important thing was finding out that all restrictions on abilities had been lifted. There were no dangers in using teleportation or flight within it. When the two reached the entrance of the tower, a mysterious and ethereal yet beautiful voice sounded. "What's in the throne of the goddess of night's divine throne, you might ask?" Naturally, it is the goddess of night. With the appearance of the voice that seemed to be close yet far away, Louis and the elf queen's expressions changed. Goddess of night? Shay. One was doubtful, while the other was affirmative. One was addressing the god by their honorary name, while the other called out the true name of the god. Regardless, they both referred to one and the same person. "We have not seen each other for 30,000 years, and you have not fallen. This is good news that makes me leap for joy, my dear sister." Neither tone nor emotion could be heard from that voice. It seemed to be teasing, to be indignant, and to be happy all at once. Along with this mysterious yet enchanting ancient voice, Louis could sense that the elf queen beside him had stiffened. Although she immediately relaxed, her movements could not escape his senses. Of course, compared to this, the meaning behind the words of the goddess of night interested Louis more. Not meeting for 30,000 years and calling her sister. These two phrases alone exposed the identity of the queen. In the myths, the goddess of night was born with a twin that symbolized the light. In the subsequent years, that sister lost her divine authority and gained that of the moon in its place. She created the elves and became their goddess, the silver moon goddess Selûne. Louis thought back to Cisna. Her full name was Cisna Susrel. In the ancient elven language, Susrel was another name for Selûne. By bestowing this surname to Cisna, Louis thought that this was only done for reasons of honor and glory. After all, a god's name could not be used directly. But now, it seemed like things were not as complicated as they seemed. The silver moon goddess simply used her name as Cisna's surname. Although he had guessed her identity, Louis still could not believe it. How was the silver moon goddess different from other gods? How could she be active while the other gods were asleep? And what was she actually doing for the past 30,000 years? If the goddess could do this, why couldn't the other gods? Or was it that the other gods could do it, but they were not willing to do so? Many questions popped up in Louis's head. He could only hope that after safely leaving the goddess of night's divine kingdom, the silver moon goddess would explain everything to him. He would also try to learn more about the situation while listening to the two goddess conversation. Louis watched with cold eyes, trying to recall everything he knew about the two goddesses. Unlike most gods who were born from mortal bodies, these two goddesses existed at the birth of the world. In terms of Eastern fantasy, they were primordial gods and goddesses that had the power to bend the rules of the world, but in the end, they became similar to Western gods and goddesses that required the faith of the believers to maintain their power. In the myths, the goddess of night and the goddess of silver moon were born at the same time, making them twins. Selûne was the older and Shay was the younger, the former in charge of light and the latter in charge of darkness. The goddess of light and the goddess of darkness, from their divine authorities, they were born as oppositions. Even if they were sisters, kinship was meaningless to the gods. Even if it meant something, they wouldn't be able to go against their divine authorities. Thus when the two were born, their battles never ended. It could be said that they had fought since the birth of the world till now. Although the battles between the two had been erased by history and forgotten even by the most ancient of gods, the result of their fight was clear: Shay won and Selûne lost. Because Selûne's divine authority had changed from light to moon, her state had degraded. On the other hand, the goddess of night had never lost since the birth of the world. She never lost any piece of the divine authority of darkness. Even after the era of darkness, she still remained as the goddess of darkness. "Why have you appeared here, Shay?" Carandia, or to be more accurate, the silver moon goddess, Selûne let out a shocked voice filled with suspicion. It was as if Shay's appearance here was completely out of her expectations. "Are you trying to pry the secrets from the lady who symbolizes secrets?" "How foolish, Selûne." That unusually thick yet sweet voice giggled loudly. The taste of mockery was so strong that it seemed tangible. Louis tried to recall information on the goddess of night. She was an ancient and powerful goddess with many unusual titles such as Lady of the Night, Lady of the Unseen, Lost Maiden, and so on and so forth. In the long-gone era, there have been countless people praising her with all kinds of names. Although the gods have awakened, most of them should only be able to look into the world and convey their will, but none should have been able to descend. The silver moon goddess murmured as if she was explaining things to Louis. Instead of choosing to sleep, you mustered up your so-called courage to stay in the main continent. I thought you would have fallen without a trace, but I didn't expect you to survive all these 30,000 years and appear in front of me again. Oh. The indistinct and distant, yet extremely enchanting voice echoed with contempt as it mocked the silver moon goddess. My sister, I have been waiting for a long time. 1,000 years ago, a little dragon came here. I let her know of my existence and thought that she would expose this information to the world and pull you in. I didn't expect her to remain calm and keep the information all this time. Only after 1,000 years was I able to feel your presence in the shadow realm. The voice of the goddess of darkness was so close yet so far that Louis began to wonder if she was inside the tower in front or in the path of darkness behind them. At the same time, Louis became thousands of times more alert. Attract was not a word with a good meaning. This meant that the goddess of night had set everything up to lure the silver moon goddess. She definitely had a card to play against the silver moon goddess. Saloon's expression of surprise had also let Louis understand that the situation was already a bit out of their control. He tried to reduce his presence as much as possible and prepared to escape if things went awry. The danger should decrease once he was out of the divine kingdom. Unfortunately, even if Louis wanted to reduce his presence, the goddess of night didn't let him go. Saloon, is this the helper that you brought into my kingdom? It's just a small dragon. I didn't think that after 30,000 years, your eyesight would become so bad. You actually dared to hang out with such a lowly species like a dragon? What a disappointment. Faced with ridicule and mockery of the goddess of night, a normal dragon would have been enraged and charged towards the goddess. However, Louis would not make such a stupid mistake. Although he was angry, he kept his calm and thought of finding an opportunity to give this goddess a hard hit. As for the goddess calling him a small dragon, Louis did not mind it. Even if he was truly 30,000 years old, he would still be young in front of these two goddesses. Although my age is small, there is a place where I am big. Louis thought with ill intent. The silver moon goddess also did not like hearing the goddess of night's disgusting words. With a solemn and cold voice, she said, Shay, I dare you to show me why you're so calm. I'll let you know that you are now no longer a true god. After her words, the silver moon goddess once again raised her magic staff. Lord Louis, please remain still for now. I don't know why Shay is so confident, so we must remain aware of our surroundings. The silver moon goddess thoughts were conveyed directly to Louis's mind. Louis nodded his head and replied in the same way, Please rest assured, Your Highness. Just leave the surroundings to me. In a world where there are no true gods, I need not fear what moves Shay has. There was a reason why Louis suddenly changed his way of addressing the elf queen to Your Highness. These words used the language of the gods. Among the gods, there was only a hierarchy of who was stronger and weaker. Those who were stronger were naturally addressed with Your Highness by the weaker. So far, there had never been a Your Majesty among the gods. Louis's tone was confident and arrogant. As he had said, in a world where true gods did not exist, and demigods were the strongest, he did not have to feel fear or panic. Even if the goddess of morning suddenly descended in the next moment, he would have the power to fight. The silver moon goddess also understood this logic. This allowed her to focus ahead while leaving the surrounding security to Louis. Now that Louis's dragon city needed the help of the elves to become strong, the silver moon goddess did not need to worry about Louis's betrayal. It hadn't been long since she came in contact with Louis, but she also understood that he was only interested in becoming the supreme dragon among the dragons. Shay, why don't you come down from your high horse? The silver moon goddess shouted and raised her flail, the 4-moon staff. The staff's neck once again spread out and turned into 4 moon-like blades. A moon once again appeared in the dark skies. This place was the throne of the goddess of night's divine kingdom ever since its establishment. And this might be the first time it had been invaded by an enemy. The 4 crescent moons were sent flying out by the silver moon goddess. At the same time, a ray of moonlight shot down from the skies, following the wheels forward. The black crystal tower was the seat of power of the goddess of night. In the era long past, it would have been defended by countless defensive mechanisms, but now none of them remained. Soundlessly, the silver moon caused the darkness to disappear as the 4 wheels cut open the doors of the tower. No matter how hard the gates were, they could not withstand a blast of divine power. As the doors broke, it made the divine kingdom look even more ruined. Clack clink. Pieces of crystal shards fell from the tower. The tower was worthy of being the throne of the goddess of night. Even without any protection, it still wasn't completely destroyed from a demigod's blow. However, a deep hole was still created in the end. Louis stared past the doors and could see nothing but endless darkness. Inside the matchless black, a woman could be faintly seen wandering. Sigh. It was an extremely ancient sigh, but followed by an endlessly charming voice that carried the weight of history. Saloon, you are still this short-tempered. This is why you lost the fight with me at the beginning of the world. You have fallen from a powerful god to a middle-class one. As the oldest god in the world, you have taken shelter under the newborn gods, which is really ironic. If the disaster had not arrived, the elves of your faith would have gone extinct and you would have been pulled down from the stars. With this voice, Louis finally saw the true appearance of the woman. It was an extremely beautiful woman with very little clothing. She was clad in the apparel of beautiful Arabian dancers. The black-colored muslin that covered her body touched the obsidian floor. She was almost entirely naked down to her delicate feet. However, under the cover of that layer of muslin, everything seemed blurry. Her skin color wasn't white like the silver moon goddess, but a stunning black jade color that carried unbelievable charm. It was a unique color that was more like translucent light that emitted a faint shimmer. The goddess of night had a perfectly flawless body. She had curves in the right places, and her wasp waist carried a deadly charm. When he raised his head to look at her face, he saw that the goddess was wearing a veil that made her features look hazy yet beautiful, especially her black eyes that carried a provocative feeling. RNOE. Louis looked her in the eyes and felt like he was in a trance. No. Louis was startled when the divine power in his godhood surged up. This caused his consciousness to quickly clear up. When he looked into her eyes, he felt like he was about to be converted into becoming her believer. Her seductive charm was different from a succubus, as hers carried an allure that sinks one into darkness. How terrifying. This goddess charm is simply unbelievable. I'm afraid that the countless people who kneeled in front of her believe in that mystery and nothingness. Thanks to his divine power, Louis was finally able to resist the goddess's charm and able to look her in the eyes. On the other hand, Louis's instincts as a dragon caused him to endlessly praise her beauty. Being able to look at the goddess like this was a great opportunity that would never come again for a long time. If he did not take advantage of the moment to burn her image in his mind, it would be a huge loss. However, compared to the beauty of the goddess of night, Louis was more focused on her power. Louis could sense that the goddess was at the very moment, very weak. Although she had divine power and could be called a demigod, Louis was sure that even he could defeat her. Incarnation? So that's how it is. The gods would awaken gradually. You won't wake up in your own bodies but can only appear in the forms of incarnations. Perhaps that incarnation would not even be able to operate for long in the main continent. The silver moon goddess had a much richer knowledge about the gods. She was able to see through the true form of the goddess of night in an instant. You dare appear in front of me with just an incarnation? It seems 30,000 years had already caused some problems with your brain. Let me destroy your incarnation and make you lose everything you ever had. The silver moon goddess raised her flail and charged in as she prepared to smash the goddess of night. On the other hand, the goddess of night was not willing to show any weakness and took out her weapon. The weapon looked the same as the weapon in the silver moon goddess' hand. The only difference was that it was pure black. The divine clash between sisters began. The silver moon in the sky descended and the black fog on the ground rose up. The goddesses exerted the full might of their divine power, transforming the area into a sea of divine power that sparkled with black and silver light. The rules of the silver moon and darkness engulfed the area, turning into a symbol of power for the two goddesses. Louis retreated backward while watching their battle with cold eyes, hoping to learn something from it. Each strike carried devastating power that could tear the world apart. The ground cracked underfoot like a mirror. Whenever the silver moon goddess waved the 4-moon staff, magic containing power would shoot out. Although these spells could only be 9 rings at most, the usage of divine power instead of magic power allowed it to damage the body of a god. Moreover, the goddess of night was only a demigod at the moment. Compared to the silver moon goddess, the night goddess fighting methods made it harder to keep up. The night goddess was closer to an assassin in terms of occupation. Her silhouette flickered and the dark moon in her hand weaved around like a boomerang. From time to time, she would use coarse language to provoke the enemy and cause fluctuations in Selûne's psyche. The battle between the two goddesses was quite exciting. It looked like the collision of light and darkness at the beginning of the world, but compared to the power used at that time when they were complete goddesses, their current battle was small scale. The divine power of the two collided over and over again, but Louis felt that something was missing. After pondering a bit, he could understand why. Currently, the two goddesses had lost their position as gods, otherwise, they would have used their domains to fight. In the end, they could only fight like Louis after losing all their complex and versatile abilities. The battle had become quite monotonous. However, this monotony was only from Louis's perspective. If a mortal or even a legendary rank powerhouse were to witness this, they would probably not last long from the shockwaves caused by their collisions. However, anyone who witnessed this battle could be considered lucky to be able to watch two goddesses with unparalleled beauty in close physical combat. This kind of opportunity was very rare because gods would not fight each other directly unless necessary. The difficulty in killing each other was simply too high, especially when they only relied on their flesh. Moreover, the two who were fighting were the oldest of gods. The night goddess was now in a bad state. After several exchanges with the silver moon goddess, she had been beaten back over and over again. She would even make some extra movements from time to time, but there was no effect at all. Louis guessed that the night goddess was trying to use her transcendent powers, but couldn't do so, because she was only a demigod. Without being able to use a true god's ability, her movements and behaviors look a little commercial. Since the elf queen is the silver moon goddess, she has remained and lived in the main continent for 30,000 years, making her exceptionally familiar with demigod-level combat. On the other hand, the night goddess had been asleep for the past 30,000 years and was born a god. She simply did not know how to fight as a demigod. The gap in power between the two was that huge. Louis carefully perceived that the night goddess' divine power was becoming unstable. Compared to the silver moon goddess, who was splurging her divine power, she was quite careful at using hers. Although she was a powerful god, she had to have a huge amount of support for her divine power. The speed of her conversion might be fast, but it seemed like there was a limit. The night goddess has believers in the main continent, but there's not many of them. Louis was able to instantly guess the reason. Compared to the silver moon goddess, backed by around 1 million elves, the night goddess most probably did not even have as many believers as Louis. The reason she was able to persist until now was that she was using her capital, using the barely remaining divine power in her godhood. This was the same as Louis's first battle. Shay, you two have fallen. You can now only pay lip service. I don't know why you dare speak with such recklessness. The silver moon goddess slightly raised her hand and used a 9-ring spell, imprisonment, with her divine power. The night goddess was only a demigod, making it impossible for her to defend against the spell. Her body slowly went numb and seemed to freeze for a moment. Immediately after, a silver white will cut open her veil, revealing her mysterious and charmingly beautiful face, but a scar appeared on her black jade skin that let out traces of blood. Because her divine power wasn't enough, she had to economize in this battle. Coupled with her lack of fighting experience as a demigod, it was not surprising that she would be beaten by the silver moon goddess without fighting back. This was something that had never happened in all of their battles. The goddess of night, Shay, was in a wretched state. Although her occupation was close to an assassin, she was more of a mage. But for anyone with the same set of abilities, the distinction between the two occupations disappeared once they reached the legendary rank, let alone the demigod rank. What was truly scary about demigods and gods was their utilization of divine power. Few people would use lower-leveled skills and instead opt to use magic that was more akin to divine magic. Shay, what gave you the guts to dare wait for me here? It's already different from the era of disaster. Although I have lost to you in the long past, the last laugh will belong to the winner. From today onwards, our statuses will completely change. Thinking about her own tragic state in the past, the silver moon goddess spoke without restraint and even felt excited. She had waited a long time for this moment. She had chosen the thorny road to reverse her decline. This allowed her to obtain an upper hand for the first time ever. At this moment, the goddess of night was a little furious to lose to her sister, causing her mood to go sour. She suddenly shouted into the void, I have created a chance for you. The silver moon goddess here is her true body. If you can kill her, then her divinity will all be yours. Even if you can't take all of it, it would be sufficient for you to reach mid-tier divine power, Nu Beta Epsilon. With Shay's words, the Silver Moon Goddess and Louis turned serious as their expressions changed. In an instant, Louis transformed without even thinking. He turned from a human to a dragon so that he could display his full might. The air took on a salty flavor as the smell of fish wafted in from some indecipherable location. One could make out the roaring of waves from the distance. This was the power of a demigod, and Louis was sure of it. Only they, and true gods, could cause such drastic changes to the environment and make it seem natural. Mortals and legendary rank individuals could also do so, but the signs would be a lot more obvious. Of course, the power of gods would be more difficult to detect than demigods. In this world where demigods were now at the apex of power, the appearance of a demigod represented an increase in the danger level. This must be the divine authority of sea breeze, or perhaps some other ocean-related divine authority. This demigod must be related to the ocean. The Silver Moon Goddess quickly explained the origin of the divine power, but even if she did not say anything, Louis could already tell what it was. However, her next words gave Louis enough information that he needed. The god of the ocean fell during the era of disaster. This demigod is definitely not the god of the ocean. From Shay's words, this person requires divinity, so they must be a demigod who has an ambition of claiming the seat of the god of the ocean. So the god of the ocean has fallen. In other words, the enemy is a creature born after the era of disaster. After hearing the goddess' words, Louis wasn't happy and instead strengthened his vigilance. Compared to meeting a demigod born after the era of disaster, Louis would rather face one of those sleeping true gods. Because a long time had passed and many true gods had lost their believers, their divine power would be insufficient, making it a relatively easier fight. It would be like the Silver Moon Goddess gaining an upper hand while fighting the goddess of the night. However, demigods born after the era of disaster were different. They were likely to be leaders of some country or power like Louis. As long as they were not foolish enough to try and ascend, then their strength would be more terrifying than a newly awakened true god. Because these demigods relied on themselves to raise their own positions, they fully understood how to fight on their level. The youngest demigod in the world should be around a few hundred years old. Who knew how old the enemy was? Lord Louis, please help me stop the demigod. I will go take care of Shay first. The Silver Moon Goddess knew that she didn't have much time, and quickly laid down her plans. The current Shay is only an incarnation. She does not possess much divine power. By killing her incarnation here, it would be difficult for her to influence the main continent for a significant period of time, especially with the current state of the gods. In the age of chaos that follows, she will lose a lot of opportunities. I understand. Then, I'll leave the goddess of the night in your hands, your highness. Louis nodded his dragonic head. The unknown demigod had already released his divine domain of the sea breeze, so it would be impossible to escape even if he wanted to. Louis took a deep breath and quickly utilized the power of his godhood. The abundant divine power covered his entire body, causing him to expand and grow to the size of the sky. He had instantly become a dragon that was hundreds of meters big. For a god, the size of their body did not mean much. A larger body did not necessarily mean that it would be easier to hit. This was because the combat of gods was inherently different from that of mortals. So it's a primordial dragon. I thought that all primordial dragons had gone extinct. It's no wonder that saloon would bring you into my world. A demigod primordial dragon is indeed strong. The inky eyes of the night goddess gazed at Louis's body. Demigods did not have the ability to freely change the size of their bodies. Only true gods could do that. So in the eyes of the night goddess, this 300-meter-long form was definitely Louis's true body. As with everyone else, she did not know that Louis possessed the dragon god's godhood. His primordial dragon form had simply fooled almost everyone. The night goddess's tone was calm. Although she praised the power of the primordial dragon, she seemed to not care at all even if they were more disadvantaged compared to Louis and the Silver Moon Goddess. She still remained calm and relaxed. After Louis changed into a dragon, he only displayed one head, but after a single thought, 2 more heads appeared, turning him into a 3-headed dragon. Each head represented a divine authority that he had grasped. His appearance with 3 heads was also his strongest form. Alpha NS. Facing the tidal wave of oceanic power, Louis knew that the fastest way to counter this was to unfold his own domain, the divine domain of Earth. With the thick spread of divine power, the parched Earth seemed to become fertile. The tough Earth collided with the surging ocean. The two sides fought fiercely against each other, but no matter how aggressive the power of the ocean was, faced with the stability of Earth, it would take a long time to break through and could only stay frozen in place. Divine authority of the Earth? The night goddess sensed Louis's power and snickered. You have grasped a fragment of that god's divine authority. It will definitely bring you disaster, as that is also a very ancient god. The goddess of darkness, Shay, seemed to be reminding Louis of the dangers of the divine authority of Earth. She thought that Louis was a dragon who was trying to steal the complete divine authority of Earth. For a demigod, choosing a divine authority was very important. Before the era of disaster, demigods who wanted to become gods had to choose a divine authority unrelated to any other existing gods. This was the safest and most secure way of becoming one. Although many gods had fallen after the era of disaster and many divine authorities remained vacant. Even if that was so, a demigod had to choose a divine authority towards what kind of god they wished to become. For example, the unknown god chose the divine authority of sea breeze to become the new god of the ocean. Therefore, in the eyes of the goddess of the night, Louis was trying to become the god of the earth. However, even the goddess of the night, who was a master of secrets, could not tell that Louis relied on his powerful godhood to obtain his divine authorities. He did not go through a painstaking effort to cultivate his divine authority like other gods, so his choices were plenty. The goddess of the night reminded Louis like a good person, the goddess of the earth is a powerful existence even among the gods. Turning her into an enemy is very foolish behavior. Oh primordial dragon, how about you team up with me in killing the silver moon goddess before you? What she appears now is her true form. If you kill her, I am willing to share half the divinity she possesses with you. Even her moon divine authority could be given to you so that you can become the new god of the silver moon. The words of the night goddess were like a devil's temptation. Her voice seemed to be enchanting and seductive. This caused the silver moon goddess' expression to change as she looked at Louis. Saloon was extremely aware of the dragon's tendency towards greed, and her interactions with Louis only confirmed this. While he seemed intelligent and reasonable at a glance, that was only a farce he pulled to ensure he gained even greater benefits in the long run. In fact, dragons were cunning when they hunted, but in terms of political skills, they were far from humans. However, Louis was different from other dragons and could be called extremely intelligent. That's why the silver moon goddess used promises and baits. She told Louis that there was no danger in exploring the divine kingdom, and as a result, Louis made the decision to follow her. In the original plan, there should have been no danger in this exploration. According to her research, the gods who were sleeping should not have been able to influence the main continent. But for some reason, the goddess of night was able to influence the world for a short time, which was absolutely bad news to her. Because of this mess, the exploration that was safe had turned dangerous. The silver moon goddess was afraid that Louis would cooperate with the goddess of the night and become her enemy. The silver moon goddess' face was shrouded in mysterious clouds, but Louis could detect nervousness from her. At that moment, numerous thoughts flashed through Louis's mind, and he began to analyze the pros and cons. To be honest, the words of the goddess really moved him. From her words, he understood that she had promised this unknown demigod with a portion of the silver moon goddess divinity. Even just half would be enough to obtain a mid-tier divine power. According to this, the goddess of the night was going to take half of the divinity for herself. But with Louis's appearance, she had surprisingly offered the benefits of what she would have gained. She even offered the silver moon goddess divine authority. This goddess was truly worthy of being one of the oldest gods. She had always had the upper hand when fighting against the silver moon goddess. She was also decisive and ruthless as she wished to kill the silver moon goddess forever. If Louis did not know that they were sisters, he would have thought that the two had killed their parents in an unholy feud. At that moment, Louis was hesitant to make that jump. If he could really get the divine authority of the silver moon, he would have the chance of replacing the silver moon goddess. It must be understood that the silver moon goddess had been pretending to be the elf queen for 30,000 years. Not even Cisna knew that their queen was the silver moon goddess. In that case, Louis could become the new god of the silver moon and do things behind the scenes without anyone finding out. But in the end, Louis suppressed his greed and regained reason. First of all, he did not trust the goddess of the night. She was a goddess who managed secrets, but was also ready to use secrets to fight her enemies. From the only records about her, she was a wise yet sinister goddess. If she did not pledge by the river Styx, then Louis would never trust her promises. Even if Louis could become the new god of the silver moon, it was impossible for the goddess of the night to let him keep this a secret. She would definitely tell this to the elves and cause their faith to collapse. When that happens, Louis, who had the divine authority of the moon, would most likely be pulled down from the stars and face complete annihilation. Secondly, the silver moon goddess might have some unknown trump card that could help her escape. If that happened, Dragon City would enter a full-scale war with the elves. With Dragon City's current state, Louis could not win at all. Naturally, the most important thing of all, he possessed the divine authority of the dragon god. It was just that he could not use it at the moment. If he accepted the divine authority of the moon, then he would have to give up on the divine authority of the dragon god. With these on the scale, Louis immediately knew which side he should choose. A with tilde Nigerian Nairo Beta. Choosing the dragon god, and giving up on the moon. After making a decision, the head that possessed the divine authority of dreams opened its mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of emerald dragon breath. In this way, Louis had told the two goddesses his choice. The emerald dragon breath landed on the unknown demigod's divine domain, shifting reality to illusion. The sea collapsed and turned to bubbles as if everything was just an illusion. In an instant, the divine domain turned into nothing. What a pity. It seems you made the wrong choice that you will regret for the rest of your life, little. The goddess of the night let out a sigh as if she was feeling pity for Louis. But Louis ignored her. With the silver moon goddess holding her down, he only had to eliminate the other danger. With a gap in the divine domain of the enemy, Louis was finally able to see the mysterious demigod's appearance. He or she was wearing a light blue robe and was dressed like a mage. The only thing different was that they were wearing a large wizard hat. At first, Louis thought that the person was a witch. From the demigod's appearance, Louis suspected that this demigod was female or perhaps a crossdresser. However, whatever the demigod's gender was, they were finally within Louis's vision. For a dragon, their strongest weapon was their naturally strong body that was known as a miracle of the world. Most spells cast against it would be rendered useless. Therefore, after seeing this unknown demigod, Louis did not even think twice and used his claws to smack them down. With a body that was 300 meters long, Louis's palm descended with the force of a meteor. With the support of his divine power and the genetic transformation performed by the Terran civilization, his physical body was absolutely stronger than any creature in the world. Compared to his claws, the demigod's body looked so small. The moment their sight was obscured by Louis's dragon's claw, they took out a trident. Aqua blue divine power converged on it and the sound of waves echoed from the void once again. The trident and the claw collided with each other. Boom. A terrifying explosion sounded. A giant hole appeared in the goddess of the night's divine kingdom. The demigod was slapped hard onto the obsidian ground by Louis's strike. At the same time, Louis felt a stinging pain from his claw that was cut by the trident. It's a divine weapon, but only a lesser one. Louis judged that the other party was different from the night goddess and the silver moon goddess. She lacked the resources and backing to have a genuine divine weapon. Although lesser divine weapons were powerful, they were not that deadly to Louis. He only needed to be careful if the other party held a genuine divine weapon. For dragons, their bodies were equivalent to a divine weapon. Although Louis's body could barely be categorized as a lesser divine weapon, it was only a matter of time for him to evolve into his final form and make his body to be similar to a genuine divine weapon. And sure enough, she erupted from the hole in the ground a second later. Her robes were completely intact, suggesting that she took very little damage from the affair. She raised her trident once more and flew towards Louis's face. Going for my eyes? Not bad, Louis laughed. There was no such thing as a disability for a god. Even if their eyes were blinded or they lost an arm, they would recover with time, but Louis was not willing to be blinded by others. Seeing her lean but toned figure, he surmised that she was a warrior who emulated magical methods with divine power. In a second, he recalled all the spells he had learned so far. After his evolution, he had learned how to use all spells below the demigod rank. As for legendary ranked spells, he would need a deeper level of understanding before he could use them to the same degree. Save for the necromancies he obtained from Noella, he couldn't easily utilize most classes of such magic. Despite the other party's diminutive stature, compared to his size, he would take her on with utmost seriousness. Louis raised his dragon claws again and slapped towards the mysterious demigod once more. In a bid to evade this, she twisted midair and soared faster towards his face. Under normal circumstances, let alone Louis, even a demigod would not be able to avoid the trident. At most, Louis could close his eyelids and let himself be hit. However, Louis smiled and changed his claw strike to a poke. Order, shock. This was one of Louis's favorite spells in the order system. Its effects were the same as words of power, which used words to cause powerful spell effects. Although it wasn't as powerful as prophetic spells, it was still powerful. If an ordinary mage used the order system of spells on a demigod, it wouldn't have any effect. But if divine power was used, it would be enough to break through any natural spell resistance of demigods. Louis pointed his finger-like claws at the demigod, and for a split second, she felt her muscles stiffen. This was enough time for Louis to do many things. 9-ring spell, time stop. The authority of magic granted him the ability to learn almost any spell and use them with expert-level proficiency. This was also why the goddess of magic could understand every spell. Mortals could never compare to this kind of ability. Louis was also grateful to the era of disaster. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the divine authority of magic to appear in his body. When the era of disaster happened, many divine authorities were fragmented, creating multiple copies. The majority of the divine authority of magic was still in the hands of the goddess of magic, as she was the rightful god of the domain. But with the divine authority of magic that Louis seized, he could also become a god of magic. The 9-ring spell, time stop, sounded outrageously powerful, but in fact, it didn't fully live up to its name. All it did was to alter a creature's sense of time and create a gap between their perceived sense of time and the actual passage of time in the world around them. Unless Louis lit up the divine authority of time, which was a strong and rare divine authority, he wouldn't be able to actually halt its sands. The effect of the 9-ring spell was too perverse. In the face of it, the resistance of gods and demigods would also become stronger. Louis naturally knew that even with divine power, it was impossible for him to make a demigod come to a complete stop, but the demigod never imagined that Louis would use this spell on her. Louis did not seek to freeze the enemy. As long as her time stood still for a moment, he could use many stronger skills. After stopping the demigod with shock, Louis used time stop to increase this gap. In that instant, Louis unleashed countless spells. These spells were delayed spells he had prepared beforehand, but to outsiders, it would appear as if Louis unleashed powerful spells in one breath. Crushing hand. A giant hand of darkness appeared in midair. This appendage expanded violently and fell down like a divine palm from the sky. The demigod with the power of the seas was slapped back down the ground. Great Mage's disjunction. Louis's claws once again slashed, creating a crack in the void that moved towards the demigod. The demigod raised her trident in front of her to block the attack with the divine power in his weapon, but he did not expect Louis to use such a spell. In a panic, she moved back to the divine equipment. A with circumflex obey. This spell was extremely subtle. Its power did not affect living bodies, but it was effective against material objects and spells. It wasn't a legendary spell, but it was capable of damaging even divine equipment. Although the chance was small, the possibility was not zero. If the divine equipment in the demigod's hands was a genuine high-class divine weapon, Louis wouldn't dare use this spell, as even if he succeeded in destroying it, the resultant shockwave would threaten even him. But if it was just a lesser divine weapon, then Louis did not care. Even if it was destroyed, there would be no repercussions. Even if the possibility of breaking it was also low, demigods cared for their weapons very well. Even if there was a small possibility, the enemy demigod was reluctant to try it and instead put away her weapon. This gave Louis the opportunity he needed. Finally, Polar Ray. Louis had used 3 high-ranking spells in quick succession, catching the mysterious demigod off guard. Louis clearly had a powerful body, but actually used magic to fight. An extremely cold ray of light shot out from Louis's fingertips and penetrated the demigod's torso, covering her with a layer of frost. The demigod grunted in pain. This was the first time she let out a sound ever since she appeared. This allowed Louis to finally determine her gender. She was dressed like a witch and was a woman. But she couldn't use magic at all. The demigod of the ocean was still recovering from the shock of witnessing Louis's magical prowess. Among the members of the illustrious draconic race, there were indeed a few who learned how to use magic, but these individuals were extremely rare. And those who could reach the domain of legendary or 9th ring magic were exponentially rarer. Initially, she had prepared for a brawl, but he sneakily subverted her expectations and pulled the rug from under her feet with his magical attacks. In fact, if not for the divine authority of magic, Louis would not be able to use magic at all. Learning spells required talent and perception. This was the same as algebraic geometry. Louis was previously just a normal human, and saying that he had any latent talent was obviously impossible. The demigod rose in anger again. The air once again became humid. The sound of waves and the breeze once more spread out. Louis could even see the sea appear in the distance. Its mood was tempestuous and raging, likely mirroring the demigod's. The waves fiercely slapped down, every single droplet in them containing divine power. It seemed that the demigod was truly furious and even ignored the cost of such an attack. Although demigods couldn't create miraculous attacks that gods could do, the pure destructive power was on a similar level. A monstrous wave struck the great earth in the goddess of night's divine kingdom, and azure light filled the sky and the earth. On the other hand, Louis spewed out his emerald dragon breath. Any matter that it touched was turned into nothingness. Even the divine power used to create the ocean disappeared after being hit. It was as if the seawater evaporated due to the high temperature. A huge hole had appeared, and at the same time, Louis's other head spewed out magical dragon breath that contained pure magic power. Each breath of his wreaked destruction and chaos. His huge body danced in the air and occupied the skies, while the other demigod integrated with the ocean, turning herself into pure water. With one in control of the air and one in control of the sea, the two unleashed wanton destruction in the goddess' divine kingdom. Even the dark tower was completely annihilated. After the initial explosions, the demigod who mastered the sea seemed to have calmed down as the sea calmed down as well. She understood that she could not cause any harm to Louis in the skies above. After it became obvious to the demigod that she was helpless against Louis, she ceased all activity and stopped fighting. The cooperation between the mysterious demigod and the night goddess was without a doubt to kill the silver moon goddess and her divinity, but Louis's appearance had greatly reduced their chances of success. Knowing that she might not get any benefits in this battle, the demigod stopped putting in any effort into her work. Whether it was Louis or the demigod, both were just demigods. Every drop of divine power was previous to them. Louis at least had the godhood which could be filled up with tanks of divine power, but the mysterious demigod seemed to have a limit. If Louis truly fought with her to the death, then there was a high chance that he could kill this demigod, but there were no benefits to it. Louis was currently lacking in divinity, but if the other side blew up their own divinity, then he wouldn't be able to gain any benefits. Moreover, if other demigods caught the news that he was exhausted and injured after this fight, they would definitely flock to him like vultures. Thus, Louis and the ocean demigod came to a tacit understanding. One flew in the sky and occasionally blew out dragon breaths, while the other wandered in the sea and occasionally sprayed some waves for show. The two focused on the sister goddesses instead. Louis now needed to protect the silver moon goddess under any circumstances. He could not let her life be in danger. As long as the both of them were able to leave this place, then the silver moon goddess would owe him a huge favor. The favor of a god was a great opportunity, especially when the silver moon goddess hadn't told him where to find more divinity. He would never let this goddess encounter any problems. But soon, Louis found that he had been thinking too much about their battle. The silver moon goddess stayed dominant the entire battle, while the night goddess was on the side of the suppressed. It was like a powerful god fighting a weak god. Both of them weren't on the same level at all. If I go, I think I can also win. Seeing that the goddess of the night was this weak, this idea emerged in Louis's heart. If the goddess of the night did not have her divine weapons, which increased her power, she might have already been defeated. Louis's nervousness and fear towards the sleeping gods were all gone. If all the gods were to be at this level of combat power when they woke up, Louis was certain that he could beat them. Suddenly, the light from the silver moon and the dull light from the darkness collided together and exploded. The once powerful ancient gods were now reduced to this crude manner of using divine power. During this collision, the silver moon goddess body was knocked back and smashed against a hard black mountain. The goddess painfully grunted, and even the mist covering her face dissipated. At this time, Louis had no time to care about the silver moon goddess and paid more attention to the night goddess. She was even more miserable. With the explosion of divine power, she was smashed to the ground below and the divine power covering her body had instantly weakened. 30,000 years of sleep had reduced her divine power to the extremes. Louis's eyes shone. Now that the night goddess had temporarily lost the protection from divine power, her beautiful body was exposed in Louis's eyes. Louis did not keep watching the beautiful body. He suddenly raised his claw and fired a high-energy beam. This was the weapon created by the Terran civilization on his body. Because there were no magic or divine power fluctuations, the ocean demigod was not able to react at all. By the time she saw the beam of light, it had already penetrated through the night goddess' chest from the back. Alpha. This scientific sneak attack could not be detected at all, and Shay was caught completely off guard. She only felt pain in her chest as a bloody hole opened. She spat out a mouthful of blood and shriveled up. "Oh great goddess of the night, Shay, although this is only your incarnate, please die under this little dragon's wrath." Louis had long felt discontent from the moment the goddess of the night looked down on him. He didn't abandon this chance at all and flicked a few more times, causing countless energy beams to shoot out of his fingers. Louis' sneak attack was something that neither Shay nor the ocean demigod did not anticipate. Both of them had guessed that Louis might perform a sneak attack, but they never imagined his methods to be this stealthy. What he used simply did not have any spell fluctuations, divine power fluctuations, or even sound. It was completely beyond their predictions that he would fire such a terrifying beam of light. If the goddess of the night still had divine power protecting her body, the high-energy beam would not be able to deal any damage to her, but Louis had grasped the moment when the two goddesses crossed divine powers. At that moment, the goddess of the night temporarily lost divine power, giving him the chance to launch the perfect sneak attack. After succeeding once, Louis wanted to continue and fired more high-energy beams. This time, the ocean demigod was able to react. She quickly raised a wave that contained divine power to block Louis' beams. This gave the goddess of the night a chance to breathe. However, this chaos caused everyone to forget about the strongest among them, the silver moon goddess. Just when the goddess of the night and the ocean demigod were both scrambling, 4 silver moon blades flew out with the moonlight. The goddess of the night, in a pinch, directly blocked the weapon with her dark disk. The divine power collided once more, but the divine power that came from the goddess of darkness was much weaker than it was at the beginning. On the contrary, the silver moon goddess had the backing of millions of elves. Even if she had lost her godhood and could not compare to the amount of divine power that Louis could store, she had high-tier divine power, the support of the elves, and an unimaginably fast faith to divine power conversion rate. This made her divine power seem infinite, while the goddess of darkness was completely out of breath. The goddess of the night was unable to fully display her abilities as a true god, and her profession was closer to that of an assassin. She wasn't good at defense at all. After blocking several times, the silver moon goddess finally obtained an opportunity. Implosion. The silver moon goddess moon rings transformed back into a staff and pointed it at Shay. Shay was locked in place as silvery gloves erupted from within her body and a trail of black smoke effused the air around her. Her jade-black body was tinged with white spots as if she had some kind of skin disease. The silver moon goddess did not use a spell, but a priest's holy magic. While she was a mage, the silver moon goddess was also a priest. The battle between demigods or gods was not as complicated as the lower-ranked professions where the scales could shift because of various circumstances. Other than the difference between the godhoods, the most important thing was their numbers. In other words, it was always better to fight as a group than to fight alone. This was why the gods had split apart. Even powerful gods need to belong to a faction. Unless they were desperate, gods would not use their true bodies to fight. On the other hand, using incarnations did not affect them too much. At most, they would just coop themselves up in their divine kingdoms and not make a mess of things. The goddess of the night knew that she was no match for the silver moon goddess in single combat, but the reason she lured her in was that she wanted to rely on the ocean demigod to help her. This would allow them to team up and kill the silver moon goddess. In any case, this place was her divine kingdom. Even if it was in ruins, she had the ability to limit people from entering or leaving it easily. This would trap the silver moon goddess like a turtle in a jar. Louis' appearance wasn't out of Shay's expectations. Since she had a helper, it would be natural for the silver moon goddess to also find helpers to come and explore the divine kingdom. She had already planned to seduce Saloon's helpers and make them betray her. With everyone attacking the silver moon goddess, she would most certainly die here. This ruined divine kingdom was simply prepared by Shay as her sister's burial place. However, the only thing Shay did not expect was that Louis would remain steadfast in the face of such temptation. He did not choose to betray Saloon and instead chose to continue to help her. This made Shay puzzled and curious. This was a one-of-a-kind chance. As long as Louis joined hands with her to kill Saloon, then Louis would be able to gain mid-tier divine power without any obstacles. Mortals and demigods would never give up this chance to become a god, but Louis's decision was simply incredible. This dragon must have its own secrets. The goddess who lorded over secrets instantly became interested in Louis. Although her attack on the Silver Moon goddess had failed, she was not annoyed. This was the difference between gods and mortals. Mortals could be ruined over a single failure, but for gods, as long as their real bodies were fine, they were indifferent to the destruction of an incarnation and other such things. Moreover, Shay still had a trump card, so things had not yet concluded. New ES. Shay had been hit in the chest by Louis's high-energy beam. Because of the high temperature, it had cauterized, but her divine power started moving and began to close her wound. However, compared to this wound caused by Louis, the injury caused by the Silver Moon goddess was obviously more difficult to recover from. Her black muslin had been torn to strips of cloth. Her alluring delicate body, that seemed to be perfect, was now riddled in with wounds. This was all caused by the Silver Moon goddess weapon. The white spots on her jade-black skin were burning her body, and she could only wrinkle her brows in pain. The only thing that could resist the power of the Silver Moon was the power of darkness within her. The intense battle had left her with little room to repair her damaged clothing, and consequently, she was currently topless. After the intense battle, the divine power of both sides had weakened significantly. Even the Silver Moon goddess' total divine power had decreased. The ocean demigod withdrew her domain to save her divine power. She held a trident while standing by Shay's side. Louis also shrunk his body back to 40 meters. Louis and the Silver Moon goddess were hovering in the air and watching the two enemies in front of them. "Thank you for your help, Lord Louis. It's thanks to you that I was able to gain an advantage." The Silver Moon goddess, Saloon, said gratefully. Louis's choice of helping her, when posed with the choice that no one should be able to reject, moved the goddess' heart. It must be known that Shay's temptation just now was something truly irresistible. It was the hope of stepping towards becoming a god. Anyone might be willing to fight for such a chance. "Your Highness, now is not the time to let down your guard. Shay will not easily give up, and I have a hunch that her plan isn't this simple." In truth, if Louis did not have the godhood of the dragon god, he might have worked together with the goddess of the night and eliminated the goddess of the Silver Moon. For a newly ascended god, taking steps from a god with low-tier divine power to mid-tier divine power was incredibly difficult. Instead of walking around blindly, it was better to kill a god and steal theirs. But because Louis had a godhood with high-tier divine power and his divine authorities were already fixed, he chose to help the Silver Moon goddess. "You are right. I'm afraid Shay will not give up this easily. We have to be a bit more careful. This world seems like it's about to collapse." After a period of time, this divine kingdom would without a doubt complete collapse and disappear into the crystal wall system. The Silver Moon goddess calmly said. The mist that had been hiding her face had already been completely dissipated after fighting with the goddess of the night, revealing her true appearance. "Lady, things have taken an unexpected turn. If you have no other means, please don't blame me for leaving here. I am not prepared to take on two powerful demigods." The mysterious demigod of the ocean stood next to the goddess of night and spoke sharply. No demigod was foolish. And as it became increasingly clear that an unfavorable gap existed between the two sister goddesses, and between her and Louis, she felt little compulsion to continue the battle. She had already been beaten back to the point of retreat. The aura of the goddess of the night was also getting weaker and weaker. The divine power in her incarnation was close to being used up. If the goddess was killed here, then only an incarnation would die, but if the ocean demigod was negligent, she might really fall. This was the difference between true gods and demigods. One allowed defeat, while the other one didn't. Even without the divinity of the Silver Moon goddess, I have a great guarantee that I could become a god, but I will still need to accumulate divinity diligently. That would be better than risking my life here. If you have no better plans, then please forgive my choice. The ocean demigod's tone gradually became harsher, to the point that she was already threatening the goddess of night. She looked at Shay as if she would choose to betray her if she could not provide a satisfactory answer. In the beginning, the ocean demigod was being very respectful to the Shay, but her attitude became worse and worse as the situation changed. Those that could become demigods were very sensible people. The ocean demigod had probably found out from the battle between the goddesses that the goddess of the night was not powerful. She did not have to please her at all. The night goddess was indeed the weakest of the four people present at the moment. Your Highness, it seems the other side is having an internal strife. Louis stretched his body. If the goddess of the night still had any cards to play, he had to prepare countermeasures for any situation. It seems their relationship is quite businesslike. They aren't good friends like us. Selûne smiled, her tone thick with mockery. For a moment Louis wanted to rebut by saying that their relationship was also founded on interests, but seeing the resentment Selûne had for her sister, he swallowed his words and nodded in agreement. Had Louis not accompanied the Silver Moon Goddess today, then she would definitely have met with trouble. She would have been able to tempt whoever she brought along to turn on her. The goddess of the night had just woken up, but already began to plan against her sister. It seemed that the battle between the two would never end until one of them disappeared from the world. Only when another invasion like the invasion of the Terran civilization occurred would they stand side by side to fight. Louis turned his head to look at the Silver Moon Goddess' face. Without the mysterious mist covering it, Louis could clearly see her appearance. The Silver Moon Goddess and the Night Goddess resembled each other. The only difference was their temperaments. The Goddess of Night was like a blooming mature flower that contained endless charm. Her delicate body was quite lovely enough to fascinate any male creature into her eternal dark temptation. On the other hand, the Silver Moon Goddess was different. Although her every movement carried a suffocating attraction, her temperament was quite cold. She was like a moon in the night sky that could be seen from afar, but not touched. With her delicate and soft features and the subtleties of her bare skin, her beauty gave a sense of holiness. In particular, her jade-like skin was as strange as the Night Goddess' skin. Her skin was close to transparent, silvery white as if it was suffused with pieces of moonlight. It seemed to be the inverse of Shay's dark jade skin. With diuresis and omicron B. Cuckoo, ha 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 ha, don't be in a hurry just yet. Shay cackled. The goddess of the night placated the ocean demigod, but Louis could clearly hear her displeasure in her laughter. It seems that being threatened by a demigod made this ancient goddess feel that she had lost face. In addition to the Silver Moon Goddess mockery, this goddess, who did not know the meaning of generosity, became even more resentful. The Silver Moon Goddess helper, Louis, could not only resist her charms, but also shared their joys and sorrow. On the other hand, the helper that she found began to threaten her with betrayal the moment she found out that they were at a disadvantage. Comparing the two, it was impossible for the goddess of the night to be happy. She was not in a good mood. Her tone of voice changed and shouted at this realm that was almost close to collapsing, "This is the best chance of revenge that you have had in tens of thousands of years. What are you still waiting for, the collapse of my divine kingdom? Selûne will soon return to the main continent and you will lose your only opportunity. Shay, I don't need you to tell me that. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time." Suddenly, from the darkness echoed a confused, chaotic, and bizarre female voice. The surrounding environment changed once more. If the previous world was the pure darkness of Shay that did not contain any evil, then at this moment, an abyss-like evil atmosphere had dominated everything. Hanging in the middle of this chaotic world was a thick, nauseating miasma laden with pure negativity. Then as the darkness rolled by, the figure of a tall woman appeared. She had long ears that were similar to those of the elves, but her skin was grayish-black rather than fair. She wore a priest's robe that was inlaid with golden tassel embellishments that looked like human bones. The limbs growing out from behind her looked like bony black spider legs, revealing her identity instantly. "Spider Goddess Rose?" the Silver Moon Goddess exclaimed. She didn't expect to meet the greatest traitor of the elven gods here. "Rose, why is a traitor like you here?" The Silver Moon Goddess' expression instantly changed when she saw the Spider Woman. Her cold and unparalleled beautiful face changed to one of anger. It was an even stronger reaction than when she was facing the Goddess of the Night. "Traitor? No, you are the one who lied about dying. But this is really good. Now I can kill you myself." The Spider Goddess with black hair and gray skin let out a whistling sound of surprise. The atmosphere of decay and corrosion that surrounded her became thicker and thicker. This goddess that had just appeared seemed to also have the characteristics of the divine authority of darkness. When her darkness united with Shay's, they surprisingly looked complementary to each other. After the Spider Goddess appeared, Shay seemed to have become a bystander. Her charming eyes watched the Spider Goddess and the Silver Moon Goddess. Her pupils were dark and sinister, desiring the spider goddess and the silver moon goddess to take out each other. Louis inwardly cursed the moment he saw the beautiful woman with spider characteristics. There were few to no records of the events that happened during the era of disaster. However, there were many records of events that happened before that era that had been preserved. Although the gods had been asleep and did not show their miracles for more than 30,000 years, any records obtained from those eras were like myths and stories. In order to understand the gods, Louis studied those documents and canonical texts. Among them, the love-hate relationship between the spider goddess and the silver moon goddess was a very straightforward and interesting story. In order to explain the emotional entanglement between the spider goddess and the silver moon goddess, one had to start from the goddess of night, Shay, and the goddess of light, Selûne's rivalry. The goddess of light was the previous form of the silver moon goddess. At that time, she was the one who mastered the divine authority of light. She and Shay were named as two of the world's strongest gods. When faith had not yet existed, these two were natural gods, created by the crystal wall system. Because their divine authorities and concepts were opposites, the twin goddesses warred with each other. In the beginning, they were both evenly matched. The war continued for an unknown amount of time until the rules of the world changed. The gods lost their original power and required faith to survive. It was this shift that allowed Shay to seize the opportunity to put down the goddess of light in one fell swoop. This caused the goddess of light to lose her divine authority of light, but she did not immediately become the silver moon goddess. At that time, there was a powerful god of nature among the ancient gods. For some unknown reason, he had chosen to sacrifice himself and give all his divine authority of nature to her. At that time, the spider queen goddess Rose was still the goddess of fate of the elves. She was someone who possessed high-tier divine power and became the companion of the silver moon goddess. The two were thus coupled. The silver moon goddess was essentially female, but it was not difficult for the gods to change their gender. At that time, the silver moon goddess became the main god of the elves and obtained the divine authority of nature, turning her into a male god. To a certain extent, she could have been called a fraud. After that, a series of events happened which led to the relationship between the goddess of destiny and the silver moon goddess deteriorating. Eventually, the goddess of fate chose betrayal and joined forces with a group of evil gods to invade the kingdom of the elves. She herself had fallen into depravity and changed from the goddess of fate into the form of a spider. The elves who believed her had also degraded and turned into drows who were banished to the dark regions. Louis would never believe it if someone told him that the goddess of the night did not push the spider goddess to betray. In the end, the former god of nature had disappeared and the main god of the elves became the goddess of the silver moon. From a god with high-tier divine power, she had become one with mid-tier divine power. The goddess of the night had once again won. After that, the goddess of the night continued to play tricks that weakened the silver moon goddess further to become a god with low-tier divine power. At this point, the silver moon goddess who could be killed cleverly chose to find other powerful gods to shelter her, thus escaping the fate of being killed by Shay. Afterward, the descent of the era of disaster had given the nearly desperate silver moon goddess another chance to live so that she could once again restore her original powers. The spider goddess and the night goddess, who were both here at the moment, could both be called her mortal enemies. If the night goddess was considered as a rational enemy, then the hatred between the silver moon goddess and the spider goddess had reached a paranoid level. At this time, Louis felt a headache and wondered if choosing to help the silver moon goddess was the right decision or not. Her enemies were simply too many. The most troublesome among them was the goddess of the night. This enemy was simply like gangrene that had followed since birth till now. "Rose, why are you helping Shay?" The silver moon goddess was shocked and angrily shouted. "Because I have the same goal as the lady of the night, and that is to kill you. What's wrong with our cooperation?" The spider queen's eyes burned with hatred for Selûne's. Although Rose had transformed into a spider, she remained beautiful in Louis's eyes. Her human and arachnid features blended together to form an exotic and captivating appearance, especially for one with a dragon's sensibilities. "A with circumflex Nigerian Nairi, yes. As long as I can kill you, I don't care who I work with. It's great that your true form is here. When I kill you, I will send an army of drows to attack the forest of the moon and kill all the elves." The spider legs behind Rose began to shake. Any sane mortal who looked at them would probably quickly go man. Shay is now the common enemy of the gods. It was with her cooperation that the invaders were able to cause the era of disaster. when the gods all return, they will never let her go. I don't think you also want to be the enemy of the gods. The silver moon goddess words stunned Louis and the ocean demigod. They never expected such a secret backstory about the era of disaster. They never expected that the goddess of the night cooperated with the invaders to let them in and attack the crystal wall system. This is really shocking news. The goddess of night, Shay, was actually a traitor to San Soliel. Perhaps her ambitions were so great that she wanted to annihilate all of her competitors and rule over the world of San Soliel by herself? For a moment, many thoughts swirled in Louis's brain. He was very interested in the events that transpired. After all, this was a secret that even he did not know. It seemed that there were more secrets to uncover about the era of disaster. Louis did not know much about the Terran civilization that invaded the world of San Soliel. Other than the silent intelligent brain who would only speak up when Louis found an energy source, Louis did not know anything about the civilization. Just from the technology that the civilization left, he could guess that they were very powerful. At first, Louis thought that the Terran civilization directly made a massive invasion of San Soliel and destroyed many realms. He thought that they would not contact anyone from this barbaric lower civilization, but from the words of the Silver Moon Goddess, the Terran civilization had not only contacted an indigenous creature of San Soliel, they even contacted one of the strongest gods of this world. When the words of the Silver Moon Goddess fell, the Goddess of Night's expression turned to gloom. Her pair of alluring, as if always teasing dark beautiful eyes, had become quiet. That sudden change in atmosphere let everyone know that the Silver Moon Goddess words were not lies. Afterward, the ocean demigod unconsciously distanced herself by a step from Shay. Although it did not mean completely abandoning their relationship, this behavior told others that their relationship had become complicated. The ocean demigod was not stupid. She chose to cooperate with Shay just to obtain the Silver Moon Goddess divinity. If Shay truly became the enemy of the gods and she joined her side, then it was the same as courting death. Unless Shay became the strongest goddess of the world and was dubbed as Her Majesty, then it was impossible to win against that many gods. If they were at times of peace, Shay's high-tier divine power would save her life even if all gods became her enemies. At most, she would be suppressed by the gods, but no god would dare enter her realm and attack her. The gods were also self-preserving creatures and feared death. However, the present era was soon going to become chaotic. It would be the era when the gods revived. Shay wouldn't have her divine kingdom, and the card she left behind in the theocracy did not seem to be successful. If the gods were to stand against her, she would undoubtedly fall. That's why you chose to attack the Silver Moon Goddess here. You plan to seize the divine authority of the moon and pretend to be the Silver Moon Goddess. With a million elves believing in you, you could gradually recover and stand at the forefront of the gods. At that time, even if the gods become your enemy, it would be impossible for them to wipe you out. Louis spoke out and immediately understood the Goddess of Night's plans. He finally understood why she wanted to do this. In addition to her hatred of the Silver Moon Goddess, she wanted to use the life of the Silver Moon Goddess to obtain a new life. At the same time, Louis's heart was also shaken. The Goddess of the Night was truly worthy of being an ancient god who warred with the Goddess of Light. She was even almost successful in playing the Silver Moon Goddess to death. Her plot and cunning were simply terrifying to the extreme. Louis was lucky. If he had been tempted by the Goddess of Night and backstabbed the Silver Moon Goddess, then he would never be able to get the divine authority of the moon. Even if he got it temporarily, he would soon become her next target and become a thorn in his flesh. If other gods had invited the Silver Moon Goddess, she would not have been fooled, but the Goddess of Night clearly understood the hatred between the two of them. She knew that the Silver Moon Goddess would jump into the river to kill her, and this would never be washed away as long as the Goddess of Night showed traces of her whereabouts. The Silver Moon Goddess would certainly follow the traces, and thus be tricked into this world. At the same time, the Goddess of the Night also invited the Spider Goddess Rose, who also had a feud with the Silver Moon Goddess. From Louis's point of view, the Spider Goddess was like a madman who wasn't right in the head when facing the Silver Moon Goddess. She was like a resentful woman who had been abandoned by her lover. She was even willing to cooperate with Shay in order to deal with the Silver Moon Goddess. The Goddess of the Night was standing on a one-way bridge and calculating everything to ensure success. This made Louis feel awe. She was so close to succeeding. From a weak god, she could instantly stand at the peak. Louis's words made the Silver Moon Goddess slightly smile and nod. Her beautiful face was like the caress of the moon, indicating that he was correct. On the other hand, the ocean demigod began to openly back away, far from Shay. After knowing her scheme and tricks, the ocean demigod also began to feel afraid that she wouldn't even gain any benefits and be sent to death by Shay as well. At this time, the goddess of the night became isolated. Although the Spider Queen was in a cooperative relationship with Shay, she was able to maintain sanity in her madness. She was only here for Saloon and did not want to entangle herself with Shay. The goddess of the night paled. For her, a woman who loved to keep secrets, she hated her secrets being exposed the most. Only when her secrets were forever kept would she be able to control everything behind the scenes. But when all darkness was exposed to the light, she would have nothing to hide. This was why Shay had always fought with Saloon. Your Highness, why did Shay choose to join forces with the invaders from outside the Crystal Wall system? Could it be that she truly has big ambitions to become the only ruler of this world? Louis felt doubtful, and the Silver Moon Goddess did not hesitate to expose secrets, especially ones that belonged to Shay. She preferred to let everyone know Shay's secrets. The ocean god slightly turned sideways. Her robes prevented people from seeing her figure and appearance, but she was also greatly curious about the secrets of the era of disaster. The ocean demigod only knew that the era of disaster had something to do with beings outside the Crystal Wall system, but she did not know the specifics. As a result, she became willing to listen to what happened from the mouth of a god. In any case, as long as she did not go help Shay anymore, Shay would become a true turtle in a jar. Shay's origin is darkness, the absolute destruction, the nothingness before time began to flow. Her original form is the chaos at the beginning. Because of the influence of darkness, no, I should say that because of her own essential nature, she is cold and ruthless to the point that she desires to return everything to nothing. She loathes all civilizations and order, and she loathes all life. The Silver Moon Goddess Saloon stared at the enchanting figure of darkness and spoke about Shay's origins. When the world was born, Shay and I were born from the chaos itself. At that time, there was nothing, no chaos, no order, just absolute tranquility that Shay loved. I was the opposing light, but I lost a portion of my power because of the need to create order. As a result, the world finally began to move from chaos to order, but that gave Shay a significant advantage over me. The evolution of the world changed the very root of the world, causing it to balance out the rules. The gods began to be limited by faith, and Shay began to pursue more power. She took on the form of darkness and night, attracting the worship of beings who lured others, lied to them, betrayed others, killed people, threatened others, and so on. Thus, she became a goddess worshipped by creatures of the night who hate the light. In the subjective consciousness of mankind, Shay is a pure and evil god who longs for darkness and nothingness, for peace and the stillness of eternity. She only treats her followers like props to maintain her existence and become more powerful. She never cared about her believers. Rose, don't you know how petty Shay is? Before the era of disaster, she vainly tried to destroy and kill you. She longs for the drows who believe in you to become her believers, longs for the lives of the drows who live in the crypt. Working for her is the biggest mistake you're going to make. That will not only put you as opposing the gods, but the slightest misstep will make Shay replace you. The gods were truly worthy of being so. The Silver Moon Goddess was not the god of justice, that divine authority belonged to the goddess of mourning. Even at this moment, the Silver Moon Goddess was still persuading the Spider Goddess to make her turn back against the goddess of the night. Although the Silver Moon Goddess felt angry at the Spider Goddess' betrayal, Louis could feel some guilt in her words. He felt that there was something deeper about this story. Perhaps the Silver Moon Goddess also did things to twist the Spider Queen's emotions to make her like this. Compared to the Spider Queen who lived in the abyss, the Silver Moon Goddess was more concerned with Shay. Ever since the beginning, she had never won against her after all. After listening to the Silver Moon Goddess' dissection of Shay's nature, he just said, so the desires and ambition of the Goddess of Night is not to stand above the gods and all mortals. What she really wants to do is to exterminate all civilization, order, chaos, and evil and let the world return to its original nothingness and tranquility that is devoid of all life. If this was what Shay truly desires, then she was simply the enemy of the world. Regardless of whether it was order or chaos, good or evil, she wanted the extinction of all living creatures. It was a void lonelier than death. Louis felt that the goddess of the night was an extreme loner and antisocial deep inside. She did not want any living creature to exist and only embrace the darkness. This is why she does everything she does. Her desire for strength, or power, for supremacy, was all to complete this ultimate purpose. If she one day obtains this power, then she would return the world of San Soliel back to its original form. Only I, who was born at the same time as her, can understand her true nature. Sadly, no other god believed what I said before the era of disaster happened. No other god was willing to make enemies of Shay for something no one could ascertain. The Silver Moon Goddess said in an indignant voice that was full of tiredness and helplessness. So, does that mean that after the crystal wall system had been breached, Shay felt that the invading power could help her exterminate all order, thus decided to cooperate with them? She turned her back on mortals and gods of San Soliel? The Silver Moon Goddess did not notice Louis' slip of the tongue, but the Goddess of the Night looked at him. Her charming eyes flashed and blinked twice. Louis' heart jumped. She might have sensed something wrong about him as she had been in contact with the Terran civilization before. No, what made the goddess suspicious is not my wrong words. Most likely, she had already been suspicious at the light that I shot her with. The means he used to attack her had indeed belonged to the Terran civilization. But Louis did not know the Goddess of the Night had come in contact with the Terran civilization. It's just as you said. Shay has turned her back on her followers, on the entire world, and is in league with the greedy invaders who seek to wipe out everything in this world. Everything is in line with Shay's desires. In the beginning, Shay helped the other side by providing them with information. From the main continent to the outer realms of the world, from the shadow realm to the inner realms of the world, almost all beings were wiped out. The Silver Moon Goddess' anger overflowed. As the original god of light, her nature was opposite of Shay's. She wanted the world to develop as well as maintain order. Everything that Shay did was contrary to her existence. The Goddess of the Night was simply the world's biggest douchebag. She directly betrayed the whole world, which was amazing in its own way. The end result of all that was a war between the gods and the invaders. That could be described as the twilight of the gods, where countless gods fell. However, the invaders also suffered a huge blow. Those invaders could not understand the power of the gods, so they plotted to capture Shay at the end and study her in order to study the gods. The Silver Moon Goddess stopped her sentence, but any intelligent being could understand where she was getting to. The Goddess of the Night wanted to turn the world to nothingness, but this did not mean she wanted to die. So, when the Terran civilization tried to capture her, she must have sensed that something was wrong. She once again stood on the side of the gods and fought against the Terran civilization, ending up where she was now. With Dionysus Nubi. The original five-colored dragon god is really miserable. The Terran civilization wanted to capture Shay, but she ran away. In the end, the Terran civilization paid a great price to capture the dragon god, who became her substitute. Louis mourned for the fallen dragon god. The ocean demigod was listening with thrill. She did not expect the era of disaster to be like this at all. Even she could not understand how terrifying those invaders that broke into the crystal wall system were. They actually wanted to capture and study a god. This was much more terrifying than those great arcane masters spoken in legends. Facing the traitor of the crystal wall system, the ocean demigod was not stupid enough to not know what she should do. She silently moved away from Shay and expressed an attitude that she had nothing to do with Shay. Shay already knew that there was no way for her to escape today. Her incarnation would definitely be eliminated. If the ocean demigod was still willing to help her and the presence of the Spider Queen, she would have been able to achieve her goal. However, the secrets of her past were suddenly exposed, causing her to become a loner. Annoyed, Shay immediately shouted, "Rose, this is the last chase I can create for you. Saloon's death now depends on how much you are willing to pay here." Even if her incarnation died here and she would have to go into hiding in the future, Shay would definitely make the Silver Moon Goddess pay a price. At the same time, Shay began to calculate her next plan. The will of darkness, decay, and evil had descended in this almost ruined divine kingdom. The inky black had finally coagulated into a substantial presence than when only Shay revealed herself. This was because the spider goddess was a lot closer to the image of an evil god than Shay. Anyone in her domain would feel suffocation and madness engulfing them. Elves and spiders were the sources of her faith, but this divine authority could only be considered as a racial divine authority. Other than providing her with a fair amount of faith, it did not make her any stronger. So, it was natural for her to also have other divine authorities such as evil or darkness. The Silver Moon Goddess said that Shay wanted to kill the Spider Goddess and gain her divine authority. The divine authority of darkness was originally Shay's, but after the battle with the invaders, she had lost parts of it. Some of these were taken by the spider goddess. With this power, the Spider Queen added the power of destruction and evil to her domain. It was chaotic and pervasive, as if the evil power that belonged to the abyss had now pervaded the small divine kingdom, drowning everything and competing with the moon in the sky. Lord Louis, leave Rose to me. Please deal with Shay. She is currently very weak and only has a little divine power left. Just be careful of her schemes and tricks. The Spider Queen's appearance changed dramatically after using her divine powers. Her humanoid form transformed to look like an arachne, with the upper half of her body being human and the lower half being spider, and in her hands was a pitch-black whip. She immediately entered a frenzy and started to lash out at Saloon. Louis concurred with Saloon's advice, as it was the best for the moment. The Silver Moon Goddess would deal with the Spider Goddess, who still had abundant divine power, while he dealt with the exhausted Goddess of Darkness. Although the Spider Goddess still had full divine power, it was impossible for her to defeat the Silver Moon Goddess. As long as he killed Shay's incarnation, then the divine kingdom would completely collapse, allowing Louis and the Silver Moon Goddess to leave at any time. With this in mind, Louis did not hesitate. His 3 dragon heads sprayed out 3 different dragon breaths that contained different divine authorities. These converged on the goddess, enveloping her. At the same time, Louis still remained alert of the ocean demigod. Unless she made a move, Shay wouldn't be able to last a few rounds against Louis. On the other hand, the ocean demigod, after finding out Shay's true nature, did not want to participate in this battle anymore. After knowing that she could not obtain the Silver Moon Goddess divinity, this demigod stimulated her divine power and began attacking the divine kingdom with the trident in her hands. She and everyone else had the same thoughts of breaking the restrictions of the divine realm and gaining freedom. The ocean demigod's attack on the divine kingdom was tantamount to helping Louis. She was manipulating the rules of Shay's divine kingdom with her divine power. To add insult to injury, Louis would attack Shay from time to time with his sharp claws and tail, causing her to defend with her divine weapon and expend divine power. Although the weapon was powerful and could easily cut through Louis' scales, the degree of injury was nothing with his size. On the contrary, the more his blood flowed, the more frantic Louis became. He knew that she had little divine power left. The goddess of the night might be more efficient in using divine power compared to Louis, but the absolute gap in amount soon left the goddess of the night in a sorry state. Driven by bloodlust as well as plain lust for her beautiful form, Louis roared and continued to wreak havoc in the divine kingdom. Although dragons were chaotic creatures, they could suppress their desires during battle quite well and devote their minds solely to combat. Squish! Louis's mouth opened and bit on the waist of the goddess of the night, almost splitting her in half. The goddess cried out in pain but still looked rather calm. She wanted to use her divine weapon to cut off Louis's teeth, but he did not give her that chance. With another bite, he tore off the goddess' arm. The arm was too small for Louis's size. He couldn't even chew it and just swallowed it directly. With the help of a dragon's intestine and divine power, Louis digested the arm that was a mass of divine power. At this point, Shay's divine power was close to being empty. A disgusting bite mark had appeared on the goddess' waist, with only a bit of flesh connecting her body together. However, her insides were different from those of a human. The incarnation did not have any internal organs, and only divine blood spilled out. Louis's claws once again lit up and shot out beams of light. This had turned the body of the goddess into a sieve. As if she knew that her incarnation was reaching her limits, she no longer tried to defend and allow Louis to destroy her body. Louis's body changed once more and transformed from dragon to human. One of his hands became a sharp knife and directly pierced her, and he held it in his hands. At this time, Shay and Louis's bodies were sticking together. The goddess suddenly revealed a demonic smile. Her tattered body moved forward and closed in on Louis's ear. Like a lover, she whispered, "Dragon, you have successfully aroused this goddess' interest. I will come to find you again. At that time, let us talk about the Terran civilization. AO Thailand body S." Shay's words caused Louis's expression to change. Seeing how his mood changed, Shay cackled and continued, "Since you want divinity, let me give the divinity in this body to you." After her words, the body of the incarnation began to burn. She did not ignite her divinity for a final counterattack before her death like a normal demigod. Instead, she gave her divinity as a gift, directly delivering it to Louis's hands. As he watched the goddess of night disappear and a part of divinity in his hand, Louis's expression turned ugly. This was because the goddess had found out a part of his own secret. This was the difficulty of killing gods. Even if he killed Shay now, it was only her incarnation. As long as she still had divine power, she could just create a new one. Not even a prairie fire could eliminate the grass. It would grow again when the spring breeze blew. But no matter what was said, Louis had successfully killed a god. In the middle of the shadow realm, Louis reappeared in human form. He looked at the divinity of darkness that had once belonged to Shay. After easily eliminating Shay's will from within, he breathed in the divinity into his body. He made a slight calculation and found that he needed a bit more divinity to ignite his divine fire. But so long as he used the method that Saloon mentioned earlier, he would manage to do so soon. Thinking like this, Louis looked at the silver moon goddess. At this time, her face was incredibly pale due to using large amounts of divine power. Her eyebrows were knit together. The goddess only had the body of a demigod at the moment. Forcefully converting a lot of faith into divine power would cause great harm to her body. She was like an old machine being forced to run for a long time. Your Highness, I never imagined that you would actually be the silver moon goddess and that you are in your true body. Louis's eyes glittered as he spoke. Facing the true body of the goddess, many thoughts passed through his head. Even during the era of disaster, the gods that appeared were mostly in their incarnations. It was very hard to actually encounter their true bodies. A god's true body was their foundation. If their incarnations died, they could just use divinity and divine power to create another one. However, in front of him was the silver moon goddess' true body that contained her divinity and divine authority. This was her truest form. I also had no choice but to conceal it. I hope you will forgive me, Lord Louis. The silver moon goddess let out a bitter smile. She did not have the presence of a god. Perhaps it was because gods and demigods were in the same position in the current era. Moreover, Louis had helped her get through a difficult situation just now. The elves and Dragon City were also in a cooperative relationship. If the silver moon goddess was high and proud, then she would not give Louis any face. I understand your plight, milady. Louis nodded gently, knowing that for the gods, especially for gods in their true bodies that were at the demigod level, she had no choice but to conceal her identity. Otherwise, if other demigods found out about this, she might be besieged on all sides and be killed. This was because killing a true god's true body would allow demigods to take another step to become a god. Now that all secrets have been revealed, I think you have no need to hide them. In order for us to see each other honestly, I hope that you can tell me the secrets of the sleeping gods and why you are able to stay in the main continent for 30,000 years while others are all in deep sleep. Although Louis had already guessed the reason, he asked anyway. It was better for the other party to confirm his speculations. Saloon did not hide anything anymore. She straightforwardly spoke. After the end of the era of disaster, due to the world of San Soliel being heavily damaged, most gods lost their faith and could only fall dormant with the world. At that time, the gods had lost energy in their godhood and became demigods. Less than 10% of the population of the world survived, but a portion of demigods still lived. At that time, the demigods were all the gods' enemies. When everyone was a demigod, choosing to sleep with the world was the best choice. As long as they did not fall and still possess a throne, then they would have their chance. For the gods, time had no meaning. Whether it was 30,000 years or 50,000 years, they could return to glory as long as they did not fall. Thus, most gods chose to go to sleep, but I was different. At that time, my divine power was already low tier. The elves were also almost extinct. If I chose to sleep, then I would definitely die when I woke up. Shay and Rose would definitely not let go of me. Under that situation, I had no choice but to completely give up on my godhood, becoming a demigod. I had to prepare to fight to the death. From her bitter smile, it was clear that the Saloon at that time did not make the choice because she was brave, but because she had no choice but to pick that option. In the era after the era of disaster, the demigods still knew about the many gods that were alive. They knew that I abandoned my godhood and only retained my divinity and divine authority. Thus, I was besieged by the demigods and experienced many life and death battles to survive. The silver moon goddess spoke calmly, but Louis knew how difficult it was to do that. When everyone was a demigod, anyone who could kill Saloon would gain a chance to become a god. Few could not resist such a temptation. The fact that the Silver Moon Goddess could survive that attack was worthy enough to become an epic. Epsilon. So, you survived in the end, and the demigods who attacked you all died? Yes. I killed any demigod who knew that I was the goddess of the Silver Moon to survive. Over the course of a few thousand years, I killed all those who knew. The Silver Moon Goddess' tone contained coldness and brutality. Why are there no other demigods among the elves? This was a strange point that Louis could not understand. As there were more than 1,000,000 elves, the only demigod was the Silver Moon Goddess. If a demigod is born among the elves, there is a huge chance that my identity will be revealed. I will not allow a demigod to be born among the elves before I return to my throne again. The Silver Moon Goddess told Louis with great clarity. She had probably killed those elves who had become demigods as well. Then, what about Cisna? Louis once again asked in a straightforward manner. The Silver Moon Goddess hesitated for a moment before sighing. You have probably seen through it already. Cisna is actually a clone that I made for a purpose. 1,000 years ago, I detected signs of the gods' revival. To be on the safe side, I created a daughter of my own and put a part of my divinity into her. If there really was an accident and my real body fell, as long as Cisna could become a god, I would have a certain possibility of taking over her will with my divinity and using her body to return to the world. Louis secretly nodded his head, thinking that this was definitely a means that a god possessed. As he had expected, Cisna was not the Silver Moon Goddess' adopted daughter, but a creature she had created. She could be called a furnace for her revival. Lord Louis, the gods are beginning to gain influence on the main continent once again. I'm afraid that it won't be long before the Drows come and take their revenge upon the elves. Now that the elven race is suffering from internal and external problems, I implore you to join hands with me and rise up to face the upcoming chaotic era. The Silver Moon Goddess spoke sincerely. In the beginning, she already thought of joining forces with Louis, but there was no sense of urgency. However, after encountering 2 goddesses during this trip, she found that things were developing faster than she had expected. With the elves as her foundation, she had to preserve them as much as possible before becoming a god again. But, now that the elves were utterly isolated, Rose would definitely not let this chance go. Although Shay had suffered heavy losses today, everyone knew that she would not stop. She would definitely appear again and target the Silver Moon Goddess. On the other hand, the strength that Louis had shown this time, the way he resisted the temptation, his courage, as well as the potential developments of his city made the Silver Moon Goddess feel that joining forces with Louis was the best means of breaking all obstacles. It was just that before entering the Shadow Realm, she believed that Louis had a high chance of joining forces with her because there were many benefits for him, but now, she wasn't so sure. As expected, Louis shook his head and said, Your Highness, the enemy you are facing is not my enemy. There is no grudge between me and the Spider Goddess. As for the Goddess of the Night, she would rather deal with you rather than a dragon like me. Making enemies for no reason is a very foolish act that I would not do. Moreover, I do not trust you now. Louis said frankly. Rumble rumble. With Shay's death, the Divine Kingdom began to collapse. The once pitch-black sky faded away to the dull gray of the Shadow Realm, and fissures appeared in space as the minor world shook. The Silver Moon Goddess and her former lover continued their battle, paying little attention to the shattering world around them. Their collisions accelerated the destruction of what was once one of the most dangerous places in San Soliel. In the midst of all this, the demigod of the ocean punched a hole in space with her weapon and fled through it without looking back. She did not dare wait for Louis and the saloon to organize themselves and gang up on her. Louis noticed her flight and even considered stopping her for a moment, but ultimately he decided against it. There would be little meaning to killing her here. What he wanted more than anything was divinity. Had she been a true god, he would definitely have stopped her, but she held little value to him as a demigod. No matter. I've memorized your divine signature. The next time we meet, I'll know it's you, he thought. The collapse of the Divine Kingdom accelerated as the process continued. Louis flew high into the air and felt the laws of the minor world unravel around him. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to witness the composition and rules that a powerful goddess had implemented in the construction of her divine kingdom. For an up-and-coming god like Louis, it was a priceless opportunity. Although he didn't completely understand everything at the moment, he could nonetheless put away what confused him into memory. When the time came to build a divine kingdom, he would examine them step by step. Finally, as if a heavy object landed, the entire realm shook. The sky collapsed fully, revealing the scenery outside, which was a world of gloomy and dull light. Shay's divine kingdom had finally vanished. Everything related to the divine realm disappeared. The Spider Queen and Saloon were still locked in combat, neither giving an inch to the other. Her fight with Shay prior to her current battle had taken a lot out of her. And though she had recovered slightly, the Spider Goddess was still a lot for her to handle. If this continued, they would likely just exhaust themselves. No matter how powerful the Spider Goddess was, she was the same as other gods and had slept for 30,000 years. She wasn't like the Silver Moon Goddess, who remained in the main continent for 30,000 years. If they fought a protracted war now, only the Goddess of Mourning and God of War could compete with the Silver Moon Goddess. Although Rose's character seemed crazed, she maintained a sliver of reason. After finding that she could not accomplish her goal, she was not willing to continue wasting her precious divine power. With Louis still watching, she knew that she would be defeated if it joined the battle. The Spider Goddess retreated and distanced herself from the Silver Moon Goddess. She spoke with an evil voice like a dull knife scraping on a chalkboard. Saloon, count yourself lucky this time with a dragon helping you. Do not think that this is the end between us. You have stayed on the main continent for 30,000 years, but I have the opportunity to instantly become a powerful god again. Do not think that the gods will stand by and watch you go ahead. Like your sister Shay, you are now an obstacle in the eyes of the gods. They will never allow the main god of the elves to become the highest-seated power in the system. Just wait for it. You have banished the Drows to the dark regions, but they will never forget their hatred. I had almost lost the Drows' faith, but their hatred still remains. I will regain my faith and lead the Drows out of the dark regions and wipe out the elves. Just you wait. In a burst of mad laughter, the Spider Goddess returned to her normal form and opened a portal made of divine power behind her. Louis could feel that it led to the main continent, but it was somehow different from the one that he knew. It was a realm without sunlight. A realm shrouded in darkness and dampness. It was the place of exile of the Drows, the Dark Realm. Louis and the Silver Moon Goddess did not stop the Spider Goddess. This was because killing only an incarnation of a goddess was not worth the price paid. There was not much divinity in the incarnation, and Louis had already obtained divinity from Shay as well as the divine creatures he killed earlier. He only had a bit of the way to go if he wanted to ignite his divine fire. And as long as he managed to do so and consolidate his faith, he could become a god anytime. Now only Louis and Saloon remained in the immediate vicinity. Each one of her enemies was not easy to deal with. In order to keep her identity a secret, she had killed many demigods. Even the demigods of the elven race were not spared. Moreover, in order to keep her life, she also used Cisna as a tool. The nature of the gods was really cold and ruthless. However, this was more in line with Louis' perception of the gods. The Silver Moon Goddess also knew that her present self would not be able to easily gain Louis' trust and pondered, Lord Louis, I can make an oath to the river Styx and am willing to work with you for 3,000 years. With an oath that lasted 3,000 years towards the river Styx, then they would not need to worry about the other backstabbing them. However, Louis shook his head, Your Highness, you should know better than me that gods are gods and mortals are mortals. Even if I make an oath with you, once we become gods far above the main continent, my future city and your elven clan are not bound by this oath. This will become a huge loophole. Even if you and I are bound by the oath, our followers are not. Then, do you have a better way? The Silver Moon Goddess became agitated as she knew that she was in a bad position. The fact that the gods could act with their incarnations was beyond her expectations. This change in the rules wasn't very friendly towards her. With only her true form, she was prey for the gods. Whoever killed her could get everything she owned. The time for mortals to become true gods hadn't come yet. Before that moment comes, she would be in her weakest and most dangerous state. What she needed right now were allies that would go through thick and thin with her. She couldn't trust gods. Even the Goddess of Mourning, who was enemies with the Goddess of Night and Rose, could not be trusted. This was because she also had qualms with her. When she lost the divine authority of light, a portion of it was taken by the Goddess of Mourning. On the other hand, Louis did not take Shay's offer to betray her before. This virtue and nobility were obviously more favorable to her. If Louis desired her divine authority and divinity, it was indeed the best time to strike, but Louis did not betray her. Louis looked at the Silver Moon Goddess after much consideration. He slowly said, I need to have a bind and a medium with you. The best way would be to give birth to an heir. With your true body and my true body, a true child of God would be born. He will inherit everything from me once I become a god and will become the best link between the dragon city and the elves. The simple translation of Louis's words was, "O goddess, give birth to my child." Selûne was speechless upon hearing this. She stared directly into Louis's eyes and contemplated her response. At first, she thought that this was another manifestation of male dragon's instincts, but she detected little lust within his eyes. Only consideration and contemplation. She fell into deep thought. She was no common prude who valued things like chastity and treated sex as some sacred act, and so the actual details of the act were of little consequence to her. Rather, in the manner of a true goddess, she began to ruminate over the pros and cons of such an arrangement. While she wasn't against the action in principle, being in union with another god in their true bodies was not a simple affair, and there were many things to consider. Louis waited silently for Selûne's response. This was obviously not a choice he made due to his lust. After all, compared to the benefits of becoming a god, momentary pleasures were meaningless. When he truly ascended, he would have all the time in the world to slake his desires. The formation of a bloodline bridge between him and Selûne would ensure that no matter what, the elves and Louis's kingdom would be in the same boat. After all, even gods would find it hard to be vicious towards their children. And in fact, many of them valued them greatly due to the difficulties of reproduction. Lord Louis, the possibility of a child being born between gods is very low. According to past experiences, children born from two gods have a 90% chance of becoming abominations. I think you are aware of this. Louis, of course, was. The spawns of gods were often born as distorted entities with twisted souls. They were resentful of all existence, and bearing the powers of gods, they unleashed great destruction on the world until they were either banished or sealed away by the gods. It could be said that these abominations were embodiments of the pain and curses that gods experienced when giving birth. Unlike mortals for whom that was the natural process, their pain could manifest as powerful curses and greatly warp the nature of the child. Gods needed to provide divinity to give birth to a child. This would cause both parents to become weak. The birth of an abomination would cause the parents to be in danger and have a chance to fall. Because the chances of gods giving birth to abominations were so high, those lucky few that were born would become true gods with low-tier divine power. In the end, because of the huge chance of giving birth to an abomination, gods had to be very careful and cautious about this matter. Louis had also expected this point and calmly said, "Your Highness, what you said is correct. Normally speaking, there is a high chance for creatures born between gods to become abominations, but both of us are only demigods now. It's not possible for demigods to give birth to abominations. Because of the rules and environment of the current world, I should say that it's the best time for gods to give birth to their own blood-related children. If it was during the era of the gods, it would be impossible for the gods to change their real bodies into demigods unless they were willing to give up on their godhood. But there was no god stupid enough to do that. However, the world was currently different. Because the rules of the world had changed, all the gods had become demigods. Now was the best time for the gods to perform unions and give birth to children. Those children would become their own children and not abominations. Naturally, the child would not be born as a true god. At most, they could only be born as a demigod. The Silver Moon goddess was somewhat moved and only had a bit of hesitation left. The gods of the world of San Soliel were not free of worldly desires. They were closer to gods of Greek mythology and had their own desires. They followed their divine instincts and even acted similar to mortals. Among the gods, there were also some who were sexually debauched and willing to have intercourse with mortals just for pleasure. However, for ancient gods born with the world such as the Silver Moon goddess and the Night goddess, they did not partake in pleasure like those gods who were once mortals. With their pride, they might use their beauty to seduce followers, but at the same time, they despised those who could only rely on their bodies. Selûne was now very hesitant, but her instincts told her that this was the best way to solve the problem. Compared to being an immortal god, everything could be put aside. Even if it was pride and self-respect, even if they had to become playthings of some monster, as long as they were alive, there were countless opportunities to retaliate in the future. In a sense, the majority of gods had no sense of modesty and chastity. In order to build on this and make the Silver Moon goddess agree to this proposal, Louis decided to use his trump card. In the current situation, it was also in Louis's best interest to join forces with the Silver Moon goddess, but gods were not easily trusted. Even with the River Styx oath, lies and deception always existed. He needed more assurance before he dared to give out his trust. Your Highness, I would like you to make a River Styx oath that you will never tell anyone what I'm about to say. Louis spoke out, interrupting the goddess' thoughts. Selûne raised an eyebrow. Her silver-white eyes flashed with a touch of doubt. She knew that Louis was trying to tell her a secret. After thinking about it, she felt that there was nothing wrong with this kind of oath and said, I swear by the name of the silver moon goddess Selûne to the River Styx that I will never tell another soul about what Lord Louis will tell me next. If I violate this oath, may I sink to the bottom of River Styx and be bathed in its waters. After hearing her words, Louis was relieved. Any creature who made an oath to the River Styx other than gods would meet certain death once they violated it. As for the gods, they would at least be imprisoned for many years and have their divinity reduced. This was a very dangerous thing to do, and no god was willing to accept this punishment. Louis transformed his body and exposed his heart. There was a floating crystal within whose form could not be determined. He spoke, Your Highness might be wondering about my relationship with the five-colored dragon god. This is the answer. This is godhood? The silver moon goddess muttered. Her bright eyes opened wide, and her pupils flashed with disbelief. Her lips even opened unconsciously, showing how shocked she truly was. As a god, even if the silver moon goddess had already lost her godhood for more than 30,000 years, she would never mistake it for anything else. If divinity was the source of a god's immortality and divine authority symbolized the power that they grasped, then godhood represented the difference between gods and mortals. Only those with a godhood could be called a true god. Even if the silver moon goddess had high-tier divine power, had the divine authority of the moon and elves, and had 1,000,000 followers, she could not be called a true god because she did not possess a godhood. She could only be called a demigod. After the era of disaster, the biggest change in the world was that no new godhood could be formed, resulting in the prevention of new gods from being born. The perfect yet irregular crystal that emerged from Louis's heart was without a doubt a godhood. Although it was empty inside and could not be filled to full with divine power, its sublime nature made it easy for Selûne to tell that it was a godhood. Did you meet with His Highness five-colored dragon god, who was dying 30,000 years ago, and he gave you his godhood? The silver moon goddess' thoughts turned over. In a flash, she made up a tear-jerking romance story for the events 30,000 years ago. The godhood had a characteristic that it could not be plundered. Even if a true god died, their divinity and divine authority would scatter for everyone else to take. Only their godhood would completely break into nothing. As a result, the only thing that made up a god that could not be stolen was godhood. This was why Louis dared to take out the godhood. Even if the silver moon goddess killed him, she would not be able to steal it. Moreover, she did not even have the ability to do so at the moment. To obtain a complete godhood, a god had to take the initiative to bestow it. In the era of the gods, some powerful gods would bestow their own subordinates with a low-level godhood, allowing that mortal to become a god. Therefore, given the characteristics of godhood, the only conclusion that the silver moon goddess could draw was that the godhood belonging to the dragon god was bestowed to Louis by the dragon god himself. Moreover, the silver moon goddess filled up the holes in her doubts in her mind by herself. 30,000 years ago, the dragon god was forcibly captured under the watchful eyes of many gods. In the silver moon goddess' opinion, the five-colored dragon god did not die immediately after being captured. He may have escaped from the invaders and met Louis. However, Louis was far away from the main continent at that time and there were almost no living creatures left in the world of San Soliel. Without the support of faith, the dragon god was certain to die. After seeing his own people, the dragon god chose to give out his godhood and divine authority. This was a very likely event. As for the five-colored dragon god's divinity, Louis was not able to obtain it. Most likely, Louis was still immortal 30,000 years ago and was unable to accept the huge amount of divinity, so the dragon god gave up on that. However, there was one point of doubt. If Louis had the five-colored dragon god's godhood, why wasn't he asleep like other gods? Perhaps Louis had the godhood but could not activate it, resulting in him escaping the trap of slumber. The world was filled with unbelievable secrets, which even Shay, who was in charge of secrets, did not know. After not finding a plausible explanation, she finally gave up. As you said, 30,000 years ago, I met His Highness the five-colored dragon god. Thanks to his love, I was able to obtain his godhood and divine authority. Louis said haughtily while expressing reverence for that departed dragon god. This was called the perfect lie. He did not need to say anything and just let the other party form their own conclusions. Louis had already brought out his godhood, so the Silver Moon Goddess could help him find the right excuses. This way, Louis could righteously display his dragon god's divine authority in the future and prevent others from suspecting that he was related to the Terran civilization. As for why the godhood of the five-colored dragon god remained after its death, Louis could only guess that this was the work of Terran civilization technology, or maybe because the five-colored dragon god died in another world, producing a different result due to the difference in the rules. Among these two guesses, Louis preferred the second option. After all, the Terran civilization did not have a great understanding of the gods, and so their skill shouldn't have allowed them to make use of the godhood. Other than finding a reason to become the dragon god, Louis also pushed down the last barrier in the Silver Moon Goddess' mind. This godhood was enough to prove that Louis's future was boundless. Your Highness, you already know that my goal is to become the dragon god. In the future, I may need your help in suppressing the dragons who have already forgotten the glory of the gods. If I succeed, I will establish a friendship between the dragons and the elves to continue forever. Our children will become the most crucial point for this cooperation to succeed. Louis extended his hand and bowed like a gentleman. His slightly raised eyebrows and the sincerity in his eyes made it look like he was courting the goddess. The Silver Moon Goddess' heart was in turmoil, and her thoughts were complicated, causing her to become confused, but one side of the scale had fallen, so her choice had already tilted to one side. Although Louis had the ambition to become the dragon god, the Silver Moon Goddess only treated it as his ambition, because for mortals, it wasn't easy to become a god. Moreover, the dragon god was a racial god with a racial divine authority, making it incredibly unique. But, after seeing Louis's godhood, the Silver Moon Goddess stopped thinking that this was just ambition and realized that it was already a foregone conclusion. He was a qualified lord. As a dragon, he understood how to spread his faith, allowing him to meet the basic conditions of becoming a true god. With such powerful godhood and divine authority, the chances of Louis becoming a god were already more than 90%. He was simply the chosen one of the world, the chosen dragon. En beta. The Silver Moon Goddess had almost always fought alone since the beginning of the world and even single-handedly held up the elven god system. Although she had allies among the gods in the past, the vast majority of them fell during the era of disaster. Moreover, those allies were also human gods. Even if both sides were in a covenant, they wouldn't be too close. Even gods would feel tired after fighting alone for such a long time. Moreover, Selûne was a god who had turned from a powerful god to a weak god, so she was eager to have a powerful ally that she could trust. Louis's presence simply appeared to sate her thirst. Louis was a dragon that was part of the dragon god system. The rivalry in that system was very simple, unlike the complexity of the human god system. So, there was a huge possibility for the two races to enter an alliance. Secondly, although the dragons were not strong among the gods, they were incredibly strong among mortals. It could even be said that they were part of the dominant races in the main continent. If the dragons and the elves could work together, then the Silver Moon Goddess would not need to worry about the safety and security of the elves in the main continent. As long as the Silver Moon Goddess herself could become a powerful god again and help Louis become a powerful god, she would have a powerful lover. Selûne would not need to fight alone anymore, would not need to worry about falling back to being weak again, would not need to worry about being chased by Rose, Selûne, or any other god. Gods also had their dignity, and their dignity and arrogance far exceeded any mortal. Selûne did not want to experience that kind of suffocation anymore. The Silver Moon Goddess took a deep breath and decided. She nodded her head with reserve. Your Highness, your proposal is not only for me and you, but also for the elves and dragons. With a child born under us, we can build a bridge between the two races. The Silver Moon Goddess' way of calling Louis had completely changed. She was now treating Louis as an equal god, not as a demigod who was trying to be a god. This was a kind of political union of gods. There were no outside forces as they decided it by themselves. A red tinge appeared on Selûne's cheeks accompanied by a slightly flustered expression. Of course, this was all an act. Demigods could control their bodies at will, and so it was impossible for her to be bested by her emotions. Rather, this was likely just an act to further tempt Louis. Which wasn't to say that it was unsuccessful. Anyone, regardless of race, as long as they were men, no, even women would be charmed by the goddess' temptation. After all, every pore of her skin radiated divine charm. If the goddess of the night was enchanting and charming, then her sister, the goddess of the silver moon, was a cold beauty. And when she seduced people, her charm was even more unbearable. "Your Highness, we can carry out the act of procreation at any time. Our way of procreation is different from mortals, and we can use divine power to catalyze the birth, but ultimately, it would require some time." For one of the most ancient goddesses, since she had made a decision, she would not beat around the bush like a small woman. Now, she was very eager to give birth to an heir and establish a solid alliance with Louis. This way, the two could help each other and gain more power. Louis was indeed stimulated by the silver moon goddess. His draconic instincts in particular rose to the occasion. He almost nodded his head immediately and attempted to unite with the goddess in the shadow realm. However, at the critical moment, the last silver of reason in Louis's head prevailed. He did not immediately agree to this, not because he felt that the location was bad, but because once the two of them were to have intercourse, then his roots as a fake demigod would be exposed. Louis was just considered as a divine creature at the moment and not a demigod who had lit up his divine flame. He has been disguising and deceiving everyone with the power inside his godhood. Now that the lies were piling up, he had to make a way to turn the lie into a reality. Fortunately, after this journey, Louis had gained enough divinity from the goddess of the night and was just a hair short of igniting his divine flame to become a true demigod. So he pretended to be calm and said, "Your Highness, there is no need to be anxious. You and I have just consumed a lot of divine energy. It's best if we go back and rest for a while until we are in our best condition to give birth to an heir. The act between mortals could be over in a few minutes, but an act between gods could last for 3 days and 3 nights, especially when it was not done for enjoyment, but for the birth of a divine child, which would require divine energy and divinity every moment." As a veteran, the silver moon goddess could naturally bear it, but Louis might not be able to complete the ceremony. If he suddenly failed at the last moment, then his pride as a man would be shattered. A man could never say no, so Louis was the one who needed to recover his divine power. However, the silver moon goddess did not know Louis's thoughts. She never had a child before and did not know all the twists and turns. This made her feel that Louis's words were logical. Since it was for the birth of an heir, it would be best if they were in their most optimal states. Since it was her real child, the child of the silver moon goddess, she needed to make her own divine child perfect and prevent anything wrong from happening. The silver moon goddess slowly nodded her head. "Your Highness, just as you said, things shouldn't be rushed. I will go back to the silver moon kingdom and recuperate. After you have finished recuperating, you can find me in the shrine." Facing the silver moon goddess, yet being able to retain reason and suppress his desires, made the silver moon goddess have a higher opinion of Louis. She felt that this dragon did not only have pure luck to be the chosen dragon. For him to be able to get everything he had now, he had to be an excellent dragon, and would also become an excellent god in the future. The goddess would only allow such a god to unite with her. Only such a god was trustworthy. The gods had always lived a drunken life without knowing the possible dangers, causing them to fall into decay. Saloon had encountered many mortal creatures falling for the charms of a goddess in her entire life. Let alone dragons, any creature would want to embrace a goddess. "Your Highness, you don't have to rush to leave. Before entering the divine kingdom, you told me about a place where I could obtain the divinity that I need. I hope you can pass on that information." Seeing Saloon's attitude, Louis was a bit embarrassed and strangely felt as if he was the one who was about to be taken by the goddess and not the other way around. She was simply in too much of a hurry. Although in terms of age, he was just a grass compared to her. "With our current relationship, you don't need to be so polite. About the divinity that you need, it's in the astral realm, the realm of the stars. When countless gods fell during the era of disaster, their corpses were pulled into the astral realm. After 30,000 years, the traces of the gods should be done, but there are gods who left behind traces of their divinity. During those years, I recorded where the corpses of the gods lay in case I needed to use them in the future." The silver moon goddess spoke in a much more intimate manner. Although it still contained pride and coldness, it was much more humane and no longer as distant as compared to the past. Before Louis could ask further, the silver moon goddess had informed him of the coordinates of which stars to find the corpses. With Louis's abilities as a divine creature, remembering these coordinates was an effortless task. The astral realm was equivalent to the universe in the Earth's system. It was a moving, collapsing, and vast realm. A small amount of negligence would lead to one being lost in it without finding a way back. With Louis's identity as a demigod, he had already remembered his coordinates in advance in order to not get lost in the astral realm. However, finding one particular thing was like finding a needle in a haystack, but thanks to the silver moon goddess coordinates, Louis would be able to reach his goal. If he did not have prior information, he would probably not be able to find any of the corpses. Please don't keep me waiting for too long, Your Highness. The goddess' vivid lips raised into a clear and stunning smile. Her beautiful face made Louis breathless. With a wave of divine power, she opened a portal to return to the main continent and disappeared in front of Louis as if she had disappeared into the foggy night. Louis waited until the silver moon goddess was completely gone before taking a deep breath. He was not preparing to return to Dragon City, but going directly to the astral realm. Arnubates. An ancient goddess was waiting for him. If he still took his time, it would become unromantic. The astral realm was like a boundless universe. Its edges could not be seen, and it was infinitely large. Or perhaps it was a realm that would grow endlessly until the day it collapsed. The universe outside of Earth was not a viable place for carbon-based organisms to live in. It was a vacuum without any air and a region where various kinds of radiation spread. If a carbon-based life form was to go in without any protection, it would not take long for them to die. The astral realm was also the same. This was not a realm that ordinary people could reach. It was the outermost layer of the world of San Soliel. Even the gods could not tell how big it was, let alone where its edges were. Some people have said that there were other continental worlds in the astral realm, but this rumor had never been confirmed. In people's orthodox perception, the astral world was the last barrier of the crystal wall system, and one that left its edges would cross past it. Because of the unknown dangers that they could encounter, let alone normal people, even the gods would never try it out. In the vast expanse of the astral realm, a portal made of divine power opened up, and Louis walked out of it with his huge dragon body. When he appeared in the astral realm, Louis could feel an indescribable eerie feeling. This realm was the only world where a god's corpse could rot to nothing. In this place, tens of thousands of creatures' thoughts were mixed together. This was the graveyard of the gods, the place where chaos originated and continued to expand. Powerful mortals had to use special techniques to stay here for a short period of time. For the gods who possessed divinity, they could easily use their divinity to block the erosion of the astral realm, but staying for too long would corrupt their divinity. Darkness entered Louis's eyes. He could only see giant rocks floating in the astral realm from time to time. As the astral realm was boundless, its resources were nearly unlimited, but finding them was difficult and required long periods of exploration. The astral realm was not like the universe with countless stars, because each star in this world represented a god of the world. It wasn't an actual object, but a reflection of the shadow of a god's authority. Therefore, in an era when the gods were asleep, no stars could be seen in the sky except the moon. This place is really uncomfortable. No wonder the gods had banished the abominations here. Not even the gods would be willing to stay for long. Just as mortals were reluctant to go to the cemetery, the gods were also reluctant to come to the astral realm, which was littered with the graves of the gods. It would give them a bad feeling as it portrayed their potential end. Let's find the divinity we need quickly. I can't keep Saloon waiting for too long. Hee. Men would always struggle to get beautiful women. Now that a true goddess was in front of Louis, he had enough motivation. In his mind, he quickly recalled the coordinates that the silver moon goddess had told him. The astral realm was infinite, and even if he had the coordinates, it would take a lot of divine energy to teleport long distances. Louis slashed the void with his claws, causing a doorway to open. He flew into the portal to the location recorded by the goddess. There's nothing there. Louis looked at the empty space in front of him and searched carefully. Finally, he was able to find a piece of rock that looked no different from an ordinary rock. It was around 10 meters tall, but in front of him, it was incredibly small. This stone should be the corpse of a god. There is still a very faint divine power fluctuation on it. Even the gods can decay. It seems that immortality is not enough to make a god relax. Maybe becoming a god is only just another step towards immortality and eternity. Louis sighed when he saw the remnants of this god's corpse. A mortal's corpse will rot after death, but a god's corpse will become such a stone after death. Under the pressure of the astral realm, there will come a day when all traces of this god will disappear into nothing. Our Nigerian Naira Thailand body yes. Louis shook his head and stopped looking at it from this point of view as it gave him a lot of psychological pressure. This might be the power of the astral realm in wearing down the will of the gods. In the astral realm, Louis felt that the conversion of faith from the main continent was slow, but the faith from Earth became relatively clear. It might really be the case that the astral realm was the last barrier of the world. Taking a deep breath, Louis once again used his divine power to teleport to another empty location. He shook his head and searched again. After exploring 5 to 6 locations, Louis did not find a single bit of divinity, but he wasn't anxious. He even inwardly rejoiced. This was because the locations that he went to had remnants of a god's corpse. This meant that the silver moon goddess information was correct. The only problem was probably because the gods were too weak, and as a result, they were quickly assimilated by the astral realm. There was no concept of time in the astral realm, so just like that, Louis searched at 4 more locations before finally finding the object that he needed. It was a giant rock the size of a meteorite. It floated quietly in the void of the astral realm. Mortals would think that it was a neat piece of stone, but in Louis's eyes, it contained the will of a god. When Louis appeared in front of this meteorite, the divine power inside his body resonated with the meteorite. The corpse of the decayed god seemed to open its eyes as if it had only been sleeping for tens of thousands of years. It emitted a dry, decaying voice. "I can't believe that I'm seeing a living creature in the astral realm. Oh demigod dragon, if you are able to return to the main continent, extol my name and allow me to return to the astral realm." "I shall." "Cut the crap." Without waiting for the unbearable voice to finish, Louis just hit it directly. After a god got pulled down from the stars and became a corpse, they would lose their believers and their connection to their believers. After the passage of time, they would lose any kind of faith. They would finally fall permanently after they were forgotten. Louis already guessed what this god wanted to say. It was probably going to promise him benefits so that Louis could spread its faith again so that it would have a chance to return back to life, but Louis could not see any benefits at all. The only thing Louis wanted from the other party was the little remaining divinity that it possessed. "I don't care if you were a powerful god in the past or how much glory you had. In front of me, you are only a decaying, near-dead god that is about to fade away. Just give up and make a contribution to me and the world." The corner of Louis's mouth showed a fierce smile. A mere corpse of a god was trying to deceive him and tempt him. He could resist the temptation of the silver moon goddess and the night goddess. How could he not resist the corpse that smelled like a carcass? Louis's golden head began to divide into 3. With the divine authority in each head, he began to spray his breath on the corpse. "No, you will pay the price for your greed, dragon." The god let out a frightened and angry voice. A horrific wave of divine power blew out. "Bluff." But Louis clearly saw his weakened nature. The divine power it emitted was just there to scare people. "Fall completely, you failure of a god. You have already lost and been eliminated by the times. Just give up and stop wasting resources." Dragon breath rained down on the rock. At the same time, Louis used his hand to make symbols. With a light tap, a rainbow-colored ball of light shot out from Louis. This was a 9-ring spell that contained divine power, prismatic sphere. He vowed to finish off the corpse in one fell swoop. After a few months, Louis opened his eyes, his body brimming with divine power. Naturally, this divine power was still insufficient to fill up his godhood. For a god with high-tier divine power, filling up their godhood would require hundreds of thousands of believers and countless years of their devotion. A demigod's consumption of divine power, on the other hand, was far too low. In these few months, Louis's divine power recovery speed became faster. This wasn't something Louis had caused, but because his believers had grown in numbers and quality, allowing him to recover faster. "Clooney is doing a good job." Louis was still lying in this cave. Since no one had found it for several months, it meant that the place was safe for the time being. The Lord of Dragon City was praising his subordinates. From the moment he left Dragon City to go to the Shadow Realm, from the Shadow Realm to the Astral Realm, and from the Astral Realm back to the main continent, almost a year had passed and Louis had not returned to Dragon City during that time. Within a year, Louis's followers had increased rather than decreased. This meant that Dragon City was running according to his will without any mishaps. The administrative system that Louis had set up did not require him to do all the work. As long as he had set a direction for the city, his people could make the city continue its operations. If he was a lord on Earth and had disappeared for a year, he might have already been usurped by his people. However, in the world of San Soliel, a world where individual strength was paramount, Louis did not have to worry about it happening. The reason why Dragon City was still standing in this continent without anyone daring to invade it was mainly because of his presence as a demigod. If Louis gave up on the city and relinquished his title as its lord, then the city would definitely fall under siege in just a few days. So, compared to other people, the citizens of Dragon City would prefer him to stay as the lord. Your lord will soon become a true demigod. Louis's tone was filled with excitement. There were 3 steps required to become a true god. The first was to ignite the divine fire. The second was the creation of a divine throne. And finally, the formation of a godhood while creating a divine throne. This was also the hardest step. Louis did not need to do this hardest 3rd step anymore and only needed to do the first 2 steps well. Now, Louis was going to do the first step to become a god, igniting the divine fire. Louis took a deep breath. After checking his body to make sure there were no problems, he closed his eyes and sunk his consciousness into the deepest part of his spiritual sea. There, he saw his godhood and divinity as well as the incoming divine power. These were all the things that belonged to him. Even the godhood had become one with him and was brewing in his soul. With his own consciousness, Louis began to mobilize the divine power inside and injected it into his divinity. Pop! There was a sudden indescribable sound in his soul, and soon, a fire appeared on top of his divinity. This was not a real flame, but a conceptual embodiment. Because it resembled fire, it was called divine fire by the gods. With the creation of this fire, Louis's divine power began to be consumed at a quicker rate. It strengthened the flames, and they began to burn with ever greater intensity. Following that, changes occurred in Louis's body. His soul and dragon body fused into one. His entire body collapsed into basic particles and fused with his soul. They formed muscles, blood vessels, nerves, bones, skin, and other organs. Once again, it turned into a dragon form. If the modification done by the Terran civilization gave Louis a perfect body, then the ignition of the divine fire was an evolution to his soul. Starting to record the host's process of becoming a god. Terran civilization's highest priority research project has started. Confirming the connection between the soul and the body. Recording in progress, recording in progress. The intelligent brain, which had been silent until now, began to whir into action once more, unbeknownst to Louis. When the last bits of Louis's divinity turned into a flame, a blazing fire that seemed to burn for eternity appeared in the depths of his soul. This was a divine fire that belonged to the gods, where the divinity resided. RN. With the appearance of the divine fire, Louis's soul had changed. It had become a divine soul, which had the nature of being immortal. At this moment, Louis had achieved an infinite lifespan. Many creatures could achieve physical immortality in the world, but the passage of time would cause their souls to be worn out. Only gods could make the body and soul become one, thus reaching the highest point of the divine. Louis opened his eyes again to see that the world had changed from his viewpoint. What he saw were no longer external manifestations of matter, but the hidden rules behind everything in the world. With the immortal divinity burning like an immortal fire, it became a constant energy source, acting as a perpetual motion machine for the gods that became their sustenance. This is the world of the gods, or maybe the world of the demigods. No matter what's the case, I have already taken the first step to become a god. Once the world's rule changes again, I can immediately become a god, and that day is quite close at hand. Louis's tone contained undisguised excitement. He was now a god that only mortals could dream about. With my current ability, I can carry out an equal battle with the goddess. For the future of Dragon City, I must soon give birth to an heir. At the same time, I can test out my breeding ability. In fact, Louis also couldn't wait to give birth to an heir as a bridge to be in alliance with the elves. Louis also knew that he would one day leave the main continent. The lordship of Dragon City must be handed over to the next generation. The sooner the heir was born, the more he could teach. He would teach them more knowledge and abilities so that the heir could perfectly inherit everything he owned in the mortal world. Louis stood up and stretched his body. The coordinates of the Silver Moon Kingdom appeared in his mind and he opened a portal with his claw and crossed over. Louis knew that a god's corpse was still a huge threat to mortals, but for demigods and gods, the danger was greatly reduced. Still, this was also the first time Louis encountered such a corpse. It had already been dead for 30,000 years, but its intent had not yet completely disappeared. Its consciousness could still retain reason. It could even tempt people like a ghost. Louis had never seen a divine corpse before, So he did not hesitate to use his killing move and used his breath as well as a nine-ring spell that contained divine power. This was to ensure that the ancient corpse was finished in a strike. "You greedy dragon, receive this curse from a god." The unknown god let out an enraged roar as it faced Louis's attack. As a corpse, it knew that the last portion of his will would disappear after this blow. It would never be able to resurrect, and its name would forever be forgotten. Even if it gained faith again, there would no longer be any use. Louis heard its roar. A god's curse was no laughing matter, especially from a god that was about to die. Louis immediately covered himself in divine power and stayed alert. Sure enough, an indescribable divine power fluctuation came towards him. It was like the final attack of the god. In a flash, Louis seemed to see the god's previous rule. It was an extremely grand and magnificent divine kingdom. Countless people prayed and lived in it. Mortals chanted the name of the god and kneeled in front of the temple to give their faith, but Louis could not hear the name of the god, as if the god had been completely forgotten by history and the world. At the same time, Louis saw an uncountable army of the god, rushing to kill him. Its overwhelming killing intent was like a freezing wind that seemed to extinguish the flames of life. At that moment, the godhood in Louis' soul trembled, waking him up from his hallucination. The god's curse immediately dispelled into thin air as it touched the godhood. Gods are truly powerful. Even a dying corpse still had such great power. Louis sighed in relief. Luckily, he was vigilant enough to not let this corpse take advantage of him. The curse would not kill him, but it would be a bit of a pain in the coming days. The killing intent of the phantom army was completely annihilated by Louis' dragon breath and continued to strike the god's corpse. The rock began to shrink at visible speed as the prismatic sphere fell on it. The dragon's breath and the spell produced a powerful, destructive effect, causing the rock to disintegrate from inside out. "No, please. Please spare me. Please." This unknown god issued a final howl of pain, but Louis just looked on coldly. The cries of the fallen god gradually disappeared, and even the divine power fluctuations were becoming flat. When the 10,000-meter big meteorite became less than a meter big, the god's existence had been erased from the world. "It's done. Let's see how much I got." Louis was happy and perceived it carefully. Only after he could not detect any more traces of the god did he approach the rock. When he raised it with his claws, the rock shattered, causing a radiant light to appear from the inside. This was divinity. This divinity is sufficient. Louis looked at the divinity with amazement. If the divinity Louis received before was only a hair, then this was a finger. It was even more massive than the divinity that Louis obtained from Shay. This unknown god might have been a powerful god. Louis was sure that this god died 30,000 years ago, or perhaps even earlier. It could also have died long before the era of disaster. After having wasted away in the astral realm for a long time, it was still able to retain so much divinity. This was only something that a powerful god could do. Nes. But now, Louis had earned this divinity easily. Louis had been worried that his divinity was enough. Even if he could ignite the divine fire, he would still need to provide divinity to give birth to a child with the silver moon goddess. Gods had to give their divinity to the child, which was why they scarcely had children. Every time a child was born, the gods would also take a toll. If an abomination came out, then they would suffer a big loss. If Louis had a child with his original amount of divinity, he would probably have nothing left. It was not easy to accumulate enough divinity to give the child, but he was in a good spot. He had now gained a lot of divinity, to the point that he could have a child. "I am really lucky. I thought I would have to stay in the astral realm for some more time, but now that I have this much divinity, there is no need for me to continue." Louis quickly took in this divinity. Because the owner had completely fallen, there was no need for Louis to disperse its will. In an instant, Louis' soul let out a satisfied feeling. He instinctively knew that he could light up the divine fire. The speed at which he converted faith into divine power was also twice as fast compared to the past. After obtaining great satisfaction, Louis breathed out comfortably and did not delay. He immediately used divine power to open up a portal and returned back to the main continent. It was hard to stay for long in the astral realm. Every minute would shave away divinity, and Louis was not willing to become a demigod of the astral realm. After returning to the main continent, Louis did not return to Dragon City and instead moved towards a mountain near Dragon City, where he found a cave without any signs of life. Louis did not know how long it would take for him to light the divine fire. It was dangerous to do it in Dragon City. Only in this uninhabited place was he able to be more at ease. The snow between the mountains would completely cover the cave entrance. Louis then set up a complex spell that would alert him of invaders. He lay down on the ground and began to recover his divine power. The battle in the Shadow Realm and the battle in the Astral Realm had depleted Louis's divine power. He had to recover it to a certain extent before igniting the divine fire. He also had to accumulate some divine power for the subsequent childmaking. Human males were required to have their essence consumed in the act of procreation. On the other hand, gods were required to have their divinity and divine power consumed. The Forest of the Moon was located in the southernmost part of the main continent, in a vast region filled with many natural and mineral resources, and populated with a variety of races. Not counting the elves living in other realms, the number of elves living in the main continent totaled more than 1 million. Almost all of them lived in isolated, tribal societies within the Silver Moon Kingdom in the Forest of the Moon. In truth, the Silver Moon Kingdom was a city in the middle of the forest with various elven tribes living around it. And because the forest was too wide, the Silver Moon Kingdom only occupied a part of the Forest of the Moon. After passing through the portal, Louis arrived at the outer edge of the Silver Moon Kingdom. In the past, Louis did not know much about spells, so he did not find anything suspicious about this palace. Now that he had gained the divine authority of magic and learned many spells, he discovered that there were actually many protective spell formations on the outskirts of the kingdom. Its main purpose was to prevent the infiltration of powerhouses above the legendary rank. The Silver Moon Goddess used 10,000 years to set this up. No other race can learn this. Louis looked at this formation that covered the entire Silver Moon Kingdom and sighed in relief. Only the Silver Moon Goddess could do this kind of thing. Whether it was humans or beast men, they definitely did not have the ability, energy, or material resources to set up a defensive formation for the entire country. Naturally, the main thing was that when the formations were activated, it was equivalent to closing off the entire country. Against invaders like beast men and humans who overwhelmed them in numbers, this was the best method for the elves. With the number of elves, losing a small number of them was already considered a huge loss. When Louis crossed the formation, he noticed that the elven scouts lurking in the forest did not panic or attack, but knelt respectfully on one knee. It seemed that the Silver Moon Goddess had already informed her people and guards about Louis coming to visit and had instructed them to allow him to cross the defensive line without any hindrance. As a result, Louis was able to safely arrive at the heart of the Silver Moon Kingdom. With Louis's flying speed, it didn't take long for him to reach the royal capital, a beautiful, fairyland-like city. There were old but flourishing trees, a rainbow reflected in the sky, a waterfall flowing down the mountains, a clear stream, roads lined with grass and flowers, as well as elves living in tree houses. The elves of the Silver Moon Kingdom lived very leisurely lives. With their long lifespans, they would never let themselves get too busy. If Dragon City was a busy modern city, then the country of elves was a small city in the mountains. Louis flew over the royal capital, causing a commotion, but the elven inhabitants only watched curiously. As his 40-meter-long body flew past, the elven soldiers did not react in any way, allowing him to head towards the ancient tree of life. What powerful vitality! When Louis saw the ancient tree of life this time, he was able to glean more information about it. When he first came to this world, he only thought that it was just a magical plant, but now that he was a true demigod and gained more knowledge about the world of San Soliel, he could faintly tell that the tree emitted fluctuations of divine power. This ancient tree of life should have been a god in the past, and a strong one at that. I'm just not sure if the god is asleep or is already dead for them to become such a large tree of life. Louis did not think much about it. His body landed on the square in front of the Silver Moon Palace and rapidly transformed into an elf. After all, elven structures simply could not accommodate his natural size. The square was guarded by elven guards, and when they saw Louis, the elves in their fine armor bowed their heads in greeting and allowed him to walk up the white wooden steps towards the temple where their queen lived. Louis, whose clothes had changed into the intricate style of the elves, walked up the steps and entered the palace gates. As he opened the gates, elven maids were on their knees, and the elven guards bowed without a word. No one dared let out a sound, causing the whole place to be enveloped in a quiet and tranquil atmosphere. Tap. 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 Louis's footsteps echoed down the hallway as he moved forward. When he entered the main hall, the entire hall closed up with roots, blocking all entrances, turning the inside into a closed space. The Silver Moon Goddess could not reveal her identity yet, and their current alliance was a secret. Louis had discussed with the goddess that they would not notify the public until their child was born. Once they did, Dragon City and the Silver Moon Kingdom would be completely united. This was the first time Louis came to the goddess palace. The entire structure of the palace contained the aesthetics of the elves, noble, elegant, colorful, but without the materialistic decadence of human palaces. The trees coiled and formed the palace as if it was all made naturally. Alpha and Beta. Although the palace was beautiful and relaxing, the most beautiful one was the one standing at the top, the Silver Moon Goddess who wore a silver muslin and on her bare feet with her back towards him. "Your Highness, are you finally ready?" The Silver Moon Goddess slightly tilted her head sideways, and Louis found that her face was once again covered in the layer of mysterious mist. In the hall, there was a statue. When Louis looked at its face, he was able to tell that it was the Silver Moon Goddess herself. At this time, he finally understood the purpose of the mist. It was to stop other people from finding her roots. But after seeing Louis, the mist gradually dispersed, revealing her clear and beautiful face. Although it was only a side profile, her perfect contours could make a bard sing out countless beautiful poems. This time, Louis's feelings were different from before. Now, he was able to completely form the attitude of appreciating the beauty of the goddess, so he did not hide his eyes that were burning with desire. The Silver Moon Goddess' voice still contained coldness like a frosty moon, but Louis knew that her harp-like voice was full of her emotions. "Yes. I have reached the best state." Louis gently nodded to show that he had finished his preparations. The Silver Moon Goddess smiled and seemed to giggle a bit, but she did not let out a sound and walked forward with her delicate foot on a small cobblestone path. With her light steps, the white muslin covering her body also fell to the ground, unraveling her beautiful back. Louis greedily looked at the goddess' back. There was no piece of her that was ugly. Her skin glowed with the moonlight like transparent jade, releasing a creamy white luster. From her slender neck to her shoulders, from her backbone to the bend of her legs, every inch of her skin exudes an unspeakable charm. She was perfect the way she was. If any part of her was longer, it would be too long. If any part was shorter, it would be too short. If white powder was applied to her, it would be too white. If red powder was applied, it would be too red. At this moment, Louis's breathing increased. He finally understood the true meaning of the concept of flawlessness. The Silver Moon Goddess lifted her foot and walked into the blue spring in front of her. Her silvery fragrant hair glowed under the moonlight. At the same time, she invited Louis, "This is the moon spring of the elves. Even if gods soak in it, they will feel comfortable. Your Highness, would you like to come and try?" Louis did not hesitate or feel embarrassed. He lightly chuckled and walked forward. According to rumors, the moon spring has a magic power recovery effect. It is a rare treasure of the world. Louis walked forward as he spoke. With his footsteps, his clothes that were made with divine power gradually disappeared. Louis walked towards the side of the spring without any shame. He looked at the clear turquoise water and did not hesitate to step into it. The water wasn't deep, so he was able to sit down in it. At this moment, Louis and the Silver Moon Goddess were sitting on opposite sides. The clear pool water did not obscure any of their body parts. Louis looked at the goddess' alluring body without shame. The moon spring is a natural spring created by the condensation of the essence of the moon, which can only be found within the range of the ancient tree of life. In the past, when the gate of the moon, my divine kingdom, still existed, I had altered the rules within the realm, allowing it to be found everywhere in my divine kingdom. If you were to visit my kingdom 30,000 years ago, you would have been able to see moon spirits dotted like the stars. The Silver Moon Goddess cupped her hands on the spring water and raised it above her head. The spring water that contained magic power slipped through her fingers and soaked her silver hair. It continued flowing down her tender shoulders until it fell back into the spring again. The goddess was not using the moon spring's water to cleanse her body. As long as divine creatures possess divinity, their bodies would not produce any bodily waste. She just had a habit of enjoying a comfortable bath, but she did not know her actions caused Louis's blood pressure to rise in anticipation. "Visit your kingdom 30,000 years ago?" Hearing the goddess' words, Louis lightly laughed. He had not been born 30,000 years ago. Even if he was born, how could he have had the chance to enter the gate of the moon as a mortal? Let alone getting to enjoy a taste of the silver moon goddess body, he wouldn't even have been able to see her bathing like this. Now was really a great time. The gods were not high up anymore, and mortals had the chance to participate in the epic story of divinity. However, it was also the worst of times. The gods had revived to compete for faith. They would certainly break the existing order and laws as the age of chaos approached. Louis raised his head and looked at the open domed roof of the palace. He gazed at the moonlight and thought about it. In Shay's divine kingdom, Louis had seen its basic rules. At this time, he could also sense that the rules inside the palace were also different from the outside world. 10,000 years of time allowed the palace to become a similar existence to a divine kingdom. It took more than 10,000 years to make, but it was inferior to one made in just a few years by a weak god. The gap between gods and demigods was just too big. When Louis was about to speak, the silver moon goddess interrupted him. "You can just call me by my name. There is no need to be so polite. We can be a bit more intimate. You might just be a beginning as a god on the path to immortality, so you can ask me anything that you don't understand. At the end of the era of disaster, I felt to become a weak god, but as a god born since the beginning of the world, I once stood at the top of the gods. I should be able to meet your needs in regards to knowledge about the gods." The silver moon goddess's voice was cool and clear. The corner of her mouth contained a faint smile, and her tender fingers, which were more delicate than flowers, fixed her messy hair in front of him. Her words did not contain any other meaning, other than telling him a fact. "Your Highness, Saloon." Although the silver moon goddess originally intended Louis to call her by her name, Louis still gave the most basic respectful title. Even if he ended up giving birth to an heir together with the goddess and enjoying her body to the fullest, relationships between the gods could never easily go past a certain bottom line to prevent hatred from brewing. Any god, even the weakest god, was to be respected unless two sides were originally hostile. Then, the ancient tree of life. The silver moon goddess, Saloon, like the night goddess, Shay, definitely knew the most ancient secrets of the gods. She possessed the most profound knowledge among the gods. Louis knew that on his path to becoming a god, the silver moon goddess would be his mentor, his guide, and of course, his lover. "Your Highness Louis, have you perceived the breath of that god?" When you showed me your godhood, I did feel a tiny touch of the divine authority of life in it, as well as another powerful divine authority that was once partially obtained and lost by the goddess of magic." The silver moon goddess was slightly stunned, but she soon came back to her senses and lightly spoke of these things that shocked Louis. The silver moon goddess was able to see a lot of his secrets the very first time she saw his godhood. He really could not underestimate these ancient and powerful gods. Louis himself had not yet lit up the power of the divine authority of life, but the silver moon goddess had surprisingly been able to detect that he had a fragment of it. At the same time, the silver moon goddess said that the goddess of magic once possessed but lost the fragment of strong a divine authority. That should be the divine authority of the time. Perhaps I have a real connection with you, Your Highness. The divine authority of dreams within you was originally mine. I had lost it during the era of disaster. I didn't expect that the complete divine authority would be in your possession. The silver moon goddess words solved one of Louis's doubts. It was no wonder why he felt the divine authority of dreams was the strongest at that time. It turned out that the divine authority once belonged to the silver moon goddess, and she had lost it. When Louis first understood the nature of divine power, he borrowed godhood to alter the rules of the world and put this divine authority under his possession. Although it wasn't as important as the divine authorities of magic and earth, it was still a complete divine authority that allowed Louis to make use of it completely. The majority of the divine authority of magic was in the hands of the goddess of magic, and the majority of the divine authority of earth was with the god of the earth. The only complete divine authority that Louis had was dreams. But according to the silver moon goddess, no other god possessed the divine authority of time. As long as I can light it up, I can obtain the full divine authority. The thought of this made Louis excited, and the silver moon goddess' next words also gave him a surprise. "I will explain details about that god afterward. It just happens that they hold the divine authority of life. This divine authority is not of great use to me. If you need it, I can transfer it to you." Saying this, the silver moon goddess stood up. Her white skin was like a crystal under the silver moon. The moon spring added to her charm and seductiveness. "Your Highness Louis, there is no need for gods to forcefully suppress their desires. You don't need to use reason to endure anymore. What you will taste next is my true body, the true body of a goddess, not just an incarnation. This ancient goddess smiled sweetly. As she walked in front of Louis, thousands of flowers seemed to bloom and bless that divine body. Their battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. After a long sigh, Louis felt empty inside and clear-headed, as if he had become an old monk, or like the Buddha who became a Buddha under the Bodhi tree. Men experience post-nut clarity, and so did dragons. Louis left the sight of the goddess and walked away from the moon spring. The clear spring had long been tainted and was no longer the same clear turquoise. As expected of a goddess, Louis exclaimed, for her to be able to fight with me for 3 days and 3 nights. I am afraid that even another female dragon would already be begging for mercy, but it looks like the silver moon goddess was able to hold on. From her look, it seems that she could continue for another 3 days and 3 nights. Louis had to admit that the body of the goddess gave him a lingering pleasure. Being able to come in contact with the true body of the goddess was a rare opportunity that even other gods could not obtain. True gods probably acted only with their incarnations when embracing other gods and mortals. No god was willing to have their true bodies exposed to other gods. A slight carelessness could lead to danger. Only in a special era like now could one obtain the real body of the goddess. So in a way, even the most licentious god and goddess should be considered virgins, unless they had a relationship before becoming a god. Gods usually only use incarnations to pleasure their spirits, but not their real bodies. The only cases when 2 gods used their real bodies were when they were married and wanted to give birth to an heir. Selûne sat under a tree. Her beautiful body, that even bards could not praise, was covered in a veil. You have completely obtained everything that belongs to the silver moon goddess, your highness Louis. The goddess' face was flushed. She looked languid as her silver-white pupils contained clear transparency. I only obtained the body of the silver moon goddess, your highness Selûne. Louis said solemnly, correcting the silver moon goddess' words. Just as he said, what he got was only the body of the goddess. The exchange between the 2 of them wasn't like mortals that contained strong emotions. They were just giving something for their own benefit. It did not matter who gained or lost. Although Louis had gained a beautiful lover from a mortal man's viewpoint, as a god, he did not lose or gain anything. Not only were Louis's desires satisfied, but the silver moon goddesses as well. You aren't wrong, your highness. The silver moon goddess thought for a bit and gently laughed. Her flawless body was wet, but soon, she dried herself. As for whether he could get the heart of the goddess, Louis thought that it was possible. The gods of the world of San Soliel were not immortals who were free of worldly desires. They had their own desires and longed for contact with people. If the 2 did not have any conflicts and their morals were similar, then it wasn't impossible for gods to become couples. Thailand bot. I can already feel our child growing here, your highness Louis. The hand of the silver moon goddess brushed against her abdomen, which was already slightly bulging. Normal mortals wouldn't experience such quick changes even if they were pregnant, but the goddess was different. After the goddess felt the life conceived inside her belly, she infused a large amount of divine power to stimulate the growth of life in her belly. If the child was born from 2 gods, then this amount of divine power wasn't enough, but as they were only demigods, this divine power was enough to quickly let the child grow. For the birth of the child, Louis and the silver moon goddess gave their divinity and divine power. For the goddess, who was once a powerful god, this amount wasn't much, but for Louis who had just become a demigod dragon, he did not have much. When the child was conceived, Louis had given close to half of the divinity that he had. Afterward, he would find another chance to go back to the astral realm and replenish his divinity. Thinking like this, Louis fell silent as he thought about the corpses of the gods. I never imagined that I would one day have my own child. The silver moon goddess had a complicated expression. A maternal tenderness surfaced from her face unconsciously. Even if she was a goddess, her maternal nature seemed to appear when she had a child. She gently stroked his stomach, and a soft smile appeared on her face. The moonlight spilled down her body as if she was feeling the joy of the conception of a new life. As one of the oldest goddesses that accompanied the birth of the world, it would have been impossible for her to give birth. She would never have exposed her true body to another god, nor would she be willing to expend divine power and divinity in order to give birth. This was because she had to keep ready to face Shay's schemes and tricks. If she was ever so slightly weakened, she would have fallen into danger. Moreover, the chances of true gods giving birth to a normal child were low. This probability alone made nearly every god give up. But, she never thought that an era like this would come, an era where she would turn from a true god to a demigod to conceive a child of her own. This was not a child that was created purely from divinity like Cisna, but a child that was completely hers, conceived by the true body of the ancient goddess. This was truly the divine child of the elves. "That is our child, Your Highness Saloon." As Louis said so, he once again used divine power to cover his body up with clothes. He now had a clear understanding of the three views of gods. Now that he was the lover of the Silver Moon Goddess, he could come to find the Silver Moon Goddess at any time. With long days still ahead, he would not swallow this ginseng fruit in one gulp, but slowly savor it over time. The Silver Moon Goddess was correct. God's time was long. There was no need to rush in doing anything. This was the way of a god's survival. Louis's eyes gently gazed at the Silver Moon Goddess belly. His own divinity and bloodline were calling towards him, telling him that there was a new life strongly growing there. It would be a new species, and the only one of its kind in the world. When it was born, it would be a demigod that stood at the apex of mortals. "Then, Your Highness Saloon, it is time to make an oath to the river Styx, to make our 3,000-year agreement." Ultimately, bearing a child would not bring two gods together, completely. Mortal couples would be more united because they recognized moral and social laws, and were protected by them. Gods, on the other hand, were bound by no such things. If there was anything with such binding powers, it was the oath of the river Styx. "I swear by the name Louis Galacron to the river Styx to be allied with the Silver Moon Goddess Saloon for the next 3,000 years. I will not betray or attack her for any reason. When the goddess also makes this oath, then this oath is established. If I violate this oath, may I sink to the bottom of river Styx and be bathed in its waters." Hearing Louis's oath, the Silver Moon Goddess smiled and opened her mouth. With her charming voice, she also made the oath. With the two oaths complete, Louis felt that his divine fire was connected to the spectacular waters of the river Styx, which rushed from the beginning of the world to the end of the world. The content of the oath was also engraved in the divine fire. If he broke his oath, his divinity would sink to the bottom of the river Styx and would be eroded by its waters. The river Styx oath was one of the most basic foundations of the world of San Soliel. It was also one of the powers that the Terran civilization could not understand, as there was no apparent materialistic principle guiding it. 3,000 years was the maximum effectiveness of an oath. No matter what kind of oath, it would be invalidated after 3,000 years. Louis felt that in those 3,000 years, all the gods would have already returned. Whether or not some of them would renew their contracts with the Silver Moon Goddess was a matter for later. This time, Louis made a true oath to the river Styx. Compared to the time when he wasn't a full-fledged demigod, his oaths at that time weren't effective, but now anything he swore would be impossible to break. Naturally, even if Louis broke the oath, all he would lose was his identity as the dragon god, but because he also had faith coming from Earth, his identity as a foreign god would remain. It was just that his power as a foreign god was a trump card. If possible, he would rather wear the skin of the dragon god for life and not let anyone find out his identity as a foreign god. With the establishment of the alliance, Louis and the Silver Moon Goddess both relaxed. There was already no separating the two, at least, they could rely on each other for 3,000 years. "I congratulate Your Highness Louis for obtaining the full divine authority of life." The Silver Moon Goddess' rapid breathing gradually calmed down. As she stood up, her gown flowed to the ground like mercury, revealing her exquisite and delicate body. Even the slight bulge on her stomach could not affect her beauty. It even added a touch of maternal radiance to her. Even if they were already so intimate with each other, the honorific name-calling between gods made Louis uncomfortable, but he had no choice but to follow the custom. Louis did not try to correct an age-old custom. He nodded his head and happily said, "This is all thanks to your help, Your Highness Saloon. If not for it, I wouldn't have been able to get it so easily." Louis had already lit up his fourth divine authority. Now, he only needed to light up the divine authority of time. When the time came, he would then be faced with the hardest problem, obtaining the divine authority of dragons. With the divine authority of life, Louis had gained a new ability. His vitality was now bigger and stronger. His connection with nature was also strengthened since the divine authority of life belonged to the system of nature gods. With this divine authority, he was now also closer to the elves. If Louis became a true god this time, he could bestow upon his believers healing magic. His believers would even gain longer lifespans, causing them to be more devout for longer. Perhaps if a bard became his believer, they could heal injuries with their poems. To put it bluntly, Louis's ability was the ability to live longer. In the process of making love to the silver moon goddess, the goddess gave him this divine authority. This made Louis feel as if he was practicing some kind of dual cultivation with the goddess. The clothes of the silver moon goddess were not made from divine power like Louis's, but real clothes made of real materials. At this time, the silver moon goddess could not call her maids, so she had to dress herself. After putting on the complicated and complex clothing, she placed the muslin at the end. Noticing Louis look at her delicate body, she smiled and said, "The gods are not as prone to miscarriage as mortals, but it is better to avoid any excessive behavior during pregnancy." The hidden meaning behind the goddess' words was that she was not physically inconvenienced and that she could not continue to have sex with Louis. If he really wanted to enjoy the taste of pleasure, he had to wait till after the child was born. How long will it take until the baby is born? Louis did not want to imagine waiting for the child to be born only after 10 years, but he quickly felt that he might seem like he was in a rush, so he quickly supplemented, "I don't mean anything else. It's just that the age of chaos is coming and this child may be of help to us." The child would be born as a demigod. In the current era, it was enough to call it strong. However, the silver moon goddess had indeed misunderstood Louis's statement and said, "You don't have to be embarrassed, Your Highness. The gods are supposed to enjoy themselves. Otherwise, what was the point of being a god? Moreover, I also like sex very much. It stimulates my pleasure nerves." Ro epsilon. Louis became embarrassed. "No, I really did not mean that. I just want to know the common sense about gods giving birth." Sometimes, the more you explain, the less you could explain, so Louis simply shuts up in the end. The silver moon goddess closed her eyes and after a slight pause, she said, "If this was a true god, I might need to be pregnant for 100 years, but my current child is just a demigod. In addition to the divine power that I accumulated, as long as I continue to pour divine power into it, it would take just a few months for this new life to come out. Thank you for your hard work, Your Highness Saloon." Louis felt grateful. In order to let this child be born faster, she was consuming her divine power continuously. "This is what a mother should do," the goddess said in a warm voice. Immediately after, her face was once again covered in a layer of fog, and she invited Louis, "Your Highness Louis, since you haven't toured around the Silver Moon Kingdom after your return to the main continent, why don't you let me give you a tour? Since Your Highness Saloon invited me, how could I dare refuse?" Louis smiled in agreement. On the ancient tree of life, Louis and the Silver Moon Goddess walked side by side. The Silver Moon Kingdom was something that the Silver Moon Goddess created during her time in the mortal world. This place wasn't her divine kingdom with many restrictions, so she could be said to have introduced the elven territory in detail to Louis. Before the age of the gods, mortals were scarce and the ancient gods ruled the world. There was a battle of the gods that spread throughout the world of San Soliel. The war wasn't as violent as the events that transpired during the era of disaster, but the gods themselves fought on the field. This battle dealt a devastating blow on the entire world of San Soliel. At that time, the sky was filled with flames, the seas poured into the land, tall mountains tumbled down, the sun and the moon collapsed, the earth dried up, and entire natural environments were destroyed. The gods poured out their divine power recklessly, bringing a huge disaster to the world. As a result, the world changed the rules of its own accord. It forced the ancient gods to be shackled by mortal faith. In this way, a balance was developed to prevent the world from being destroyed. The Silver Moon Goddess' clear voice was very clear as she described the ancient long-lost history of the world. At that time, the ancient gods were free to do as they please. Without the rules that had yet to be established, the gods abused their never-ending divine power with no restraint. This was the same as humans polluting nature. In the end, the world eventually took revenge. The gods used the world's imperfect rules to act wantonly, and with the evolution and development of the world, its rules gradually became complex and perfect. It had formed a variety of rules to give the gods supreme authority, but it also gave them positions to prevent them from ruling with tyranny, forcing them to comply with the rules of order and chaos. Not long after the birth of mortals, professions had also appeared. Elves were also born at that time. The war of the gods made the world wither and nature collapse. There was a god with a compassionate heart for the world. He sacrificed himself to return the world to its natural balance, rejuvenating the whole world. It was said that his sacrifice allowed mortals and gods alike to survive. During that war, many gods also fell. As a result, the gods learned from their mistakes and began to sign agreements and covenants, so that they could not easily descend on the main continent any longer. At that time, the gods had also built their pantheons in the world. It became a place for the gods to argue and show their authority. Louis listened to the ancient story like a nursery rhyme. He listened to the moving voice of the goddess who had lived since ancient times, and he said in a daze, "Then that ancient god should be the ancient tree of life under our feet." "It's just as you said, Your Highness Louis." He was the god of nature, the giver of life, the protector of the druids and forest dwellers. He was said to be the embodiment of the balance of nature. The silver moon goddess said while expressing her respect for that self-sacrificing god of nature. The reason why the elves could live for 1,000 years was because of his love for them. He gave this race the source of life. After he chose to sacrifice himself, and because of my good relationship with him, he gave me the divine authority of nature, life, and elves. But, Your Highness Saloon, your foundations are not that of nature at all. Louis did not expect the silver moon goddess to tell him these secrets. It turned out that the elves weren't associated with the silver moon goddess at all. It was mainly created by an ancient god who had sacrificed themselves to become the ancient tree of life. Before this, Louis had his doubts as to why the silver moon goddess had the divine authority of the elves and became part of the elven pantheon. It needed to be understood that Saloon was the most ancient god of sun and light, while Shay was the goddess of darkness and night. Saloon lost the divine authority of sun and light, but she stole Shay's divine authority over the moon. Still, her nature and foundations were simply too far from the elves. If the elves weren't created by Saloon but another god, then everything made sense. Saloon only received it as a gift from another god, allowing her to become the main god of the elves. At the same time, she had to protect the elves and assist in their development because her followers had become the elves. Perhaps this was why the ancient god of nature gave Saloon the divine authority of elves. It was in order for Saloon to protect the elves in his place. But this incident happened a long time ago. From then on, the silver moon goddess became the protector of the elves, and rumors of them being people of the moon were spread. But in fact, elves were people of nature. This was the reason why Saloon could stay powerful even if she only had mastery over the divine authority of the moon. It was because she had the divine authority of the elves and nature. I am not compatible with the divine authority of nature and life. If I could, I would prefer to regain the divine authority of the sun and light that once belonged to me. At this time, the silver moon goddess looked at Louis and said with a soft voice that contained a hint of earnestness. Louis knew what the silver moon goddess wanted. She hoped that he could help her deal with the goddess of morning. She did not ask him to get rid of the goddess, but only to take back the divine authority that was taken from her. By your will. Since we have both taken an oath, your enemy is also my enemy. We should advance and retreat together. Louis had long known that allying with the silver moon goddess would mean that her enemies would also become his. But Louis did not lose anything at all, because Louis himself also had a lot of potential enemies such as the goddess of magic and the god of earth. Louis's divine authority included magic and earth, which would definitely cause him to turn the gods into his enemies. These divine authorities were the basis of Louis's faith and godhood. He could not just give them up to make peace with those two gods even if he wanted to. So Louis and the silver moon goddess would have to face those powerful gods. The only good news here was that their enemies had no basis to form an alliance. For example, the goddess of morning and the goddess of night were in a hostile relationship. This allowed Louis and the silver moon goddess to take them down one by one. Moreover, the silver moon goddess was going to give birth to his child. As the father, he naturally had to help his child's mother. At this moment a male elf came from the distance. After seeing the male elf, the silver moon goddess stopped talking about ancient secrets as her identity was still a secret. Before she becomes a god again, her identity should never be exposed. Your Majesty. The extremely handsome elf respectfully kneeled in front of the silver moon goddess and greeted her. At the same time, he looked warily at Louis with eyes that contained a surprising hostility. The corner of Louis's mouth raised up. He guessed that this male elf was her admirer, but this was a normal thing because her charm was simply irresistible to both men and women. Even if her identity was a secret, the elves would still have strong feelings toward her. Lord Louis, this is Devon. Although he is young, he is a legendary rank warrior stationed at the ancient tree of life. The silver moon goddess smiled as she introduced him. There was a pause in her tone as she reverted back to how she called Louis before, instead of using Your Highness. Although mortals were unable to understand the meaning of the term, she took care not to slip up even in this small regard. Louis had to admit that the elf named Devon was a handsome male elf with a soft look and elegant posture. His manners were polite and fit that of an elven nobleman. If he was on Earth, he would have driven all the rich women mad and received thousands of gifts. The male elf felt extremely hostile towards Louis, but in the face of a demigod dragon, he did not dare show it too openly. Who knew what would happen if he even slightly provoked the dragon? He would be squashed like a bug. Praise be to you, revered Lord Louis. His tone was respectful and without any flaws. Louis just smiled and nodded calmly. He did not care about this elf's hostility. He was already a true god dragon, so why was there any need for him to mind a mortal's thoughts? Louis was generous enough to allow people to not love him as long as the other side did not go overboard, but if the other side unreasonably crossed the line, Louis did not mind reminding him of his place. Louis thought evilly, a legendary powerhouse at such a young age? This silver moon goddess should be paying close attention to him, not because he was a genius, but because of the possibility of him becoming a demigod. If the elf held the idea of becoming stronger and becoming a demigod to obtain the silver moon goddess' favor, he would soon fall into despair, as that would be the time when the silver moon goddess would kill him herself. Gods were such incomprehensible beings. Although they had feelings, they were more selfish than anyone else. Devon, are you guarding the palace today? Yes, Your Majesty. Cisna went to Dragon City, so your palace will be guarded by me. The elf named Devon bent over with his right hand over his left shoulder while giving Louis an unobtrusive glance. The silver moon goddess nodded noncommittally and said, You've done well. I've had you take care of these insignificant tasks even though you are a legendary rank warrior. No, Your Majesty. It is my greatest honor to serve you. Anything related to you is not a trivial matter. You have protected the elves for more than 10,000 years. The beauty of all things will one day fade, but you are eternal. The elf expressed his heartfelt feelings, while not forgetting to praise the silver moon goddess. I have received your praise. I still have to accompany Lord Louis to visit the ancient tree of life, so you can go about your business. The silver moon goddess' voice was cold and indifferent, completely different from when she was facing Louis. She spoke calmly and clearly as if this was just business. Yes, Your Majesty. May the silver moon goddess always shine on you. The elf said respectfully and didn't say any more. He stood up and took a step away. Louis simply wanted to laugh at this flirt of a male. May the silver moon goddess always shine? Please, the person in front of you is the real silver moon goddess. If this elf knew her real identity, I wonder if he would become more enthusiastic at conveying his love, or would he be scared and kneel down on the ground? Beta. Louis thought that the second possibility was higher. The gods did not care about mortals conveying their love to them, but if this love contained strong desires and selfishness, it was simply tantamount to blasphemy. If the gods were in a bad mood, sending down divine punishments was also possible. In the long past, there were a few that had gained the favor of gods and goddesses, and they even got to enjoy doing it with their incarnations, but they were extremely rare. On the other hand, for ancient gods like the silver moon goddess, none of them had ever done it with a mortal. When the elf left, the silver moon goddess' tone softened. I apologize for the disturbance, Your Highness Louis. Let us continue. Okay. After visiting the ancient tree of life, I also need to return to Dragon City. Louis nodded his head slightly. He pressed closer to the goddess' alluring body with one hand holding on to her delicate waist and feeling her smooth skin under the muslin. The silver moon goddess ignored Louis' small movements and continued to tour him. You have not been back for more than a year. It is already the era when we should be overseeing our cities, as the power of mortals is rather important to us. Before leaving for the Shadow Realm, I have already given my subordinates the task until the next year. I am returning this time to check their work. If things go well, Dragon City will soon be able to help the Silver Moon Kingdom in solving the basic problem of food. Then I shall wait and see, Your Highness Louis. The Silver Moon Goddess spoke softly, mixed with a slight hint of joy. When you return to Dragon City, I will also try to raise our child. On the day I give birth, I will inform you. Ah, that is something I can't wait for. This is the first time I've become a father. Louis thought about his past life when he was worried about having a job, getting a high salary, owning a house, and having a girlfriend. Who would have thought that one day he would not have to worry about any of these at all and also father a child with a goddess? Everything felt unbelievable to him. The silver moon goddess giggled with a bell-like voice and continued to guide Louis to the upper levels of the ancient tree of life. Dragon City was now a famous city known all over the continent. As a hub, the city was completely open and welcomed any race. Even if they were kobolds or dwarfs, everyone was welcome as long as they complied with the law and paid attention to cleanliness. Otherwise, the guards would send them out. In Dragon City, even the most ordinary citizens could taste food made from refined wheat that only nobles could eat. From the outside, the city was known to be a mysterious place. There were even rumors that it was full of gold and every resident was extremely rich. In addition, the city's surroundings were filled with areas of exploration, which attracted many adventurers and merchants to try and make a fortune here. Even among the merchants, Dragon City was privately known as the capital of gold. Because of the strong purchasing power of the residents, as long as the goods could be shipped to the city, it was easy for the merchants to earn a lot of money in just 1 year. This place had become a place that exceeded the city of wealth of the Seven Kingdom Alliance. It was a city that was 100 years ahead of the current era. It was like a bright star on the main continent. This is a short sword product of form sealer, forged by the Northland dwarves. You can see the dwarven enchantment on it. I found this in an ogre's lair. How about it? I will sell you this good weapon for cheap. Come take a look. This is a fruit produced from the forest of the moon. It is the favorite fruit of the elves. Do you know why the elves are so good looking? It's all because of this fruit. It is sold for only 5 cents, definitely worth the money. Vanilla, a specialty of the southern seas, is a rare commodity. Those undersea races have always kept the origin of the herb a secret and could not be found on the continent. Other than the City of Wealth and the Subala Empire, you can never find it elsewhere. Buy some and try cooking with it at home. You will definitely feel the wonderful aftertaste. Friend, want to buy some of this seasoning called cumin? The beastman praise it endlessly, and even the Lord is enjoying it. Guards, guards. Someone is selling contraband here. This seasoning is only given by the Lord to his men. Where did you get them? This man is probably a thief. Don't let him get away. Take him to the barracks. The trading square was thrown into chaos, but soon, a group of soldiers in armor surrounded the cumin-selling thief. The thief fell to his knees, raised his hands in surrender, and was escorted away in chains. Though this trivial matter was over, the general chaotic energy of the market persisted as countless merchants from all over the continent hawked their wares. Adventurers and non-adventurers weaved in between them by the dozens as they made their purchases. The market was a hodgepodge of races and professions. There were warlords from Kuz, barbarians from Timibia, and even wandering bards from Evermere were sitting on the floor, playing their lutes, and singing songs. There were beastmen from different races laughing loudly. There were dwarfs from the northern lands selling their weapons with rough voices. There were even rarely seen elves as well as dirty goblins. The whole market was simply a mixture of all beings. Eden stood expressionlessly in the middle of the market. He was occupying the area, but the crowd walked cautiously around him. None of them dared to anger him because he was wearing a gorgeous light purple robe and holding onto a wooden staff. His entire being was even emitting a kind of spell fluctuation that would cause anyone with a profession who saw him feel their hearts palpitate. At the very least, they could tell that he was at or above the level of an archmage. This was what everyone thought when they saw Eden. An archmage was someone who was at the level of 7 rings. This was already considered as powerful in the world. They were not individuals that normal adventurer groups could deal with head-on. Only those elite adventurer groups could ignore them. However, these people were still underestimating him. He was not an ordinary archmage, but a famous legendary rank mage. However, with the lack of a convenient method to transmit information, it would be hard for people to recognize the strong even if they heard the name. Eden was a man who appears to be in his 40s. He had a hardened face that looked like a scholar's. His eyes seemed to be looking at the guards who had just captured the thief, but in fact, his main focus was on the low-ranking mages that were following the guards. Oh goddess of magic, there is indeed a problem with this city. Those low-ranking mages are carrying the symbol of the dragon, indicating that they are people of Dragon City. I have seen at least 100 low-ranking mages here, and they are actually doing service and city construction work. This number is really absurd. Eden could not help but mutter darkly. He clearly knew that when Dragon City was still named Central City, there weren't many mages here. In other words, these mages only emerged recently. And creating a large number of low-ranking mages would require a huge amount of resources. As a legendary rank mage, Eden had always paid close attention to the magical materials market, but there had been no signs of a large-scale purchase. Where did that demigod dragon find so many raw materials? Eden decided to investigate this matter. For a mage like him, there were countless ways of obtaining the information he wanted from the mouths of these low-ranking mages. However, I cannot be reckless. There is a powerful demigod here. If I am accidentally discovered by him, I will be in danger. I should first explore the entire city before making any moves. Eden secretly decided. He decided on a direction and advanced. As he advanced, two emblems came out of his sleeves. One of them was a circle with blue and white stars surrounding a red fog that flowed in the middle. An expert would have been able to recognize that this symbol was the divine emblem of the goddess of magic. Thailand bot. In addition to the divine emblem of the goddess of magic, there was another emblem that had a purple staff. This represented a famous mage organization in the world of San Soliel. Eden was precisely a member of this organization. He was also a believer in the goddess of magic. And just recently, this devout believer received an oracle while he was performing his habitual prayers. This felt incredible to Eden because, in the past 10,000 years, the gods had long since ceased to appear on the main continent. In addition to the oracle, the goddess of magic also bestowed magical knowledge upon him. As a legendary rank mage, Eden was able to quickly verify its authenticity, making him sure that he had indeed heard the goddess of magic. The content of the oracle was simple. It was to have Eden come and investigate Dragon City. At the same time, she wanted him to gather believers and prepare to establish a church. The goddess had promised him that he would be rewarded with knowledge that he could only dream of as well as divinity that only a chosen few could obtain if he succeeded in his tasks. In front of such temptation, Eden could not refuse and agreed to the goddess' request. However, as a legendary rank mage, he also felt a vague sense of unease as if this was the calm before the storm. The gods are beginning to wake up. The era of the gods is coming. Eden had a feeling. As for whether people could seize an opportunity in this era or not, it all depended on the luck and effort of each person. Cock-a-doodle-doo. As the rooster crowed, the sun rose from the east, shining down on Dragon City and gleaming off its white, immaculate walls. In the hotel, the adventurers were still sleeping. These bloodthirsty mercenaries spent a lot of money on their breaks. They would sleep until they woke up naturally. These men and women never knew when they would die in the wilderness, so they tried to enjoy every moment of their lives. Merchants and vendors, on the other hand, got up very early. They would prepare their stalls and eagerly try to sell out their goods today. The residents of Dragon City were already very rich compared to other places. And though most people's primary instinct was to ensure they had enough food stocked up for survival, the citizens of Dragon City didn't have to worry about this. Their lord ensured everyone who worked was well fed, and so many people had enough funds left over to indulge themselves. This turned Dragon City into a trade hub and developed the economy. Money could only be called money if it was spent. If paper money and gold coins were left at home, they didn't serve any purpose since they could not be eaten or worn. The merchant Benson was a modest caravan leader. He was a subaltern who was once a person just living in the slums of the lower class and struggled to obtain the wealth he had today. Although he wasn't famous, he was able to live a relatively luxurious life. He was already 40 years old this year. A few years ago, he met a beautiful woman and got married. He also had a lovely daughter with her. This made Benson work even harder. He only wanted to earn more money while he could still move to let his wife and daughter have a better life. "Hey, Jenner, you're already up." Benson came down from the second floor of the hotel and saw a middle-aged man wearing leather armor. This man was named Jenner, a warrior who was part of a 6-man adventurer party. The party wasn't famous, but it was the only one merchants like Benson could afford. "I didn't sleep last night, I had a few drinks with a few people." After seeing Benson, Jenner raised the glass of ale in his hand and laughed. "This place is great. It's like a money pit that's better than the capital of the empire." "Then you should rest well tonight. We will leave for the territory of the Beastmen tomorrow." Relax. We have known each other for so many years. You don't have to worry about me. I still have the basic professionalism. Hearing Jenner's assurance, Benson nodded his head. As a merchant, he had to take leverage of local scarcity to turn a profit, and this usually meant he had to do a lot of traveling. Dragon City was just the most important transit point where he could sell some of his goods into dry currency, and then he would join with other merchants to bring the rest of his goods to the faraway Beastmen nation. In this way, the hired adventurers would be able to work together to form a considerable strength, so as to deal with dangers on the road. I give thanks to the dragon who took the city away from the theocracy and turned it into an open city. Benson inwardly thanked the dragon whom he had never seen before. In the past, when the city belonged to the theocracy, they did not open this important trading hub due to their fanaticism. When merchants wanted to transport supplies between the east and west of the continent, they would have to take a big detour to the northern lands. This was not only more expensive but also more dangerous. Ran empty set B. Now, with the opening of Dragon City, everything was a lot better. It had now become a transit point for the entire east to the west road, with countless people coming and leaving every hour. Supplies from the entire continent were delivered and the arrival of many people had driven the city's consumption. The moniker of City of Gold had truly become a reality. Benson walked out of the hotel. The street not far away had quieted down in the morning. It was the so-called red light district. With the development of Dragon City, gray industries like it would naturally appear, especially when there were always merchants and adventurers visiting. As an old driver, Louis would not bury these gray industries to the ground and have them controlled by some gangster forces. As the city lord, he gave the street the name Tulip Street, or as some people like to call it, the Flower Street, which clearly told others that he supported the sex industry. As a former Chinese, he had felt the suffocation of not being able to do it. The theaters, brothels, and box stores on Flower Street were all licensed by him and were protected by the city guards. It was just that the taxes he placed on them were relatively high, effectively making them no different from the protection fees charged by gangsters who controlled the sex industry in some cities. However, as the person with the most power, Louis' soldiers were clearly Dragon City's largest underworld. When the government supported the development of these industries, it could earn more money. Other than young women who could only make a living by prostituting themselves, there were also barbarian women from Namibia Plateau, natives from the southern seas, some strange fishmen, beastmen of all races, fallen nobles from the Subala Empire, and even elves that were rarely seen anywhere on the continent. There were more than 1 million elves in existence, so it would be natural for there to be some free-spirited ones who were willing to sell their bodies. This was something beyond the Silver Moon Goddess or Louis could control. Naturally, compared to elves, the most popular thing in Flower Street at the moment was something that a powerful archmage brought. As the barrier between realms became thinner and thinner, the ability of mages to cross realms rose significantly. This powerful mage had the audacity to break into the bottomless abyss by himself. In that corrupt and degenerate world, he had luckily obtained a succubus. This succubus wasn't strong and the mage used powerful spells to restrain her. Then he sold it to the Flower Street of Dragon City to let her receive customers. Perhaps feeling a little guilty, he left behind a small part of the money he earned to the succubus. Succubi were originally lascivious demons. Other than upper-class succubi who were more reserved and only served those who were truly strong, those lower-class succubus would never refuse a request. With the spells of the mage, no one needed to be worried about being sucked dry by the succubus. Since she could earn money while meeting her physical needs, the mage's work had stirred up Flower Street. The succubus that came from the abyss had also become the banner of Flower Street. Rich people would try to go there, wanting to have a taste of her. It was a demon that was rare on the main continent, especially after the realms had been separated. Benson gulped at the thought of the succubus, but could only scratch his head. He simply could not afford to play with the succubus. How unfortunate. With a sigh full of regret, Benson headed in the direction opposite Flower Street. The streets of Dragon City were beginning to get more and more populated with people. These people had serious expressions that pervaded the atmosphere. Even Benson's expression had changed to become a serious one. He knew that this was the most important activity of the people every day at regular intervals, a prayer to their god, the mighty dragon. To become a citizen of Dragon City, the most important thing was to become a believer in Lord Louis. A person didn't need to become a devout believer, and they could just be a pseudo-believer, but to become a citizen of Dragon City, one couldn't have faith in any other gods. For the time being, the only exception to this was the elves. The Lord had allowed them to believe in the Silver Moon Goddess while staying as citizens of the city. To obtain a high power in the city, the most basic requirement was to believe in Lord Louis. Naturally, to prevent those with strong faith, but little ability, or idiots from obtaining high positions, Louis had set up an extra rule. Talent would be the first basis of consideration when selecting individuals to fill these roles. If more than one person was qualified, then faith would be taken into consideration. In this way, Louis could ensure that his regime would not collapse for a few hundred years. Every morning, evening, and before meals were the times of prayers for the inhabitants of Dragon City. There was also a day of worship every 10 days, where everyone rested and was required to go to church to worship. This was a rule set up by Louis's church. Other than this rest day, believers could worship at home or at the city square with other believers. For the citizens of Dragon City, they considered this as an act of piety and a way to become closer to the great dragon. As a result, most of them took the initiative to get up early, come to the square, and under the leadership of a priest, they would hold a ceremony similar to a flag-raising ceremony. In the past year, Louis's Dragon God Church's foundation and growth were thanks to Clooney. He was a true religious genius worthy of being someone who was trained by the theocracy. He led the development of the religion from head to tail and from top to bottom without neglecting anything. A magnificent church had also been built at the center of the city. Although it was not yet fully completed, it already exuded a magnificent atmosphere. Regarding building a church and gathering believers, Louis felt that even if he were to take on the task himself, he would not necessarily be as good as Clooney. At this time, Louis had already concealed himself and stood in the square, watching the prayer ceremony. In the past year, the Dragon God Church had also trained some priests at the bottom of the hierarchy. Because Louis was not yet a true god, these fellows did not have the ability to perform divine magic, but their professional ability to propagate the faith and lead believers to pray was very strong. These priests were extremely devout. Even if they did not obtain any supernatural abilities, their faith still remained pure. Once I become a true god, these priests will certainly be able to grasp divine magic. Although it won't be strong in terms of fighting, it should be capable of healing. As long as believers pay a certain price, they can ask these priests to cure them of ailments. Louis thought. As the person who had the complete divine authority of life, he had already surpassed other gods in healing divine magic. If the goddess of the moon was not compatible with the divine authority of life, she wouldn't have given it to Louis. This was also why Louis did not create any hospital businesses in this world. This was because a priest's healing ability could exceed that of medical science. The highest level of healing magic could even bring the dead back to life, which was something modern medicine could never do. It would still be difficult to have these priests go to the battlefield, but once the church expanded more, they would naturally be included in the church's armed forces. Under Louis's watchful eye, a young priest respectfully and reverently placed a divine emblem in front of the stone table for prayer. Louis's divine emblem was disc-shaped. In the center was the head of a dragon, and around the circle were dragon heads looking in various directions, adding up to a total of 9 heads. As a former Chinese, Louis had always believed that 9 was the extreme of numbers. 9 represented the highest and noble meaning, but also had the meaning of 9 sons born to the dragon. Idiom, everyone has different qualities. This was also done to distinguish himself from the 5-colored dragon god. When the priest placed the divine emblem on the altar, he recited the doctrines and scripture in a loud chant. God said, I came into the world as light, but whoever believes in me will never dwell in darkness. God said, though you were small in the beginning, you will be great in the end. God said, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. O Lord Louis, you are the God who is, and was forever. Find the original at Hosted Novel. O Lord Louis, you are the Lord of Dragons, the only true God of dragons. O Lord Louis, you are the weaver of dreams, the guardian of earth, the champion of magic. O Lord Louis, you are the master of Dragon City, you are our protector. We are all your sheep and goats grazing on the earth. Glory to you. Victory to you. May your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Search Hosted.novel for the original. Oh, Lord Louis. As the priest spoke, many believers also chanted. The more they chant, the more the chants united into harmony, creating an overwhelming, sacred, and magnificent atmosphere. No mortal dared express any other emotions other than awe at the scene that made them feel cleansed from inside out. RNE. People kneeling on the ground were becoming more and more devout. In this mass-like atmosphere, those unbelievers would also turn their heads and join in. Naturally, this ceremony was done in order to change people's hearts. In the vicinity of the city square, there were many people from other parts of the continent. These people were taken by the ritualistic prayer ceremony and did not dare make any moves as they stood still. Even those who did not have any faith would unconsciously bow their heads and express their respect. Some of them even instinctively kneeled on the ground as they were influenced by the atmosphere of the ceremony and began to pray. The power of faith gathered in the sky above Dragon City. The power of faith looked for their master and descended upon Louis's body. With his power as a god, the faith transformed into divine power and then stored in the quiet godhood. Countless voices echoed in Louis's mind. There was not only the crowd praying on the spot, but also from many other places. These sounds resounded in his soul. There was no clutter from these sounds as they washed Louis's divine soul, almost making him moan out. How wonderful! This is the feeling of God. Now that Louis's divine fire had been lit and he had a divinity, a godhood, and a divine authority, he was already a god in normal situations. But because the world's rules had not yet returned back to normal, Louis was unable to begin his apotheosis. Although Louis was not yet able to use the transcendent abilities of a god, his senses were already on that level. If a mortal receives this much faith, they would probably collapse and die. Also, I think I should have them add one more phrase to the end: you are the giver of life. This should correspond to the divine authority of life. Because Louis did not yet have full possessions over the divine authority of magic and earth, he only called himself the champion of magic and guardian of the earth. Although he was already on hostile terms with the goddess of magic and god of earth, it was still better to not stimulate those two gods too much and give them a basic level of respect. Thinking this way, something suddenly caught Louis's attention as he looked towards the gate of Dragon City. Eh? The Subala Empire's royalty and the paladin from the theocracy? The words, "You are the master of Dragon City," in the prayer meant that Louis was ruling the area centered around Dragon City, representing that he had divine authority over the region. He ruled over the area of 100 kilometers around Dragon City. Therefore, his perception was infinitely expanded over the area. No movement, not even from the wind or grass, could escape his eyes. This kind of divine authority was not strong. At most, it could make a person become a low-tier god, but if the divine authority was turned into a supplementary one, it had its uses, just like what Louis was doing now. Going back in time a few days. The western region next to Dragon City was a land called Freshwater Desert. Its name originated from the fact that it was once the site of an enormous lake, home to countless creatures. But after tens of thousands of years, the lake had completely disappeared, leaving behind a huge desert. No one knew why the lake had disappeared. Some said that it was a natural occurrence, but others said that gods had once fought there, causing the lake to become a desert. So far, no one knew the real reason why the desert was formed. With the freshwater desert in the middle, the eastern part of the territory belonged to the Subala Empire while the central to the southern region was part of the San Soliel mountain range, which was now under the jurisdiction of Dragon City. Watch out! It's a mummy! A young warrior loudly warned his comrade while raising his huge sword to block the old mummy in front of him. This evil creature might look dried up from the outside, but its strength remained great. With a swing of its arms, it flung away the warrior, but fortunately, a shield took the warrior's place, blocking the mummy's pursuit. Be careful. Don't let the mummy scratch you. Its claws contain poison. Someone, prepare the antidote. The warrior who had been sent flying seemed to be experienced as he commanded. A bard recited an incantation with his singing, summoning out a swarm of insects to hinder the mummy. This was one of the spells that bards could learn after advancing in rank. Unlike mages who relied on learning to learn magic up to the 9th ring, a bard was only limited to casting 6-ring spells. After finishing his incantation, the bard raised his sword to join the battle. At this time, "Holy judgment!" A high-pitched female voice echoed, and in an instant, the mummy roared in pain. In the blink of an eye, it was covered in smoke and disintegrated in the desert. Phew! The adventurer squad breathed a sigh of relief as they slowly put down their weapons while maintaining vigilance. This was a small adventurer group that consisted of a warrior, a wanderer, a bard, and a ranger. Except for a mage and a priest, it was a standard party. In the era where the gods weren't seen anymore, priests were rare and mages were more reclusive. It would be hard for an ordinary adventurer party to have them. But apart from the members of this party, there was an extra woman. This was a beautiful young girl that looked like an iris. She wore white robes that looked solemn in this desert. She did not smile at all and even looked so pure that even the sand did not dare stain her robes. Alpha Thailand body. This person was a paladin, an extremely powerful paladin. Thank you very much for your help, Miss Rosalia. Support us at H+ Stead Novel _. The young warrior was the leader of the party, Bowen. He felt a bit ashamed and gratefully thanked this holy maiden. The adventurer squad met this holy maiden in the desert. When this paladin walked alone in the desert, Bowen boldly struck up a conversation with her. After knowing that both of them were heading to Dragon City, he invited her to join the party. Good thing I was bold enough to invite this paladin, otherwise we might have lost someone on our trip here. Bowen sighed. Their journey to Dragon City wasn't smooth sailing. Not only did they encounter a large number of death dogs, but they also encountered a special Null tribe called the Yenagu Poison Fong, and now there were even mummies. It would be good if they didn't encounter a mummy lord next, otherwise, they would be wiped out even with the paladin there. But whether it was the mummies or the Nulls, there were no threatening enemies in front of this paladin at all. Miss Rosalia easily destroyed them with her holy powers. Bowen did not dare to guess the lady's rank, but he guessed that it should be above the 7th rank. A powerhouse of this level was not something a mid-ranking warrior like him could touch, and fortunately, she was a paladin. You don't have to thank me, Mr. Bowen. It is my duty to destroy evil, and it is my duty to protect the good in the face of evil. The paladin named Rosalia spoke in a noble tone. Her expression looked sacred and the atmosphere around her was awe-inspiring. Looking at the paladin with gold and silver hair in front of him as well as the contrast between the desert and her white skin and beautiful face, Bowen felt as if he was falling in love. Unfortunately, she is a paladin. Bowen once again sighed. Although not everyone liked the people from the theocracy, there was a group of people that deserved to be respected. They were the ones called God's chosen warriors, the paladins. These were the warriors of the goddess of morning. They had noble souls and valued glory more than anything, and they would dedicate their souls and swords to fight against evil. They spread justice and enforced the law, helped the poor and the needy and crushed the evil and the greedy. They were simply the perfect embodiment of the goddess' stance towards the world. Although there were times when paladins were too stubborn to convince, their souls and virtues were absolutely faultless. However, these paladins did not understand love at all. They believed that it was a selfish thing. Only through dedicating their body and soul to the gods was their existence actualized. Rosalia, the current head of the Iris Knight Order of the Slain Theocracy, was a 9th-ranked paladin. She was going to Dragon City to face the evil dragon and ask for the holy weapon that belonged to them. Although she knew that she had no power to confront an evil demigod dragon, she still went without hesitation. These paladins were muscle brains that would sometimes ignore the Pope's orders. They were the most trustworthy in the theocracy, but at the same time, they were the biggest headache. Leader, there is a carriage coming from the west. The wanderer who was keeping guard of the surroundings quickly reported when he found something wrong. Search hosted. Novel for the original. Carriage? Bowen was a little surprised. How could there be any carriages in the middle of the desert? Even if it was a nobleman, they would never choose to cross the desert. Instead, they would choose to take the comfortable long way around. Moreover, seeing a carriage in the desert was a strange thing. In an instant, everyone became alert. Even the paladin named Rosalia solemnly looked to the west. There is someone strong inside, she asserted. Your Highness, there is a group of adventurers ahead. Ho, it's the first time we've seen adventurers in this freshwater desert. Can we stop by and take a look? A pure, lively voice that brimmed with curiosity sounded from inside the carriage. In the carriage sat none other than Princess Andrea Abel Subala of the Subala Empire. The one inside the carriage with her was the Emperor's Guard Commander Derek, and the one driving the carriage was the Princess Guard Commander, Corvin. The princess was wearing a court dress that was bound by an emerald green girdle on her waist. A luxurious headdress sat on top of her golden hair. Together with her perfect smile that seemed to shine brightly, she looked like a beautiful angel that could only be seen in heaven. After hearing her request, the commander of the Princess Guards, Corvin, instinctively wanted to agree, but he quickly swallowed back his words. After all, the princess and he were commanded by the Emperor to listen to Commander Derek's words. I am just an 8th-rank warrior, but Commander Derek is a legendary rank warrior. Corvin smiled to himself. If he was a legendary rank warrior, then he would have been able to grant any of the princess requests, unlike how currently the princess needed to obtain others' consent. He looked lovingly at the princess to whom he was loyal and looked at Commander Derek again. The steady middle-aged man mused. He glanced at the elegantly smiling princess, whose eyes were pure and radiant, and sighed. This princess is really as beautiful as an angel. She is so gentle and kind. If not for my old age and low chances of becoming a demigod, I would have asked His Majesty to give me her hand in marriage. Derek might look like a middle-aged man, but he was actually more than 100 years old. Thanks to being a legendary rank warrior, his age did not matter. However, can this princess really not see that this trip is part of the two imperial princes' scheme? With the wisdom the princess displayed in front of everyone, she should have been able to see it, but even so, she still agreed to this trip. What does that mean? Derek shook his head and decided not to think too hard about these things. He did not want to get too involved in this battle of succession, but the princess was a truly moving person. The most Derek could help her was to save her life in future plots against her. His Majesty is also quite old and close to the limits of life expectancy. Your Highness, by principle, I cannot agree with your idea. You should understand that the power structure of the empire has become more chaotic and complex. Many religions are even emerging from the shadows to spread their faith in the empire. Many nobles and city guards have become followers of certain religions, and His Majesty suspects that this is a conspiracy made by the theocracy. This is especially so for the organization called Brotherhood of Lies, which recently appeared in the imperial capital. They claim to believe in the God of Lies and have already carried out many illegal activities in the imperial capital. Derek said so, but he knew that it had nothing to do with the theocracy. As a legendary rank powerhouse, he could perceive that a great change was coming. These religions that were stringing up were not evil cults, but actual churches of the gods from the past. The gods have appeared once more. This was what Derek suspected. Although he had no evidence, the fact that these religions that had hidden in the mountains and forest once again appeared in public to spread their faith was very unusual. And if the gods were really awakening, then this would hugely affect the Subala Empire. As the only human empire and an empire that did not belong to any religion, its power had always been in the hands of royalty and no one was allowed to contend against it. However, how could the gods allow mortals to contend with them? If the gods awakened, then it was impossible for the Subala Empire to fight against the odds. The entire empire would eventually fall apart. The gods do not need any great human power to exist. They only needed faith. This was what Derek was most worried about. After finishing his words, he saw the princess' disappointed expression and hesitated. He said, "Forget it, since your highness wants to go over and take a look, then let's go over there. I don't think there's anything in this desert that can threaten me," he said rather proudly. As a legendary rank warrior, he really did not have anything to fear unless a demigod or a true god descended. "Thank you so much, Commander Derek." Andrea's expression changed from disappointment to joy. She cheerfully smiled and bowed. The carriage also changed its path at his orders. "Miss Paladin, they are coming." Bowen came to Rosalia's side and spoke. Only by standing beside this paladin did he feel safer. Rosalia also nodded and stood there waiting. Soon, she was able to see the carriage with her eyesight. The carriage was very luxurious. Although the family crest was hidden, anyone who looked at it could tell that it belonged to a high noble or a royal. The horses pulling the carriage were not of a common breed, but rather had dragon blood flowing in their veins. They were probably born from a dragon mating with a female horse. Anoi. The adventurers held their weapons tightly. In the desert, it was best to stay vigilant, especially when encountering strangers. A slight degree of negligence could cause their deaths. The driver of the carriage also knew that approaching adventurers for no reason was quite rude. With a distance of 10 meters, he stopped the carriage. The curtain of the carriage was pulled back and a middle-aged man's head was revealed. He looked awe-inspiring to the adventurers. Other than Rosalia, the adventurer stiffened without being able to resist. Derek scanned around and found that no one could threaten the princess and felt relieved. Then he looked at the beautiful girl who looked like a beautiful iris and said in a deep voice, "A paladin who believes in the goddess of morning?" "It is so." As a paladin, Rosalia never lied and was proud of her own identity. "Huh? A paladin? Those are rarely seen even in the slain theocracy." The princess' cheerful and lively voice came from the carriage. She ignored the commander's objection and pulled open her side of the curtain. With curiosity, she looked at these adventurers and Rosalia. The princess and Rosalia's appearances were neck and neck, but her noble temper and the pure atmosphere surrounding her were superior to Rosalia to the point that the heartbeat of those who looked at her would speed up. Those adventurers unconsciously lowered their heads as they were taken by the princess glory. As a paladin, Rosalia was accustomed to using detect evil, regardless of whoever they were. Whether it was the legendary rank warrior or the young warrior, both of them had faint red lights on their body, which was quite normal, because it was impossible for people to not carry any sin. But when she looked at the imperial princess, her expression stiffened. This was because, under the detection, the princess did not let out any red light at all, no matter how faint. It was as if she was born pure and immaculate. It was a soul that was so holy that it could become a link between mortals and gods. If she appeared in the theocracy, she would definitely be raised with utmost importance. It was even more precious than a paladin like Rosalia. However, Rosalia felt that the princess in front of her was somehow twisted, as if her pure and immaculate appearance was an illusion for deceiving others. "Are you the third princess and the head of the imperial guards of the Subala Empire?" Every paladin was favored by the goddess. They had truly noble hearts and were the goddess representative on the main continent. These paladins had a high position in the church. With their high moral character, they never competed for profit or power, thus the theocracy was comfortable giving them authority. As a senior figure among the paladins, Rosalia knew about the higher-ups of the empire that were hostile to the theocracy. Therefore, when the emperor's closest commander and princess appeared, she recognized them at first sight. Rosalia's words made the adventurers shocked. They simply never expected to meet a member of the Subala Empire's imperial family here. Thinking about the hostile relationship between the empire and the theocracy, these adventurers were fearful, and they worried that this paladin would clash with the other party. If that happened, they would become bystanders who got caught in the crossfire. As Rosalia's words fell, the nervous Corvin rushed forward to protect the princess, while watching the paladin with hostility. Although paladins were well known for their stubbornness, it did not mean that they could not read the atmosphere. In their code of conduct, they were the goddess warriors. The battles between the theocracy and the empire were not even considered by them. If the people in front of her were embodiments of evil, then Rosalia would not hesitate to go forward and fight, but since they weren't evil, Rosalia could pretend to not have seen anything. "I am Andrea Abel Sublia. It's a pleasure to meet Miss Paladin." A lively and cheerful heavenly voice came out of the princess's mouth. The princess, who had a beautiful face, looked at Rosalia with curious eyes. Her smile was like a pure angel that could make anyone happy. Even those nervous and fearful adventurers felt admiration from the bottom of their hearts and could not bear to carry any hostility against her. "I am Rosalia, belonging to the Holy Iris Knights of the Goddess of Morning," she replied. "I have heard of the princess before. Her fame within the empire is resounding. She takes care of the lower-class people and often distributes relief goods in the imperial capital for those poor people to eat. It is said that she also proposed a lot of laws for the poor people, but every one of them was rejected by the emperor and the nobles. I also know about this. There are so many poor people within the empire who lament the fact that the princess is third in the line of succession and cannot become the emperor." Rosalia's ears sharply picked up the whispers of the adventurers and could tell the admiration in their words. Many adventurers were actually forced to take this path. They had experienced poverty in the past and could only survive by selling their lives. Those that had good luck could save up before growing too old and return to their hometown to buy a piece of land, while the worst luck would die somewhere without anyone knowing. These adventurers wanted to go to Dragon City because they heard that it was the capital of gold and thought that they could earn some money. In the face of this angel-like being who helped the poor, it was natural for them to exude goodwill from the depths of their hearts. However, Rosalia felt a chill. The more innocent the princess smiled, the more her soul trembled. Her keen instincts told her that the princess was not as simple as she seemed. She did not move and nodded her head. "Your Highness and Sir, we are heading towards Dragon City. If you have nothing else to say, we will take our leave." Rosalia's voice was resounding. Even in the face of a higher legendary rank powerhouse that she could not defeat, she still remained fearless. Her words were in line with Derek's thoughts. Although the paladin's power was nothing in his eyes, paladins had a special place in the theocracy. He didn't want to touch her even if he could. But before Derek could say anything, the words that came from Andrea's mouth surprised him. "Sister Rosalia, you are also going to Dragon City?" "Our destination is the same. how about we go together? I've read in books that when adventurers meet together, they unite to lower risks. The princess's tone was light. Her face carried an innocent expectation, but her capricious words made Derek, Corvin, and Rosalia frown. Your Highness, she is from the theocracy. Derek couldn't help but remind her. It's fine, Commander Derek. Although Sister Rosalia is from the theocracy, she is also a paladin. The princess' words were full of trust. If it was a normal person, they would have already appreciated the princess' benevolence, but Rosalia was a paladin with special skills, so she could not help but be wary. A withering above N. The princess' words left Derek speechless, and even Rosalia's mouth unconsciously opened. They were not able to find any words of rebuttal. As a paladin, could she even call herself untrustworthy? Having no choice, Derek could only say, since that's the case, Miss Paladin, please come with us to Dragon City. This novel is _hosted_ by Hosted Novel. Rosalia let out a sigh. She knew that she could not refuse. She could only calmly nod her head and get on the carriage without saying anything while the head of the princess guards, Corvin, watched her warily. For the sake of the princess' safety, he should not completely believe in the paladin. Just like that, the two factions in the west that were hostile to each other came together. They moved through the freshwater desert and towards Dragon City. With Derek, a legendary rank powerhouse, they had nothing to fear as long as they did not encounter something on the level of an ancient dragon. When this group of people entered the range of Dragon City's territory, Louis was able to immediately sense it. He looked with his eyes to gaze at several people. The paladin has the same atmosphere as that warrior I slapped to death when I first arrived. Is she here to take revenge? But she isn't even of legendary rank. If she's coming for revenge, then she's really looking down on me too much. Louis shook his head. Then he looked at the legendary rank warrior, Derek. This level of a warrior was someone no one could fight against other than Louis in the entire Dragon City. He was worth his special attention. As expected of a legendary rank warrior, he actually noticed my gaze. When Louis's eyes fixed on Derek, Derek's body tensed up and subconsciously gripped the weapon in his hand. Finally, Louis looked at the young lady who exuded a lively and innocent atmosphere, but he raised his eyebrows as he looked. How strange. There is something strange with this woman. Louis just quietly watched the arrival of these people. He wanted to see what their goals were. Recently, several legendary powerhouses had arrived in Dragon City, but as long as they did not cause trouble, Louis would not pay attention to them. We are Hosted Novel, find us on Google. Dragon City was open to the world. Now that he was infinitely close to becoming a true god, he naturally had a god's reservations. Stop and check. When the Imperial Princess carriage reached the toll station, it was directly stopped by a male elf. Naturally, neither the princess nor Commander Derek knew what a toll booth was. They just thought that it was a guard post. Derek was a bit suspicious as there were no warnings at all. This elven gentleman, what do you want to inspect? Derek said with a solemn face. If this elf said that he was going to check the inside of the carriage, he would never agree. The inside was not a place anyone could get on. Moreover, he could not just allow anyone to inspect the Imperial Princess carriage. The male elf glanced at him. Although Derek's appearance intimidated him a bit, his pride as a resident of Dragon City allowed him to boldly say, I'm not here to inspect anything, but here to collect a toll. So it's a toll. Derek nodded with understanding. This rule of paying to enter also existed in many cities. It was just that the toll booth seemed to be far, too far even. Dragon City should still be at least many kilometers away from here. How much does it cost? It depends on how many you are. One person is a sub-elon copper, while a carriage is 1 sub-elon silver. It shouldn't be expensive seeing how you people are nobles. The road behind is the highway that the Lord just established. If you were willing to take the side path with the commoners, it could be cheaper. The elf was trained to take advantage of the nobles' love for appearances and encouraged them to spend. Any noble with a little more money than normal would choose to take the so-called highway instead of huddling with the commoners. Derek frowned a little. Although he thought that the price was a little expensive, he did not care about this little money and silently took the coins out and handed it over. The elf looked disgustedly at the silver coin of the Subala Empire and said, It seems that you don't know the rules of Dragon City. We don't accept metal money here. You need to exchange it for banknotes issued by the Lord. There is a banknote exchange office over there. You can go exchange some for the toll first, and when you get to the city, don't forget to exchange your coins. Otherwise, you will not be able to do anything in Dragon City. Explaining the rules of Dragon City to first-timers was also one of the main tasks of the elf working in this toll booth. As the princess's guard, Corvin had never encountered such a situation before and only felt that the princess he admired had been insulted. Derek quickly pressed his shoulder and said, "Do not cause trouble. This is not the Subala Empire, but Dragon City. I see a lot of people exchanging for the so-called banknotes over there. His words aren't done to make things difficult for us, but reflect the law here. Corvin, go exchange some money." In the face of the powerful legendary rank warrior, Corvin did not refuse. Among them, his identity and strength were the lowest, so he obediently went to exchange. We are hosted novel, find us on Google. It didn't take long for him to return to the carriage and pass the money to the people inside. Whether it was Princess Andrea, Rosalia, or Derek, they all curiously inspected the banknotes. There are traces of magic on them by using a magic potion. Forging it would be uneconomical as the cost of doing so would be greater than the value of the note itself. The experienced Derek immediately saw the anti-counterfeiting system of the banknote. After paying the toll to the elf, then he became solemn, placed his hand on his shoulder, and piously said, "May the dragon god bless you." Other than Rosalia, who was a believer of the goddess of mourning, no one else felt anything wrong with the words. They drove the carriage on the so-called highway after being allowed to go. Huh? What did the elf just say? After passing the toll booth, Derek began to wonder. What's wrong, Commander Derek? Princess Andrea blinked with pure eyes as she curiously asked. Search hosted.novel for the original. Before Derek could explain, Rosalia cut in, the elves are believers of the goddess of the silver moon. As believers in the goddess of mourning, we are hostile to the followers of the goddess of the silver moon, so we know a lot about them. Most of them grew up in the forest of the moon, and they placed their faith in the goddess of the silver moon, but the elf just now said that he believed in the dragon god. And with diuresis. The paladin paused for a moment before continuing her explanation. The Dragon God Church is the church that the Lord of Dragon City had just established not long ago. It is a faith that was based on the demigod dragon. The paladin lady is right. I also felt that was strange. Normally, in a world where gods existed, it would be hard to change the faith of someone who had it since young, but because the gods had disappeared and could not be fully perceived by their believers, faith had become more spiritual. Even if the silver moon goddess had been ruling the elven kingdom as the queen and forced people to believe in her, the faith would not be as firm as the believers during the Age of Gods. Being able to see God and perceive God would definitely create firm faith, but if the God seat was empty, then it would just be a habitual faith. Moreover, this group of elves in Dragon City had been the poorest in the Silver Moon Kingdom. When they came to Dragon City, they obtained an identity as residents and lived a good life. It was easy to change the faith of these elves who had been fed. With a god sitting on the throne, their faith naturally became unshakable. Now, other than some elves who had a high position in the Silver Moon Kingdom, the ordinary elves had long changed their ways. They stopped believing in the Silver Moon Goddess and instead believed in Louis, the dragon god. Just as several people were talking, Princess Andrea suddenly said, "The road here is so smooth." The princess' words stirred up Derek's heart. He quickly lifted the carriage curtain to look outside. He noticed that the road they were on was actually a smooth tarmac. He was simply shocked. The elf called this a highway, but how in the world did they get a road this smooth? To become rich, it was important to build roads. Although this phrase did not exist in San Soliel, everyone understood this logic. The more economically developed a place was, the more convenient the transportation, but even the capital of the Subala Empire did not have roads as smooth as these. Look there. The paladin pointed a short distance away from where there were many workers repairing the road, but their method of repairing the road was completely different from normal people. There were some mages in robes who were consulting with a few foremen. Then they used spells to turn rocks and those uneven roads into muddy water. The workers quickly went up to pave the road and the mages once again solidified it with spells, immediately creating an unbelievable flat road. It's create stone and create cement, just these two spells. So these roads were being repaired by mages. But actually being able to make those mages fix the roads, how did that lord do this? And where did he get so many mages from? These people from the empire and the theocracy, even the princess who claims to be well informed, and the paladin were all shocked. They felt as if they had entered a large garden maze with many unknowns. This dragon city was completely different from any other cities that they had been to. Just by looking at the pure white walls of the city, they felt that it was endlessly mysterious. The White City was located at the edge of a wide mountain. Its marbled, lustrous walls filled all who saw it with a sense of majesty and sanctity that was rare, even on the main continent. In truth, Dragon City could really be called a divine kingdom because its ruler was a true god. Rosalia looked at the city with a complex gaze because a few years ago, this city had belonged to the theocracy, but now it belonged to a powerful dragon. The gates of Dragon City were wide enough for dozens of carriages to travel side by side. When Corvin drove into the city, he was immediately met with a lively, surging, passionate atmosphere. All races or merchants and adventurers walked through the city. This was a unique scene in the world of San Soliel. Whether it was the human or the beastman kingdom, they shunned other races. Only Dragon City could do such a thing because its ruler was a dragon. As a result, it was possible to see all manner of individuals, be they human, beastman, or even elves. "Good day, sir, this must be your first time in Dragon City." "I am a permanent resident of Dragon City and I know the city very well." There were many local guides at the entrance of the city. They would approach nobles and merchants coming in, but they don't bother the adventurers. This was because they knew that adventurers were not willing to spend money just for this. They prefer to rely on their own feet to seek information. Corvin did not say yes or no. He just looked at the carriage and waited for the princess' answer. "Corvin, I happen to be hungry. I heard that the food in Dragon City is different from other places. Why not have this guide take us somewhere to eat?" Andrea's tone was brisk and her voice soft. "Hear that? My lady said she wants to eat. Take us to the best restaurant here." Corvin whispered and pulled out a silver coin before pausing. He placed back the silver coin and took out banknotes. "Right, first take us to a place where we can exchange for the money here." The coinage from the Subala Empire was applicable everywhere on the continent. It could even be called the mainstream currency of the continent. This was the first time Corvin encountered a place that did not recognize the empire's coinage. "Don't worry, I'll have you dining in a jiffy. The best restaurant is a place the Lord himself dines in on occasion. I'm sure you'll have a good experience." The restaurant receives normal customers when the Lord is not eating. Due to always being in service to the Lord, the restaurant has also received condiments that only the Lord possesses, but the food there is expensive. Of course, that isn't a problem for the truly wealthy. And it's absolutely worth it. The guide's eyes shone after Corvin gave him the money. He immediately guided them to exchange some money. Not far from the princess' carriage was a man wearing a bright golden robe with one hand behind his back. His presence was bright, but the crowd passing by seemed to not see him and passed by beside him. This was Louis's power, the power of a god. His inverted pupils watched as the carriage moved forward. After thinking a bit, he leisurely followed behind. This was one of Louis's favorite activities, moving in the territory unnoticed, observing the construction in the city, and feeling the faith coming towards him. Seeing the changes to the entire city in accordance made him feel happy. This was the territory that he created and owned. Louis thus followed these distinguished visitors to a 3-story building in the noble district. He watched as 2 men and 2 women walked into the restaurant. He also followed closely behind and stepped in. "Your Highness, what an aromatic smell." The restaurant was worthy of the claim that it was dedicated to cooking for the Lord. Its interior decorations were luxurious with many private rooms inside, giving enough privacy to the people who came here to dine. After the 4 people were seated, Corvin's nose twitched, and he let out a sigh. _support us at H+SteadNovel_. He looked around and saw that the waiters in this restaurant were all beautiful female elves who filled all others with adoration. And surprisingly, the restaurant's chef was a halfling, a race known to have the most advanced culinary skills on the continent. New Epsilon. Damn, this place is truly extravagant. They actually have elves as waitresses. Also, just looking at that halfling's cooking skills, it might be at the top among all the halflings. The cost of food here is definitely not low. Corvin sucked in a breath of cold air. He might be the princess guard, but he didn't have much money. If he was on his own, he would definitely not come here to spend. Looking through the menu, Derek's eyes jumped. He was shocked at the meal prices. He looked around and found that the people who dine here were dressed luxuriously. They were either big noblemen or big businessmen. After hesitating for a while, this legendary rank warrior let out embarrassed words, "Your Highness, can I apply for reimbursement?" "It's okay, please order as much as you like, Commander Derek. I will explain it to my father upon my return." "You truly are an angel." Hearing that the princess was going to settle the problem of cost, Derek did not remain polite. The paladin beside him sneaked a glance at the menu prices and immediately went stiff. She felt inward apprehension, touched the money pouch on her waist, and knew that her money was not going to be enough. As a paladin, she could not bear to dine and dash. If that happened, she might be detained to work off her debts and thought that the theocracy would pay for her freedom. Sister Rosalia shouldn't be polite. "Please order anything you'd like to eat." The princess smiled sweetly. How could I bear to?" Rosalia wanted to refuse the princess treating her, but her sharp sense of smell made her fascinated by the aroma. For a moment, the devil in her mind made her surrender and she agreed. She was originally wary of this strange princess, but now, her good feeling suddenly increased. "O goddess of morning above, I lack training." In a panic, she hurriedly closed her eyes and began to pray. At this time Andrea seemed to have noticed something. She gazed at a private room not far away and her expression filled with anger. "Your Highness, what's wrong?" Corvin, who had been watching, noticed her expression and asked in a low voice. "That is the son of the Imperial Archduke Campbell, and those people around him are also children of Imperial dukes, marquises, and earls." Andrea's voice contained irritation. Corvin immediately understood the situation. In the private room close by, there were children of large noble families often coming here to eat. By association, this meant that they were spending money like water. These nobles were perhaps scrounging the people of the empire and then bringing their wealth to spend lavishly in Dragon City. I have always heard that many nobles in the empire are bringing huge amounts of money to Dragon City for entertainment. Even some of the top prostitutes of the empire have traveled here for work. I even heard that some count almost lost his family heirloom here. I had laughed it off as a joke and thought that it was impossible for a city to make people spend so much money, but now, it seems to be all true. Corvin whispered in shock and anger. This novel is hosted by H0 Stead N0V3L. These people in the upper echelons of the empire were pulling wool over its eyes. The lavish amounts of the empire's money helped Dragon City to grow. The paladin at the side also nodded her head and sighed. Just eating a single meal here would probably force the paladin to sell her body. "Howard, this should be your first time in Dragon City, right? How does it feel?" "Haha, my friend, after tasting the food here, I feel that all I've eaten in the past is only fit for pigs." "Ha ha ha, that's right. That's right. We've only eaten pig's food so far. I don't want to go back to the Subala Empire anymore. Even if I become an emperor, it would not be as pleasurable as coming to Dragon City. Let's eat. After eating, I'll take you to the casino to play. The gambling here is very interesting and fancier compared to the empire's. This is especially so for the game that Lord Dragon created, Gwent, where 3 people have to fight the demon. Even if you play for a day, you won't feel tired at all. The dragon god is truly mighty, I truly want to worship him. Nighttime is also very lively. I will take you to Tulip Theater to have a good time. If we're lucky and there aren't many competitors, we can even play with succubi and elves. It's said that the succubus is beautiful and seductive. You wouldn't be able to stand after you're done doing it. Moreover, there are also elves. Did you know that my old man has an inherited elf? He treats it like a treasure every day and won't even let me touch it. I really want him to hurry up and die and leave things to me. Are there really elves and succubi? Why would I lie to you? Do you have enough money with you? After listening to you, I sold a few matters and brought a lot of money with me this time. Search H0 Stead N0 Vel for the original. Haha, that's good then. Let me tell you, there's a woman who looks like our princess in Tulip Theater. Although her temper and quality are a bit worse, you can let her pretend to be the princess. You can enjoy it a lot like that. Ha 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 ha. As their unpleasant words echoed, Princess Andrea's guard, Corvin, looked furious. He wanted to stand up and teach these two who didn't know any better, especially if they dared molest the princess. Corvin, don't be impulsive. Andrea stopped her guard and whispered, they are the sons of Archduke Campbell and Archduke Howard. If you hurt them, even I can't protect you. This is Dragon City. If you strike and hurt someone, I'm afraid that you will anger the Lord Dragon. Saying so, Princess Andrea also held back her anger and said, if the upper echelons of the empire are this corrupt and degenerate, then the empire is in danger. She murmured with compassion and concern for the country. Those elves who were serving meals also looked indignant when they heard the noble's words. Toward the elves who decided to sell their body, they could not say anything, but when they heard about the elven slaves, they felt incredibly annoyed. However, they also remembered the teachings of the dragon god. When facing these rich people, they should wait until their pockets were emptied. By then, they could send them out without hesitation. Louis invented many things that could cause people to get addicted. For example, he created many forms of gambling. He had the confidence of being able to dry up the reserves of these corrupt nobles and use them as city development funds. After hearing the remarks of those nobles, Rosalia could not help but detect evil. If the words of those nobles were taken into consideration, then Dragon City was the capital of sin and that dragon was simply an evil god like the goddess of the night. Although the theocracy also believed in the goddess of the night, their numbers were small. Moreover, all the followers of the goddess of morning treated the followers of the goddess of night as if they were worshippers of an evil god. But when Rosalia looked at the city with her spell, she was stunned to find out that there wasn't much evil in the residents of the city. It was all within the normal range. The fact that these people believed in the dragon god meant that the teachings of the dragon god weren't meant to persuade people to perform evil deeds, but it wasn't to persuade people to do good either. For a moment, the paladin felt a bit depressed that these people weren't evil. If they were, she would have been able to exercise the justice of the goddess of morning. At this time, the halfling chef had finished cooking and the elven waitress brought their food to the table. The fragrance of the food whets their appetites as they all focused on the food. They found that the restaurant also prepared a knife and a fork for each diner. This was definitely the noble treatment, worthy of being called a restaurant that provides food for the dragon. Both the service and the food could definitely make any guest want to come back. The four people took bites of dishes they hadn't heard of before. It said that the dishes here were made from seasonings that only the dragon possessed. When they took a bite, they felt their taste buds explode with pleasure. Even Rosalia forgot about the city's evil and felt that committing some sin for the sake of eating delicious food was worth it. The four of them did not speak, as if they competed on who could eat the fastest. Even the elegant princess dropped her manners. They felt that the private rooms being quiet was normal. With such delicious food, who would want to talk? Just then, the sound of footsteps came from the entrance. They thought it was just another person coming to dine, but were soon surprised when the footsteps were heading towards them. Derek, Corvin, and Rosalia were instantly on high alert as they put down their knives and forks. We are hosted novel, find us on Google. When they looked up, the light seemed to have been cut off, as if all things bowed down before him. The person standing there seemed to be an unforgettable, unparalleled existence. A withering above new. It was a man wearing golden robes that made him look as if he was covered in gold, but the gold did not give him a sense of vulgarity and instead gave him the air of noble arrogance. His body was tall and his face looked beautiful. His black hair, which was rare in the world of San Soliel, and his golden inverted pupils gave off a sense of majesty and would leave people breathless. Wait, golden vertical pupils? Derek and Rosalia immediately reacted. The two people's faces were nervous and their voices trembled. Demigod dragon? Because Louis had not yet become a god, they did not use dragon god like how his followers addressed him. Dear guests, I wonder if the food here is to your liking. Louis walked up to them leisurely. His tone seemed easygoing but hid an absolute arrogance. As he approached them, the dragon's might and God's might became more and more obvious. Corvin trembled as his forehead was covered in sweat. He couldn't even control his hand and let the knife and fork fall to the ground. Derek and Rosalia were powerful enough to resist with pure will. Andrea appeared like Corvin and trembled in fear, albeit a bit less than expected. The four people never imagined that they would meet the Lord of Dragon City here. Milord. When Louis walked in and displayed his inescapable divine might, the believers immediately perceived that their god had descended. The elves, who were serving plates and pouring water, became excited and fell on their knees, bowing to Louis. Louis looked down on these elves from above. Through their light muslin elven dresses, he could see their snow-white mounds. You are Ella. Louis appeared calm and smiled like a god above. He spoke the name of the nearest elf in a soft voice. Milord. You know my name. The elf named Ella trembled. Her eyes were red and tears streamed down her face. She was so excited that she almost fainted. She never thought that the God she believed in would know her humble name. Louis smiled and did not say anything. After she had become his believer, Louis could see through the other party's true name and past. For example, the elf in front of him named Ella was having her past exposed in front of his eyes. She was born in a poor family in the Silver Moon Kingdom. Their family had been living in poverty and could not even afford enough food. As elves, they should have been beautiful, but their muscles had become dry and shriveled. Because they had no money, they could not even afford to wear any fabric and could only follow ancient elven customs of using leaves to cover their lanky bodies. She did not know the beauty of the capital of the Silver Moon Kingdom. In her world, there was only the small tribe of elves and the will to struggle to survive. Just like that, they had lived in poverty for more than 100 years until they were ordered by the Elf Queen a year or so ago to go to Dragon City. At the time, they were terrified. They thought that the queen could not tolerate them anymore because they had always lived in poverty. In the mind of the elves, anyone sent outside of the Forest of the Moon was either a powerhouse or those that were treated as money or slaves. And they were the latter. With this fear, the elves came to Dragon City from the Forest of the Moon and gained residential status in Dragon City. Gradually, this beautiful and civilized city brought them real hope of living. As long as they worked hard, they could eat. As long as they exerted effort, they would be rewarded. As long as they believed in the great dragon god, they would be saved. Louis once again gazed at the elf who was no longer as skinny as in the past. Her dry hair and skin had regained the beauty innate to elves. Her poreless skin that looked like alabaster and the slight flush on her face signified that she had gotten good food and sufficient nutrition. Moreover, she did not have to walk in the forest wearing leaves like in the past. She could now wear beautiful clothes that only those richer elves could wear. Louis could not change the entire livelihood of the world of San Soliel, but he could change the lives and fates of the people in his territory. The elf was not shy and uncomfortable over being watched by Louis. On the contrary, she was proud and excited to give her all to the great god she believed in. Find the original at Hosted Novel. However, Louis was not hungry enough to make a move on his believers. Even if he did, as the dragon god, he could only do it with the Silver Moon goddess that these elves used to believe in. You can get up, Louis said and allowed his believers to get up. The customers of the restaurant immediately understood how high the status of this restaurant was. Although elves were beautiful, there were more than 50,000 of them in the city, and only those who were devout in their faith to Louis could get a better job. These elves might look like ordinary waitresses, but their income was enough to let their whole family live rich and noble lives. Epsilon. Louis was using this method to tell everyone that he would give the right jobs to the right people, but only those who were pious could reach a higher place. But appearing in front of believers like this should be done sparingly. Louis thought so. Nowadays, because his divine kingdom could not yet be established in heaven, he could still walk on the main continent, but a god needed to keep a certain distance from their believers. Appearing too much would reduce people's sense of mystery about their gods and reduce their faith. This was why Louis did not show himself when touring his territory, unlike in the past when he patrolled in the sky in his dragon form. When a god appears in front of the people, their believers would kneel down and worship. This scene was shocking and unimaginable. A god appearing was different from an authoritative person appearing. Those that kneel down to authority were doing so out of fear and terror. Worshipping a god was done straight from the heart when the people devoted their hearts and souls without any fear. Even their kneeling appearance would give a sense of sanctity. The entire restaurant was so silent that it was possible to hear a pin drop. Even the imperial nobles who were loud and reckless with their words before trembled and did not dare to speak. True gods were gods in the sky while demigods were gods on the ground. In this era where the gods hadn't walked for a long time, demigods represented the highest level of power in the world. And at this moment, the few imperial scions saw Princess Andrea and the others. It was only then that they realized their words just now were heard by them. However, these people were the young masters of powerful noble families in the empire and did not need to fear anything. They were even looking at Princess Andrea with greed at this moment. They could easily ignore Corvin, but when they saw Derek, they trembled in fear. In their point of view, the imperial princess was nothing more than a political sacrifice. Perhaps one of the people among them might even become the princess' husband. Louis casually came into the group of four. While the other party was wary, curious, angry, or fearful towards him, he casually sat down as if this was his home. We are hosted NOV3L, find us on G00GLE. To begin with, this place was his kingdom, his territory, and everything here belonged to him. A beautiful princess of the Subala Empire and a paladin of the goddess of morning from the theocracy appearing together is quite a surprising combination. So, what are you doing here in my kingdom? And the anger in your eyes, Miss Paladin, is too clear. In the face of a god, you need to be humble. Louis coldly looked at Rosalia. His inverted pupils held great majesty, which caused the heart of the paladin to tremble, but Rosalia clenched her teeth and shouted in anger, "Evil dragon, you are guilty." As her words fell, everyone inside the restaurant looked at the paladin in horror. They could feel terror somehow become physical. The expression on the elven followers inside changed dramatically. They looked at Rosalia and her group in rage. If it wasn't because they were powerless, they would have already picked up sticks to beat them up. These elves originally believed in the Silver Moon Goddess. Because the important divine authority of the Silver Moon Goddess was stolen by the Goddess of Morning, their believers entered a hostile relationship. Now that these elves converted to the dragon god faith, they still did not have much goodwill towards the followers of the Goddess of Morning. Seeing how the paladin dared to say such disrespectful words to their god, they felt outraged as if their parents were being cursed. The halfling chef who was cooking in the restaurant was also furious. This peace-loving race was also Louis's believer. Other diners were already frightened and wanted to leave, afraid that the demigod dragon's anger would also fall on them. Derek let out a bitter expression. He knew that paladins were well known as muscle brains, but he never imagined that they were this lacking to even openly say such treacherous words. Moreover, their group had arrived with Rosalia, who knew if the Lord would also treat them as accomplices. With this in mind, Derek moved closer to Princess Andrea and shielded the princess from the side. Although Corvin was trembling in fear, he also had to fulfill his duty as the princess guard and blocked the princess from the front. Even Andrea, who was a beautiful girl with a sunny smile, went pale. Apparently, she did not expect the paladin that they just met to do such a stupid thing. Is she trying to drag the empire with her? As a member of the Subala imperial family who grew up living in a world of deceit, Andrea was aware of various schemes. She immediately thought that this was the paladin trying to drag them with her to fight the dragon. Louis did not panic. The longer he lived in San Soliel, the more familiar he became with the culture of the world. He knew that paladins were the kind of people who faced evil regardless of the occasion. They would follow their own justice even if the enemy was stronger than themselves. One might wonder if Louis was evil, but he did feel that he was evil. For example, he set up a casino in Dragon City and reproduced various games from Earth. In this world where resources were lacking, their entertainment was also lacking. Playing fancy gambles, coupled with extravagant spending, was definitely more addictive than any drug. In Louis's opinion, gambling was worse than drugs in this world. Modern methamphetamine was cheap to produce. Rich families wouldn't even go bankrupt if they drugged themselves to death. However, there were special abilities in the world of San Soliel that could clear the drug addiction, making them less effective. On the other hand, gambling was different. Gambling was an addiction that was difficult to quit. As long as you got addicted, it was possible for your family to lose everything overnight. Louis established those casinos to attract corrupt nobles all over the land. By making them addicted to gambling, they would gamble away their property to Dragon City and fill up Louis's treasures. Just the fact that it causes people to fall was definitely the behavior of an evil god. Even a believer of a good god could also become an evil god's believer if they weren't careful. As a result, there wasn't any mistake when Rosalia called Louis evil. Normally, other evil dragons would just kill you physically, but Louis would drag down your spirit, twist your will, and crush your soul. This was much more terrifying. According to calculation, Louis was roughly between the camp of order and the camp of chaos. However, since the paladin in front of Louis had an agitated face and a righteous depression, he could not help but become annoyed. This was the difference between a world with gods and a world without gods. The Church of Light or Church of Righteousness was always the most annoying group in novels. They would hide all the dirty things and serve their gods with gloves on their hands, saying that they represented justice and all things good. The main divine authority of the Goddess of Morning was justice. She also had a portion of the Silver Moon Goddess's divine authority. Therefore, this goddess could also be called the Goddess of Justice. With just these divine authorities, it was understandable what the goddess' style of action was. If the believers were all facing the goddess of morning, there was no need to worry about them committing evil, as the goddess would never allow it. This was why the goddess of morning still had many followers in the era when the gods were still asleep. If she wasn't, many people would probably be excommunicated already. On the other hand, the goddess of night's doctrine was all about satisfying dark desires, but believers who did such a thing would definitely be hunted down, as the goddess of morning persuaded people to do good and fight evil. Normal civilians would not have to think too much about who to believe. If Louis was a powerless mortal, he would definitely believe in the goddess of morning. If the goddess of night bestowed him with power, then he will follow the goddess of night. So, although Rosalia's actions were inappropriate, no one could say that she was doing this selfishly, as she acted for justice. But blasphemy was blasphemy. Since Louis was now infinitely close to becoming a god, he would never allow others to commit blasphemy against him. He would not make an exception even if she was a believer of the goddess of morning. Towards this believer who was loyal to light and justice, Louis had countless ways to play with her body and mind. As a result, Louis had decided to properly punish her, and make her truly understand what was evil. Blasphemers would be punished by God. "Do we know each other, Miss Paladin?" Louis asked frankly and freely. "No, we don't." Rosalia would never lie. "Then did I kill your parents or rape you to make you so angry?" Louis's tone was calm. Although the words he uttered were unpleasant, everyone could still feel the sacredness in them. This was the power of a god. This novel is _hosted_ by H0stead N0V3L. Evil must be eradicated, this is our creed as paladins. Moreover, you killed the former commander of the order. Of course, I understand that it was on the battlefield, so killing the enemy is not a crime, but you took away the holy relic of the order. As the current commander, I have an obligation to retrieve it. The paladin spoke in a clear manner. Although she was stubborn and could not tolerate corruption, she knew that deaths on the battlefield could not be judged. So she wasn't angry that Louis had killed her commander. This sentence alone made Louis have a good impression of her, and also a good impression of the goddess of morning. Her doctrine seemed to be consistent with the vast majority of good people. It was no wonder her faith was quite prosperous. But at the same time, Louis was a bit in awe. This was because the goddess of morning was the enemy of the silver moon goddess, so he was also hostile to her. This goddess was definitely an enemy that he had to be very careful of. She would also be the most terrifying enemy. Rosalia habitually activated her, detect evil, to look at Louis, but this would be the first time she would suffer for it. There was no good light or evil light coming from Louis, only a brilliant divine might. When her spell acted on Louis, Rosalia let out a stifled grunt. Her face went pale, and her spirit was shaken. This novel is _hosted_ by Hosted Novel. Mortal, you shall not look at God directly. Rosalia instantly had this realization. Fear instantly appeared within her. That was because this god did not just represent a demigod. A demigod would still have been subjected to the detect evil spell. This could only mean that the evil dragon in front